All right. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Awesome, guys. We are checking out Guilliman 40k lore by the Amberking here tonight. This was most voted on the stream. I'm getting right into it there. For some reason, my webcam was turned off because, had my camera open on another app, apparently. So, it just decided not to work. So that's always great. But yes, guys, we are checking out Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, the Blue Boys, the Smurfs. I hear very mixed things about him, from you guys. I know I'm wearing blue even. I'm representing the colors here today, bright blue for our baby blue boy here, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're here to do. We're here to check him out. It's going to be really interesting checking out his perspective on things, because obviously we've seen the perspective from Khan, from Kurz, from the Lion. We've seen the perspective of kind of everyone, and Kurz was kind of an interesting one to start off with out of the Line and Rabute, because obviously he was the one that kind of went into hiding and whatnot. It was fucking like super cool to see it from all their different perspectives, just how it plays out for them. I'm also curious to learn to Imperium Secundus, the sort of like mini empire that Guilliman kind of formed in the wake of news of the heresy, unsure of what the fuck is going on. He assumed, I believe at the time, that Terra fell. Terra did not fall at that time, obviously, we know that now, but he was unsure. So I believe he formed Imperium Secundus out of as like a respite, as like a what the fuck, like kind of like intermediate governmentship. But obviously once he found out that the Emperor was still alive, he shut that shit down immediately. But yeah, it's gonna be a fucking good one tonight. It's four and a half hours long, basically. So this stream's probably gonna last until probably 12 or 1 EST. So it's gonna be probably a 6-hour stream kind of thing. It's gonna be a long one for sure. So I'm looking forward to it for sure, guys. So without any further delay, if you guys are enjoying so far, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get that retention up. And yeah, guys, without any further delay, let's get right into Guilliman 40k lore, guys. Hell yeah. Also, make sure you go join the Discord. If you guys aren't a part of the Discord, you're missing out. Come on down, join the Discord, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. It's awesome to see you guys discuss. If you're a member, you obviously get your membership role. Come on down, join the Discord, guys. It's awesome to see you there. Without any further delay, let's get into it.
I am here.
Oh.
Fulgrim.
Started 5 seconds ahead, apparently. Start that over.
Fulgrim, I am
Making sure I
here.
got paper.
Fulgrim, your brother, Rabute Guilliman, stands in the Heliopolis again. Will you not greet me?
Guilliman's vox-amplified voice echoed, each repeat growing with sadness, until it became a sobbing caricature.
Oh.
The effect disappointed Guilliman.
My brother, your cheap sorcery cannot upset me.
What the hell?
Come out and face me if you dare, or have you become as cowardly as you are debauched?
There was a metallic rattle, and a rasping of scaled skin over stone that wound around the outer rows of seats. Guilliman.
I don't want to pause right off the bat during this speech, but this whole like animated segment that they have right off the bat here, this looks fucking sweet. Is this new? Has he just started doing this? Have I not caught this in the other ones? Like this whole on animated intro here. This looks awesome. Wow.
There was a metallic rattle, and a rasping of scaled skin over stone that wound around the outer rows of seats. Guilliman squinted.
Featuring a Vox in the void? No shit. Awesome. Okay.
Allowing him to see only into the circle.
Holy shit.
I hear you, Fulgrim. Come out into the light.
This time, Fulgrim replied. His voice was as mellifluous as it always had been, but the neediness that had lurked at the back of his words had come to the fore, a poison masquerading as confidence.
Why are you in such a hurry? Your strategy is to play for time, is it not? To allow your sons and their fine new paints to cripple this ship. They look so colourful now, Guilliman.
Wow.
So less dull than blue. How was it to break up your legion, Guilliman?
I just think that's kind of funny that that's actually just like an in-lore roast. He just like made fun of their color scheme, like straight up. That's kind of fucking holy shit. How disrespectful. Fuck Erebus. Erebus did nothing wrong. Wow. I don't know about that. I feel like a lot of people are torn up on that one for sure. How's everyone doing tonight? Hey guys, hey Anthony, Fear, it's awesome to see you guys here. Awesome to see you, Andrew. Awesome to see you guys here. Fucking Battle Chicken's here too. Yeah, how you doing, man? Goop, awesome. Hey guys. Yeah, no, this intro so far. Only a minute and a half in. This intro so far is fucking nuts for what it is. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was not expecting this right off the bat. Like, this level of like animation. It's not really animated, but it's different, I think, for sure, from what I've seen before.
How was it to break up your legion, Guilliman?
It's a lot more intriguing, for sure.
Come and face me. Let us settle our differences honorably.
Do you want to talk?
Fulgrim, still unseen, tittered.
About what? A little family reunion? Oh, you and I have nothing in common. We never did. And now we have even less. I serve the true powers of this universe, while you languish under the dead hand of our father. You are so predictable, Robute. So dull, so stolid, boring old Robute. You were the unloved child.
Wow.
While the brighter stars got all of Father's attention, overlooked until the end.
What the fuck?
And then, when you were needed, you were not there.
I can kind of understand that line of thinking, but if I was in Guilliman's shoes right here, like the obvious like counter to what he just said in my mind, right, would be look at Guilliman, look at what he's achieved without the Emperor, with him, whatever you want to consider it. He has the Ultramarine Legion under his command. He has grown the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Is that what the saying is? 500 worlds? It's a fucking massive planetary. Formed, you know, it's basically a mini empire on its own, essentially, the worlds he commands. If anything, he is the son that needed the least amount of help, to be fair, right? He kind of just did it, you know. That would be a counter to, you know, to what, I believe this is Fulgrim, I'm pretty sure here, what he's saying. At least I had a mom. Yeah. Very loved as a child. Yeah, exactly. I don't even think he was hated either. Like, he definitely got attention. The Emperor definitely favored him, talked to him, too. So I think that's even just a bullshit thing to say.
It must have stung, brother, to be so outshone. Perturabo did not enjoy it, I know.
Oh.
Did you?
Ooh.
Guilliman peered hard through the light and caught a hint of a sinuous movement on the far side of the circle.
Our father honored me always.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Louder and louder until the Heliopolis was
Man,
filled
Fulgrim
with
is so
wide
fucking
blood
annoying.
that seemed
Like,
to
straight
issue
up.
from 1,000 throats.
God damn it.
Oh, forgive me.
Like, how do you not punch that motherfucker? Like, straight
You
up.
don't remember my eagle, dear Robute? It was I who was honored, not you.
The rasping of scales drew closer. Luminous green eyes glinted. Guilliman set himself and stood tall.
My legion may not have won your plaudits, Fulgrim, but I chose the slow and steady road, and that was the better way.
That's true.
You were always racing towards perfection, away from your fear of failure. Your fear made you run right into the arms of damnation.
Failure? Damnation? I have not failed. I am not damned. I am saved.
Wow.
Fulgrim slithered into the light.
For the love of terror.
Whispered Guilliman. Guilliman had seen pit captures of his brother. From the siege of the Imperial Palace, he had viewed them many times, noting the changes wrought upon his sibling,
Yeah.
as dispassionately as he could, fighting back the revulsion he held at the sight. The image
Literally.
on the Phoenix Gate had been no surprise. He knew what to expect.
Like, again, yeah, you can sit there and you can say, oh, I'm saved, but look at, like, you know, and you guys tell me too, it's not every heretic legion per se that got physically changed by their corruption, right? Some, I believe, like the Alpha Legion, for example, I believe they remained largely unchanged, physically at least. That could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. But like others, yeah, you look at them and it's like, motherfucker, you're clearly just a demon. Like you're clearly like, you got something going on with you. You can say you're saved, and maybe, you know, you perceive this power, if you want to call it that, as being saved. But holy shit, if it's not just like what the fuck, you know, like that, it's crazy. Damnation is subjective, I suppose. I suppose it's subjective, but holy shit. Yeah, Fulgrim being sassy. Dude, Fulgrim's a little fucking... He's a little bitch, you know what I mean? I fucking... Every time I've hold Fulgrim, it's like, holy shit, you just want to sucker punch this guy with the way he speaks, you know? You know, like, just... He's just such a fucking, like, conniving, like, dick, you know what I mean? Just the shit he says. But that's just maybe my opinion. Alpha and Black Legion are fairly normal, that's fair. Alpha's mostly unmutated. Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, even Night Lords were mostly unchanged. Perturabo was disgusted by it. Yeah, I fucking would be too. How do you not be disgusted by it?
The Phoenix Gate had been no surprise. He knew what to expect. But faced with Fulgrim in the flesh, Guilliman struggled to contain his dismay. The Phoenician's legs were gone, replaced with a long serpent's tail. His torso and face had become elongated. His chest altered to accommodate an additional pair of arms. Despite his obscene form, everything was weirdly perfect. The muscles on his bare chest were exquisitely defined. The skin was a gorgeous shade of lilac.
I guess it depends, yeah.
His lower half
who's doing the corrupting.
Color, and he moved with grace to shame the Eldari. But all this was a perversion of his former beauty. If not of the very idea of beauty itself. It was too much. So perfect in its awful twisting of the human form, that it went beyond the ability of the mind to process. Fulgrim's new shape provoked revulsion by its very nature, whilst awing with artfulness. By design, he was made to arouse and repulse equally. His head in particular was changed. Long and crowned with horns, that rose crimson from his shock of white hair.
So
his face remained his own.
So at least his face remained unchanged, but like this motherfucker's literally growing a pair of horns. You know, like that's not normal, you know, like you just don't, that stuff doesn't just happen, you know? Like I get, you know, you guys got a number of other mutations going on. You got a number of other, you know, biological implants, you know, upgrades, let's call them, sure. But this is not that, you know. This is, you know, sprouting horns one day. That's not good, man. Like you look like a fucking demon. Like you look corrupted, dude. To anyone not in like your know, you look like you're fucked up, you know.
Crimson from his shock of white hair. His face remained his own, a sickening joke to crown his dark transcendence. Seeing the features of his brother melded to this monster brought tears to Guilliman. Finely wrought ornaments jangled on Fulgrim's limbs. Soft leather straps held long gloves in place on his right arms. The left arms were painted with delicate patterns. His fingers hung with chains, and their nail-stained clashing shades. Sigils decorated the buckles of his harness.
Interesting.
More than tattooed upon his skin.
Interesting look he got.
Fulgrim rose on his banded tail, holding his forearms wide in the insipid light of the inner circle.
Behold, my brother.
There.
So his breath is perfumed. Interesting. Interesting. At least it doesn't just smell like shit. At least he's like, you know, he's trying to like, you know, if you're gonna like, you know, be corrupted, I'll say it, right? If you're gonna be corrupted, at least like you gotta end up like him. At least not be like fucking just like rotten like a corpse, you know, like Nurgle, like a, you know. But you know, but like that, I could get behind that look a little bit more, you know. I feel like, you know, for sure. But it's, you know, it's when you come out and you looking like a fucking corpse. Like, that's my problem, right? Like, that's where it's like, holy God, you know? Maybe that's just a wrong, you know. Watching Vox's premiere of a new proper... Ooh, how was it? Fucking, I'll have to check that out sometime, too, yeah. The only problem with the new mini, the face, I'm okay with them looking ugly, not goofy. Yeah, see, that's my problem with, like, minis' faces sometimes, is the, like, sometimes they look fucking a little goofy, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just, and that's no fault of, like, anyone's, but sometimes they look a little goofy. Some are definitely better than others, though, is what I will say. I will say, though, at least he's, like, still showing him respect, even though he is a complete heretic, a massive traitor. At least he, you know, Guilliman's going out of his way to show Fulgrim at least, you know, at least a bit of a salute before they fight here. I think that's at least good, you know? I mean, I don't see why he would do it in my personal mind. I don't think he really deserves it, per se. But, I mean, it's good he did. Everyone here had better have like that last fantasy video. Yeah, Battle Chicken. Yeah, you better get on everyone's ass about that. You better start taking names and getting the baseball bat out on that one, is what I will say. Got to jazz Eternal Damnation up a little. Yeah. Rylanor Virus Bomb got him fucked up. What the fuck? Holy shit. Rylanor shits on Fulgrim. You know, fun fact, I actually had to, I said it in the Discord, but I actually had to, a little test application was I voiced Rylanor a little bit for that JJ Case video that I voice acted for there. Fucking, yeah, it was a bit of a, like, a little test script he sent me, so I sent that off. It was actually for Rylanor, so I learned a little bit about the character there. Not a ton, but I looked him up.
You are staying? No dramatic teleportation? No strategic withdrawal? You actually want to fight someone you cannot hope to beat? Well. You are beginning to surprise me, Robute.
Wow.
I never thought you had it in you.
And this is why I say, like, he wasn't deserving of a salute. Like, Fulgrim's just a dickhead.
Honor demands I slay you.
Fulgrim stretched out his arms. Blades rose from nothing, sprouting from his clenched fists. Black vapors boiling off their metal as they were forced into being. The swords were mismatched in form, and every one a different pastel hue. Bright poisons dripped from their edges.
Honor will get you killed.
Fulgrim raised his own blade to his face. the edges ringing off one another. There was no mockery to the salute.
So it is, brother. We have come to the end. With you dead, our other brothers will follow one by one. The Imperium cannot last without your guidance. It is you who holds the whole crumbling thing together.
Yeah.
Dull as you are, you were among the best of us. I almost feel sorry to kill you, if only because you will not see the triumph of the true powers of the universe and know the liberation they bring.
Swift as a strike.
So what I want to say there is, it's interesting how he was trying to break him down earlier on. He was talking about, how, you never got attention, all this, that, the other thing, whatever. He basically told him, like, yeah, you got no attention, like, you don't really have achievements, but now that didn't work. The deception didn't really work. So now he's just saying, like, yeah, all right, fine. You might have shit, but you're still dull. You're still stupid, And like I believe Fulgrim at this point. Fulgrim at this point, man, I'm not sure exactly, right? It's a little bit left in the speech, but I believe Fulgrim at this point probably could beat him, probably hands down, right? Like I don't think that's a bad take. Maybe not. Maybe I guess we'll find out, perhaps.
And know the liberation.
So that was an interesting excerpt. I wonder excerpt. I wonder if it's going to return to that at the end, or if that's just going to leave us there on that one. But if I had to assume, that's probably when Guilliman gets put into that coma, or what it's called, right? I believe he was basically put in a stasis or some sort, like a massive like coma for years, and that's kind of where he's been. But he's woken up now, has he not? Am I incorrect in that? I'm pretty sure in like recent 40k lore he's woken up. Perhaps I'm wrong.
A single
Correct,
chime
pretty much.
sounded.
Okay.
A clear, pure note that cut through the clangor like a knife.
This is before the
next
10,000 year stasis.
The outstretched armaments of the auto-reliquary folded back, with a gaseous hiss to reveal a sight of breathtaking splendor.
I'm liking the use of trailers and stuff that he's
I
using
am
here.
alive and surrounded by the great enemy. Practical. I will kill them all. His presence was immense, dominant as a thunderbird suddenly filling the shrine with its crushing pressure. Guilliman was clad in a magnificent new suit of armor, an ornate masterwork that had travelled all the way from the forges of Mars, within Call's auto reliquary. Guilliman felt his grip tighten around the blade of the Emperor, lit now from hilt to tip with leaping flames.
Goddamn.
And in his eyes was a look of such murderous intensity that even the loyalists within the shrine quailed to see it. Boiling within was a rage that would have made Angron shrink.
So if I might ask, and maybe this is a stupid question, but why was he blessed with this sword and not, like, let's say the lion, you know? I feel like you know, it's an awesome weapon, don't get me wrong, but I just feel like if he can get his ass beat, right? If he can get his ass beat by Fulgrim, and the lion might stand a chance. Just like, you know, combat prowess wise, or is it more of just like a status symbol? If it's more of like a status symbol, I can kind of understand it from that point of view. Like, hey, like this is your honorary weapon. Like you're going to fucking take this, you're going to use it. But if it's purely like, hey, listen, we need to put some motherfuckers down. Shouldn't that go to, you know, shouldn't that go to somebody else? Maybe I'm wrong.
It was as though a spell had settled over the shrine, though outside the din of war thundered on. Within that echoing chamber, friend and foe alike stared awestruck at the legendary figure, reborn in their midst.
Oh, he woke up first? He was entombed with them.
Rage shattered the silence. A single Khorne berserker charging headlong through the stunned combatants, to launch himself in a flying leap at the Primarch. Guilliman moved. His burning blade drew a pyrotechnic arc through the air as it swung, bisecting the Khorne berserker at the waist and hurling his severed halves to the ground.
Goddamn.
As the Chaos Worshipper's armored corpse crashed to the floor, the spell was broken. With a great howl of hate, the Black Legion warriors surged towards Rabute Guilliman.
Black Legion.
He started to walk forward, and the carnage truly began. First to die was a sorcerer, whose powers had shaken the temple to its foundations. Guilliman raised his mighty gauntlet, a hand of dominion, and a storm of armor-piercing fire erupted from beneath to rip the tainted Psyker to pieces. Next to fall were the remaining Black Legion berserkers. Following their comrades' example, they flung themselves screaming at the reborn Primarch. Like their fellow, they were reduced to armored meat, smashed from the air with terrifying speed. Guilliman was running now, storming forward through the hail of bolts and shells unleashed by the Black Legionaries. Rounds exploded against the Primarch's armor, but none could pierce its plates. As he crashed into the front ranks of the Black Legionaries, Guilliman let out a blinding roar of pure, undiluted fury. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know when he was.
So is this literally as he's waking up? Is this like the first like he woke up and this is just what the fuck is going on now? Like I'm pretty sure that's correct, right? Like he wakes up and now there's fucking Black Legion, you know, there's a sword, fucking, or am I incorrect here? Perhaps I'm wrong and this is just like we're getting put in it kind of early, you know, or not early but later, you know. I just want to make sure I'm clear on like the context here, you know. That's all it is. Lion ended up getting Emperor's little pauldron shield. Yeah, listen. I understand that the lion got the shield. I get that, but why didn't fucking, you know, goddamn Guilliman get the shield and the lion get the sword? Surely that makes more sense, does it not? I feel like hell, given the fact that he went into that stasis to begin with, that he got his ass beat, maybe he could benefit from a shield instead of a sword, perhaps. Maybe I'm wrong, but like that seems like it makes sense, you know? Gotta dip out soon. 10-hour double tournament practice tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, you have yourself a good one, Matthew. You have a good night, man. Lion didn't need the sword? Ugh. Lion always needs the sword, man.
But he knew an enemy. The Primarch's first blow threw a Black Legionary high into the air, blood streaming behind the corpse in a red trail. His second strike smashed a traitor Terminator into a bronze and marbled column with enough force to drive the Chaos Worshipper clean through it.
Hold on a sec. A whole quest to awaken Guilliman. There was a Black Legion attack on Ultramar at the time. Okay. So there was basically like a fucking, you know, there's a whole event series that took place. Guilliman woke up, and as Guilliman woke up, just so happens that Black Legion were, you know, doing Black Legion things and raiding and pillaging kind of thing. Is that correct? Bobby needs all the help he can get in a fight.
Marbled column, with enough force to drive the Chaos Worshipper clean through it, and out the other side. A spiked power fist swung for Guilliman's chest, only to be lobbed from its wielder's arm before the blow could land. His return swing parted his attacker's head from his shoulders,
Casually launched a Terminator,
cauterizing the stump of the traitor's neck. As the body crumbled to the floor, on it went. He was moving with such speed that even the heretic's superhuman reactions couldn't save them. None could match him. None could even come close. And the few opponents that landed lucky blows,
he's
found
still a
their weapons
Primarch.
turned
He is
aside
still a
by the
Primarch.
masterwork armor. Chief Librarian Tugurius felt Guilliman's gaze upon him then, just for a heartbeat. The Primarch's appraising stare seemed to strip Tugurius down to his soul.
Oh.
Then Guilliman...
No, imagine it's like longer for a heartbeat. It's like, oh yeah, just for a heartbeat, but it's actually longer. Like he's actually just like making direct eye contact as he's beating ass. Like, you know, I think that would be way fucking funnier if he's just like death staring the librarian as he's like kicking all this like ass in the background. Holy shit. That would be a statement right there. No, but yeah, I understand. But could you imagine just like for just a half second, he just like fucking like what the
Mark's
fuck?
appraising stare seemed to strip Tugurius down to his soul.
Streaming
Guilliman
lore?
stormed
Yeah,
on
man.
Through the enemy
It's a thing.
ranks. With every blow, he sent mutated corpses tumbling through the air. His expression was carved granite and frozen in hate, a mask of vengeful anger that had endured for millennia. Last he was conscious. His sons were dragging his bleeding body, throwing themselves as sacrifices against his demonic brother Fulgrim. Even now he felt the sting of the wound on his neck, but it did not stop him from barreling into the twisted horde of creatures before him, nightmarish parodies of the Adeptus Astartes ideals. There were those donning armor he didn't recognize, but emblazoned with the symbol of the Ultramarines. But most importantly, he could feel the taint of chaos. For now, that was good enough to tell friend from foe. Even as
Yeah.
he cleaved enemies in two, he quashed down the
Listen, it'd be
questions
pretty
of
obvious
where and when
sometimes. You guys say Black Legion isn't totally changed.
The Black Legionaries continued to hurl themselves at the reborn Lord of Ultramar, clearly willing to sustain any amount of casualties if it meant laying Guilliman low. Yet they were laughably outmatched in almost every regard, sweeping the Emperor's sword in wide arcs, firing off hammering volleys from the hand of Dominion. He reaped a bloody tally as he drove the traitors back. As they retreated, so the prone form of Marnius Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, was revealed. His armor cracked, and his face beaten bloody. Guilliman paused for a moment in his rampage, looking down upon this fallen son. Calgar stirred, one eye opening to look up at the Primarch reborn. Satisfied that his scion lived, Guilliman pressed on, leaving the fallen chapter master to stare in disbelief at his resurrected gene sire. Across the chamber, Grandmaster Voldus of the
That would
Grey
be pretty
Knights
nuts
and
if
his
he's been
paladins
down
were
for
driving the
10,000
surviving
years.
Chaos Sorcerers back.
Shit, man.
The heretics were powerful psychers both, but neither could hold a candle to the Grey Knights. The last of the heretic leaders lost their nerve, barking orders at his underlings to cover his retreat from the shrine. The sorcerer turned, lumbering in his Terminator armor, and found himself face to face with Rabute Guilliman.
Isn't that kind of fucked how a heretic Terminator is also, I believe, a psyker, perhaps, or I mean, unless just a psyker was in his presence. But he's fleeing. He's actually just turning tail and he's fleeing. He's like, fuck that, I'm getting out of here. You know, like we're done. We're done. Do Chaos Marines, when they die, are they brought back? Are they resurrected in a sense? depending. Or is that only like fucking Nurgle, I guess, that would do that shit? Because don't like their soul would go back to the warp, right? Or how does that work? Because I'm pretty sure like it's just fodder at that point, you know?
Screaming witch light rushed in as the sorcerer attempted to conjure a potent curse. Before he could even spit the jagged syllables to unleash his power, the sorcerer was
eternal damnation. Okay.
Guilliman's
sums it up.
dominion clamped firmly around the traitor's gorget.
But depends on what lore you read.
Display of strength. The Primarch lifted his foe high into the air. Guilliman's face was a cold mask of disgust.
Ooh.
The sorcerer made a last, croaking attempt to speak, before the Emperor's sword slammed through the traitor's midriff, and ripped it up swiftly. Ancient armor and
most of the time they die permanently?
As easily as silk.
Some thousand suns have come back. Okay.
In a rush to splatter upon the flagstones. Leaderless, reaped like corn by the seemingly unstoppable Primarch and his allies, the last of the Black Legionaries turned and fled. Not a single one of them would escape the fortress of Hera alive.
Goddamn.
Reinforcements came rushing in. Every Ultramarine fell to their knees at the sight of their Primarch reborn. It was almost too much. Guilliman looked to the strangers that surrounded him.
You would think like we're saved if you saw him back. After 10,000 years?
With wings.
Shit, dog.
Even two Eldari, and only one he did recognize.
Oh.
Though much changed. Belisarius Call, Archmagos of Mars.
Belisarius is here. Holy shit.
As he began to move, everything was confusing. But the sound of war outside let him do something he knew how to do. Win a war. In the Strategium, he accepted command of the defense.
Instantly.
Chapter Master Manius Calgar, bloodied and barely able to stand, shook off his help. He knelt before his Primarch, the myth given life, and gave command of the Ultramarines to him.
Fuck, look at like the humans just in his presence. That's crazy.
A touch of comfort washed over him.
I just want to say, like, this picture here, this illustration does such like amazing justice to just like how massive like the Primarchs are, just comparatively, regardless of which Primarch you're talking about. Like Guilliman there is he towers over just a human. Like he's fucking gigantic, you know. And it's like you can totally see, and this would be so fucking like wild. Again, 10,000 years have passed. He's been gone. You really have no Primarchs, no like real leadership outside of like the High Lords of Terra. You don't have like, you know, really, you know, much in the sense of leadership anymore directly, besides like your individual chapters at this point. And now the man himself is fucking back. The logistical genius, the fucking Blueberry himself, he's back. Like, how fucking awe-inspiring would that be, you know? Like, goddamn.
As he recognized some of
I've had butted taller guys. I'd love to see that, you know?
Deep breath
Holy shit.
Exhaled. And then his demigod mind locked in. It was like he was on a different plane of thought.
People who... Hold on a sec, that's actually good. People who pledge themselves to gods of chaos become part of that god. They can bring back their best warriors, and some become demon princes. Most, however, are just energy for the gods in question. Okay, that makes sense. So it really depends on, I guess, like how good you were, your class, and if you were even worth bringing back, necessarily. It really depends. I guess that would be more of a correct way to put it. It just depends, certainly.
His demigod mind locked in. It was like he was on a different plane of thought. The Ultramarines looked on in awe as the Primarch drunk in the streams of topographical data and barked out a complete counter-strategy. The Chaos invasion of Macragge faltered, and then began to turn. From every Vox speaker to human throat, the declaration was screamed. The Primarch has returned. Rabute Guilliman is alive. Guilliman allowed the hail to spread out like wildfire, for the hope it would inspire, and the dread it would inflict upon the enemy.
Yeah,
3 hours
true.
passed. Attacks, counterattacks, and ambushes until Macragge was at peace. Guilliman breathed. Now the time for questions came.
Holy shit,
private
3
sanctum.
hours only. He cleaned
The
that
Saint
shit right up.
Celestine raised a halo above his head. Guilliman once again
My
took
God.
the mantle of Lord of Ultramar in the name of a being that made him shudder, the God Emperor of mankind. One by one he took counsel from each of the members of the so-called Celestine Crusade. The year was 999 M41. Everything he knew, everyone he knew, was gone. 10,000 years had turned the Imperium he knew into a caricature of its former self. Each conversation was a crushing blow, a feeling he masked before them, even as his horror grew. A God Emperor.
It is so fucked though, because there really would be literally nobody like alive that you knew. Like nobody would be fucking around still. I don't think. Like I can't think. Maybe like some high-ranking Mechanicus member, perhaps, like Belisarius. But I mean, you're not gonna fucking connect with him. You know, don't get me wrong. Like, great guy, I'm sure. No, but like, everybody you know would actually just be fucking gone. Like that's such a depressing thought. Like, you know, because there's really, you know, but these people like look up to you. You're really all that's left in their eyes, especially given the way the Empire, not the Empire, the Imperium is at this time. Yeah, he's all that's left, really.
Even as his horror grew,
Call is about it, yeah.
A God Emperor, an ecclesiarchy, a grim dark future of only war. All of his brothers gone. He placed his head in his hands.
Wish in the book we would have actually got the full dialogue, not just the overview.
He snarled. What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you, to them. Look at what they've made of our dreams. This bloated, rotting carcass of an Imperium is driven not by reason and hope, but fear, hate, and ignorance. Better that we'd all burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than live to see this.
Oh my God.
Guilliman heard the lie in his words.
Wow.
Amongst his brothers, none had been more idealistic than Rabute Guilliman. None had envisioned a brighter future.
Yeah.
Not just for mankind.
And he
but
just
also
uttered
for the
those
warriors of
words.
the Legiones
That's fucked up,
Astartes.
man.
That flame of hope had been a part of him for as long as he had lived. Even now, as it was smothered by darkness and woe, Guilliman realized that his flame endured. There's hope still, he told himself, turning back to the window and placing one armored palm against it. He stared out at the work gangs, laboring to repair the damage of war.
At least he's
The
hopeful. He's
Ultramarines
trying to be
stood proud and determined
as optimistic
upon the
as you can be.
ramparts. They had been born into this dark millennium and had known nothing but the hardship,
Literally.
suffering, and despair of unending conflict. Yet they still struggled on unbowed, despite the countless enemies that
Biggie
raged
basically
against
said
them.
piss off.
Guilliman had seen a better age, one of hope and triumph. What right had he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, to show any less strength and courage than his followers born into darkness?
That's literally true, though.
Guilliman had seen what humanity could achieve.
That's actually such a good way to look at it.
He knew what fruits Cor's labors had borne beneath the surface of Mars. He believed that a better future for the Imperium was still possible, but only if those who tormented mankind were first defeated.
I
All
see.
this misery, said Guilliman, all of this suffering and pain, it is not the doing of humanity, but those who have betrayed us. Too long have the pawns of chaos dictated our species' fate.
That's a crazy
That
typo.
must end.
In the captions.
Guilliman felt new strength fill him, inspired by it. The
Whoa.
Primarch took his pain and his desolation, his depression, and locked them away deep within his mind. But his rage he kept. That he would have use for. Hate could keep you alive longer than anything else. Later there would be a time to mourn, to reason, to accept.
Like, I don't know what the fuck.
plan anew.
Like, yeah.
Now
Like,
is the
what the
time
fuck is that supposed to be?
to make his
How does that
father's
even
enemies
happen?
pay for every
This is
holiday
YouTube.
inflicted upon the
Like, what?
Imperium.
That's their
A psychic
captions.
scream, wailed out across the immaterium. A roar from the gods of chaos themselves, echoing as they were enraged at the return of one of the anathema's sons. Theoretical. I must talk with my father. Practical. I must go to Terra.
So I want to pause there and just say, Guilliman's whole reasoning there, I really fucking enjoyed the way he, that whole transition. I'm sure it took longer in the books, but maybe he got over it pretty quickly still. He went from kind of like depression there, it's almost better we would have burned, to fuck, well, maybe it's not all lost, to looking at his people, looking at people that have been born in this dark age, this utterly hopeless age. And he's looking at them and he's saying, well, if they have hope, if they have enough strength to endure, like me seeing a better age of humanity, one that was better, what right do I have to sit here and bitch? What right do I have to sit here and complain? I should be helping them get back to that age, because I think we very much can, you know? And I think that's the best, the best outcome, the best take to have on it. Because, like, you got to stay optimistic, of course. So yeah, at least he's able to stay optimistic in that regard. Fulgrim stole the captions. He did. Yeah, he absolutely did. Triumph of Illinois. Yeah. Illinois is the state actually fucking conquered. It stomped. That's lore. You didn't hear?
Practical. I must go to Terra. In their thousands, pilgrims, Imperial Guard, Ecclesiarchy, Hastatis, and even Inquisition came to Macragge, coming to witness themselves and to verify.
Shows the public hope. He does suffer badly from ultra depression.
In a victory parade
I believe that.
not seen since the Great Crusade itself, Guilliman let the crowds witness a procession of a returned Primarch. The Ultramarines march with pride. The pictograms would be shared throughout the galaxy. The Grand Triumph held the banners of dozens of chapters, millions of guard, and a son of the Emperor.
Yeah.
Guilliman put on a brave face. They could not see his weakness. How his heart ached with a sorrow so profound he almost couldn't bear it. But they needed to see him strong. They needed to believe the lie. With the roar of the crowd at its height, the Archconsul of Macragge placed a golden laurel upon Guilliman's brow. A welling of future glory swam in his mind. A galaxy to conquer and reforge in his image. Entire subsectors would venerate and scream his name. He could be the very demigod they cried out for in their prayers. And when chaos was pushed back and defeated, he would ascend the golden throne himself.
Wow.
As was his right. The last thought stood out to Guilliman, as if finally there had been a wrong footing. He wrenched the wreath from his head violently. He ordered the Archconsul to be restrained. The thing that had paraded as the man melted with the touch of the Grey Knight Grandmaster Voldus. An amulet hung around the creature's neck, and emanating from it came a voice Guilliman recognized instantly. Fulgrim's voice scraped.
Wow. So just like that, they're instantly trying to corrupt his ass. You're going to be the Emperor. Yeah, you're gonna remake this in your image. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to be the Emperor. That's correct. Yeah, put this wreath on your head. Yeah, you're gonna sit the throne one day. Yeah, Guilliman. Yeah. That's all you, buddy. You got this. Like, holy shit, that's from the gate. That's instant. That's instant they're on his ass about that. Like, God, give him a break. He just woke up. Like, what the fuck?
In his mind.
That's fucked up.
Welcomed his brother back to the universe. These feelings of triumph were only one of the many temptations he had in store for his beloved brother. The thick rope scar on Guilliman's neck always itched, but now it burned. Fulgrim's words would plague him for the years to come, questioning if any feeling of glory was his, or an influence of chaos. Guilliman drove the Emperor's sword through the creature, and the amulet, and silenced them forever. The victory parade concluded, but the realm of Ultramar was still.
So did that happen in front of the crowds? Wait.
Had birthed foul plagues across the realm.
So wait. That happened in front of like the victory parade, right? Like, He just took that fucking crown off his head, threw it on the fucking ground, turned, and fucking just impaled a demon, like in front of like these millions of people, like just watching. Like, you think they got like snapshots of that? Like, a certain political figure, which, was shot at recently in the news. I wonder if there's like pictures like, like that going around the Empire, like going around the Imperium, where it's just like Guilliman fucking just like impaling this motherfucker, like snapshotted,
Anger at the Primarch's resurrection had birthed foul plagues across the realm. Splinters of Chaos forces still harassed worlds. Ultramar had to be secure before the journey to Terra. The delegation had marched the parade grounds of the enormous city of Macrag's capital, were forged into a war host. So much
worth a try. It was worth a try. They tried to get him. They did try to get. It's worth, it's worth a shot. I take any opportunity if it's there.
Despite how much the buildings and structures had changed, even low Gothic, in this grimdark future had evolved. It was another reminder of unfamiliarity. This was a future of only war. The Imperium understood this, and now he had to get with the program.
Wow.
The Library of Ptolemy, the greatest repository of
because that's all they've known for 10,000
segmented,
years, though, to be completely fair.
A shock even to the Ultramarines.
Redacted by order of His Holy Inquisition.
The time for learning and understanding would come, but now was a time for only war. From Macrag, the Armada launched, clearing out the residual forces of chaos, as once again the 500 worlds were brought under one banner. For even that glorious bastion had devolved over the millennia, but the roll of victories would slow, as disease, a weeping plague, victims in their thousands, coughing and spluttering, from their eyes.
See, that shit,
Guilliman himself
that shit's the worst. Like,
but despite all medical efforts, the only cure seemed to be the very presence of the Primarch. Miracles were declared by the ecclesiarchal priests.
What?
Still a thought that disgusted Guilliman.
Yeah.
But the people were
miracles.
And he fought for them. Always. Even in the 30th millennium, Guilliman knew the Great Crusade had been bought by the blood of thousands of Hastatis, but billions of mortal men.
Yeah.
His compassion for their sacrifice was an understanding he knew deeply. And
so, like, he fucking absolutely despises what the Imperium has turned into at this point. He fucking hates it. He's disgusted by it. Absolutely. But he knows the presence that he is. He knows how inspiring that he can be, especially to these mortals. He brings great comfort to them, right? And he's not ignorant to their suffering. He's not ignorant like a lot of other Primarchs to just like the fact that mortals are dying in the billions while Astartes are dying in the thousands, Like, that's just how this works in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately. So it's like, yeah, at least he's actually got compassion for the average mortal. And even though he doesn't agree with the facade, and like, yeah, I definitely believe like reforms certainly need to be made, but at least for now, he's willing to let go of those assumptions or that biased against what the Imperium has turned into for good reason, but he's willing to let go of it to try to help these people, to try to let them overcome the adversary that the Imperium is currently in.
His compassion for their sacrifice.
This was just Nurgle pulling a prank, fuck.
Deeply, and one to his dismay, not often shared by his brothers. For weeks, Guilliman darted across the subsector, only for the disease to return.
G-Man would be a great drinking buddy. He can carry a conversation.
Voldus risked his wrath, one that had been lying below the surface since his resurrection. Voldus pushed him to accept the truth that he already knew. This disease, this plague, it was a ploy of Nurgle to keep Guilliman here, away from Terra. His compassion was being used against him.
Wow.
Guilliman swallowed the truth. He made the hard decision, as he has been forced to do countless times. He left the task and Ultramar to the Space Marines, giving overall command to Marnius Calgar. Before a great conclave, Rabute Guilliman declared a crusade. A great host with the destination of Terra. Imperial Navy, Mechanicus, forces from dozens of chapters, members from the Celestine Crusade such as Inquisitor Greyfax, Saint Celestine, Grand Master Voldus of the Grey Knights, Marius Almerich of the Black Templars, and with a contingent of Victrix Guard led by Caetus Acarius. Not
a lot of really, really good fighters, don't get me wrong. A lot of great, I'm sure, wartime leaders. We're seeing some of the Black Templars there. We're seeing multiple inquisitorial units there, as well as elements. The Mechanicus is there. But holy shit, I imagine Guilliman must fucking hate working with some of these people, like, is my assumption. Just given, again, miracles, fucking, the ecclesiarchy, fucking, the whole goddom, demigoddom thing. I'm sure internally makes him want to fucking vomit, but I think, like, again, you need these people, you need to work with them, and they're really, again, some of the best fighting forces you currently have available to you. You can't really underutilize them or misutilize them, I guess, in that sense. And you need them working with you. You need them to be allied to you, to actually like you in a sense. And they already see you as their natural leaders. So to shit on them doesn't really make much sense,
And with a contingent of Victrix Guard led by Caetus Acarius. Not since Lord Solar Macarius had such an imperial might gathered.
Wow.
Not since Cadia had fallen, and the Cicatrix Maledictum cut the galaxy in two. The Terran Crusade launched, making small jumps through the growing warp storms. Guilliman had tried to save Ultramar, but he needed to save his father's empire. What would he say? Had he even dared to think what state he would find him?
Nurgle was removing the symptoms when G-Man was near the mortals, so G-Man would waste a bunch of time. That's fucking sick.
He had been too late. The closing of the heresy, when Horus had died, and the Emperor had been interred upon the Golden Throne. He would not be delayed again. Into the Maelstrom, the warp storm that stained the edges of the Ultramarian segmentum, the Terran Crusade found its first conflict. An enormous Chaos fleet had arrayed before them, bearing the marks of 1,000 suns. His brother, Magnus the Red, had come to toy with his brother personally.
Great.
A ritual of immense power threw the Terran Crusade into the heart of the Maelstrom. The fleet desperately made
Thousand Suns are pretty cool, not gonna lie.
Did not risk the violent tides of the warp. Yet still, each time, members of the fleet went missing, suffering a fate worse than death. Escape seemed impossible, as they
Suffering a fate worse than death. That just makes me think of Event Horizon again, man. Like, what a great film that was, guys. If you didn't see my reaction to that, go check that out also at some point. But fuck, what a great movie that was. Honestly, I really enjoyed that for being an older film. Like, again, some of the CGI was dated and whatnot, but you can see very clearly the inspiration from Warhammer there. And I just thought it was such a great, like, direction to take. It's such a great direction to go, and it really just, like, showed, like, the fucked up thing, like, the reality of what potentially could be happening in the Warhammer universe, for sure. I think that was super fucking cool. It was a super cool interpretation, although not canon by any means, not canon, probably not that far off, is probably what I had to guess. Fucked up shit, man. Wow.
Bring a fate worse than death.
Magnus the Tomato.
Escape seemed
So
impossible,
true.
as they now swam deep in Corsair space. The Red Corsairs, the warband of the infamous Huron Blackheart, began ambush after ambush. Guilliman kept repelling them all until the fleet found itself trapped, surrounded by a cordon of broken ships chained together. The Red Corsairs launched a bombardment operation in the Macrag's honor and moved towards the bridge, accompanied by demons of Tzeentch and Kairos Fateweaver himself. Guilliman and the greater demon Fateweaver began to duel one another. The Lord of Change revealed that he'd been implanting subtle doubt into the mind of Guilliman ever since they entered the Maelstrom, and now used that
subtle doubt
as a ritualistic catalyst to finish him.
God damn it.
Was forced to his knees by the negative emotions and became trapped in psychic crystal chains. The Fateweaver ordered the Imperials to surrender themselves, lest he execute their Primarch. Faced with no other option, the Imperials surrendered and were taken captive.
Wow.
Those that refused were forcibly taken or killed.
So there's no way on Guilliman's first outing after he wakes up. Again, he gets this big badass sword. You guys say, I'm just saying a shield, you know, if he had that shield, perhaps, you know, I don't know if it would have changed anything, perhaps, but maybe, you know, this motherfucker is getting his ass beat instantly again. And now, not only that, but now the force he just mustered is now being taken captive or killed outright. Man, I want to give G-Man some credit here, but he, you know, he's just not doing it. He's just not doing it, guys. He's not getting it done. You know, he's really, he's really just not getting it done here, is he?
Fate had come. He was going to die in some twisted ritual, or be tortured endlessly.
I'm not saying Fate Weaver's a pushover, but
Guilliman felt grief.
I'm not saying that, but G-Man shouldn't also be a pushover. You'd think he'd be pushing a little harder here, you know?
Father's kingdom descend into when he was gone, before the circling carrion feeders of chaos plucked it apart, piece by piece before its destruction. Thousands.
Also, yeah, good point, you know? They had a chance to nix Guilliman and just didn't take it. Yeah, they had a chance to just fucking kill him right off the bat. Just end him right there. Like, bro, you're telling me you didn't just take that chance? Just fucking kill him. He's psychically entrapped right now. Just execute him. And then kill the rest of the Marines anyway. Who gives a shit? You know? G-Men can come back. Like, you know, he can take a couple hits and come back. If he's on his knees in front of you and you can finish him, you fucking stupid not to take that choice, man. Is that like a, you know, like, oh, look at we captured, you know? Let's parade him in front of our brothers. Fuck that. Just kill his ass. You know, holy shit. That's like some horror movie plot line right there.
It apart, piece by piece before its destruction. Thousands.
In a universe where everyone one-ups everyone, it's good to see someone struggle.
Rebute Guilliman this far, only to waste their sacrifice. In the midnight black walls of their prison, there was no comfort. The Terran Crusade had been moved to Blackheart's Blackstone fortress.
Killing him would be a complete chaos victory, which chaos seemingly doesn't want.
Until Guilliman felt the walls begin to shake,
what?
And the sounds of battle rising in the distance. The guards at their doors were cut down in silence. Two figures stepped forward. One, a space marine clad in the armor of the Crusade-era Dark Angels.
Oh.
A man who simply said he goes by cipher. He would free Guilliman if he agreed to give him an audience with the Emperor. What choice did he have? Salandri Veilwalker, an Eldar, a harlequin of the laughing god Kegarak, sent by a name he recognized, Eldrad Ulthran.
What the
fuck? A force of dark angels and harlequins broke upon the other cells, as Guilliman launched forward to free the others.
Wait a second, dark angels and harlequins are teaming up right now. What? What? What the fuck? Since when? I guess I guess the harlequins aren't really like, are they bad per se? I guess they're not really bad. They're not, you know, they're not the worst, but like, would, you know, that can't be common, surely. Like that's got to be like a one-time like thing, right? Like neutral, yeah. I'd say they're neutral too. Like I don't hear about them just going out of their way to fuck on people. So like, dark angels are complicated. I realize G-Man gets his ass beat a lot, but he's always down to run a fade against any of his brothers. I think he has most Primarch v Primarch fights than any other Primarch. Give him credit. I'm giving him credit. I am giving him credit. Like he does, you know, he fights a lot. Like I'm going to give him credit where it's due. He does do that, but he just doesn't win. That's the problem. He doesn't take a W, you know? He only takes those L's, and every time he takes those L's, he's usually, see, my problem is like, why are you putting yourself in the position to take an L in the first place? You know, wouldn't it be better just to not have to do that? You know, like, listen, I get honor dictates and all that, but listen, like, if you're not the best fighter and you know this and you've gotten your ass beat a couple times, surely you would realize that your best role would be away from combat, maybe not on the front line, maybe, you know, as an inspiring presence to inspire your fighters, you know, but maybe not right up there.
If you're fighting like the best of the best, you know, if you're fighting like some bitch basics, yeah, go up there and do your thing. But if you're fighting like, you know, you're fighting like some other Primarchs that can beat your ass, will beat your ass. Like there is no can, they will beat your ass. I feel like just don't fight them, you know, don't put yourself in that position. You know, you got to maneuver, you got to be strategic about that shit.
The sound of distant battle there cover. Inquisitor Greyfax, Saint Celestine, Grand Master
Dark Angels are
Volus,
very convoluted.
Marius Almerich, Caetus Acarius, thousands of Astartes and Imperial Guard. All were broken out of their cells one by one, as the Imperials grew into an armada. Liberating their captured weapons and vehicles, they made their way towards the heart of the Blackstone Fortress, towards the Webway Portal. The forces of Tzeentch and their dizzying twisted hordes clashed into scarlet red. The blood-frothing tides of Khorne. The capture and seemingly still living Primarch had angered the Blood God, and his avatars had arrived to sweep aside their rivals. But both turned to face the Emperor's sword-wielding Primarch. Platforms the size of parade grounds held host to a clash so violent it melted mortal senses.
Wow.
Skarbrand, Demon Prince of Khorne, bounded forth. Guilliman turned to see something else emerging. Space Marines wreathed in flame and charred bone. They scorched their way into the demonic horde, seeming to be ghosts of some vengeful dead.
What the
Guilliman
fuck?
had no time to question it. Marius Almerich
Fair
and his
enough.
Black Templars paused, and then threw themselves at the bloodthirsty Skarbrand. A moment Guilliman used, barking orders as the Imperial column raced towards the Webway portal, honouring the Templar's sacrifice. Covered in blood, but with Almerach's blade still in his heart, Skarbrand broke through. Demonic axe met the Emperor's sword, as sparks and flame flew in the area of death. Guilliman felt the rage building within, pulsating. Such was the effect of the demon's presence, and there was so much anger to draw from, but Guilliman swallowed it, placing walls against his fury and bloodlust. Caetus Acarius and Saint Celestine begged Guilliman to follow, as at the Webway gates, the Terran Crusade had almost fully passed through.
Yeah.
Guilliman turned, unleashing a full clip from the Hand of Dominion, and blasting Skarbrand's skull apart.
There you
He
go.
leapt the chasm, treading over the glorious dead who had bought this chance to escape. And then Guilliman entered the Webway.
I will say you gotta give credit to the Black Templars, though. At least they're, you know, they're still out there fucking, you know, they might be radicals, but at least they're, you know, they'll fight to the end, you know. That's what they're good for. They are very good for holding out and fighting till the end, is what I will say from what we saw. If, you know, Hell's Reach was any indicator of that, fucking yeah, they'll do that. So good they were there, they can be counted on, and good they got a little homage paid to them here in this. The problem is that really only G-Man stands a chance against other Primarchs, so he literally has no other choice. I mean, Lion's back, isn't he? Lion stands a chance, I feel like, right? Like, Lion should definitely take those fights. And also, fucking, I guess when he does come back, Vulcan, on occasion, Vulcan can also sometimes take those fights whenever he chooses to come back. I don't know if he chooses or how that works. He's a perpetual, so he does come back, but, you know, you gotta strategically time that shit. You can't just be taking them, right? Like, Legion of the Damned, baby. We need more Legion of the Damned lore. It seems to be the reincarnated soul of either the Marines lost at Isstvan 3 and probably 5, or the souls of all Marines who died for the Emperor and humanity during the 10,000 years. Yeah, that's kind of nuts. Like, these fucking souls just kind of come out of nowhere and start attacking people. Very fucking crazy.
The sound of battle ceasing. The Webway, the labyrinth dimension between the warp.
Is Korax still alive? I haven't seen the Korax video yet.
Ancient as it was strange. Guided by the Harlequins, the Terran Crusade began to move. Salandri Veilwalker approached Guilliman and Belisarius Khorne, telling them of the treacherous road to the Terran Warp Gate, below the Imperial Palace. The path had been
Lion wasn't
scouted
around
ahead,
yet?
but a great enemy was amassing. Marines clad in gold and blue, reeking of the corruption of Tzeentch, and they were on their way. Guilliman's mind raced. The month since the crusade had started, the maneuvers of his twisted brother Magnus to force them into the maelstrom. Despite all they had gone through, it was almost too easy. Guilliman knew of Magnus's sin, his folly in breaking the webway wards upon Terra. The demon Primarch knew the way, but not how to get in, unless he followed them. The Golden Throne itself would be in danger. That was the plan. Silandri Veilwalker revealed to Guilliman a secret.
Korax Platenhein's secret Logar.
Path that could break the
Korax was tormenting Logar.
Magnus was forcing them to walk. A webway portal upon Luna, Terra's moon. But once they arrived, they would be on their own. Until Imperial reinforcements could arrive, they would be vulnerable. Guilliman made his choice. His only choice. He became the symbol, the one the traumatized Imperials needed. By the front, he ordered the great host forward. Terra was within reach. For days, weeks, they marched through this strange land, all too aware of the enemy force closing in. The prayers and exaltation of the God Emperor raised their spirit high. Guilliman let them have that. He had not made a decision of what to do when confronted by the faith the Emperor himself disavowed. They were close. Guilliman could feel it. Streams of blue blazing bolt fire came arching in. Days of near relentless marching, and finally the 1,000 suns were upon them. Imperial arms returned fire as Volders and the Grey Knights charged, bursting the dust automatons of the Rubik Marines apart.
Also kind of crazy too how fucking Grey Knights are present in this battle as well. Like, you really do just have everybody. Everybody was called, and basically everybody seems to have answered. Nobody's missing out on this chance. You got one of the Emperor's boys back, and I guess this too. When did Lion wake up again? When was that? How long after Guilliman? I believe, what was the date here? 999 M41. So was it M42, M43 the Lion woke up in, roughly? You know, if that's so, like, I'm just trying to get an accurate representation on that, because, like, I guess they haven't met in modern 40K to my knowledge. They actually, they're still split apart, I guess, because of the warp storms keeping them apart, I believe. 10 or so years, so it's only a difference of 10 years, a decade, is that correct?
This ambush began to slowly surround and push in, but Guilliman refused to be slowed. The Terran Crusade paid little heed to their defense, and smashed out of the envelopment. The diving strikes of St. Celestine were creating a breach as they pushed on to the gate. Guilliman took a step out onto the grey dust, as he enacted sealing protocols in his armor of fate. In the void of space, the Terran Crusade marched up a slope, surrounding the craters of the webway. Guilliman looked up, seeing amongst the speckle of stars.
They have not
Terra
yet met. No,
for the first
I didn't think
time
so.
in 10,000 years. His father was there. The gate behind exploded in fire. Columns of the 1,000 suns burst through.
God, the 1,000 suns are up their ass right now. Wow.
Even a dread knight collapsed. Mounting the lip edge, the Imperials returned fire. Time. They needed to buy time. The readings coming from this location would no doubt raise every Imperial alarm possible. Flying discs, Zangos, rubrics, and vile sorcerers streamed up as a defensive line of land raiders. Tanks, Skitarii and Hastatis returned a mass volume of fire. Cypher cleaved rubrics in two. Greyfax slammed silver spikes through their eye lenses. Saint Celestine dove through the lines as Belisarius' call atomized them.
Wow.
They were holding until the webway gate began to pulse. Guilliman felt a wave of dread as a monster stepped through. Magnus the Red.
Oh.
The demon Primarch.
Magnus himself is
The
making an
tide
appearance.
changed in an instant. Words of hateful power shielded the 1,000 suns.
Hateful
Magnus
power.
eviscerated
Oh.
tanks and Hastatis as demons swarmed around him. Guilliman would not let him kill his men. The Primarch charged, pounding across the distance and leapt. The Emperor's sword slammed onto Magnus's glaive with a bone-rippling clang. The two Primarchs tumbled away from the heat of the battle. Guilliman stood, screaming for his brother to face him. He knew that monster could hear him, even in the void of space. A laughing voice grew, as he finally regarded in detail the growing form of the approaching Magnus.
Wow.
When Guilliman had awoken, he had desperately
Look how fucking
wanted to
big
speak
Magnus is
to a
now.
brother,
Holy
but
shit.
not like this. Magnus taunted him, commenting on how ignorant he was and always had been. If only Guilliman could see the power he wielded now. If
I think he
only
can see
Guilliman
it.
could see through the Emperor and his lies. They both looked to the sky. Terran forces would come, but it would be a shame Guilliman wouldn't be alive to see them. Magnus moved, faster than Guilliman believed. The demon Primarch dwarfed him, and in that eye Guilliman saw a glimpse of the man he'd once respected. The grief slipped just as quickly as they clashed blades again. Guilliman rocketed the hand of Dominion across Magnus's face. Guilliman was still a Primarch. Always Magnus's arrogance had made him underestimate opponents.
That's true, but I mean, fuck, look at Magnus, like just his size at this time. Like this is a full-on demon Primarch at this time. This isn't like no bitch basic fucking, you know, regular Primarch anymore. This is a demon Primarch we're dealing with. This motherfucker dwarfs Guilliman, and we were just talking about earlier how Guilliman just dwarfs everybody else in his size. And it's fucking nuts, man. And Magnus too, like, again, it was Magnus's fault, you know. Fucking you know, he he didn't know, but yeah, it was kind of his fault. Shit ended up the way it did. And man, just to see like how fucking strong he's gotten, it's fucking nuts. Like I don't think he was always that physically powerful. Because he had psyker abilities, if that's correct. I believe he was more of a psyker more than a physical Primarch, but now he's just kind of got everything, you know? Maybe I'm wrong. Magnus equal tall. I know Magnus was first. Once fist fought a Titan. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Magnus is just a fucking god and he just always has been. Maybe he's just physically inept, or not physically adept, and just fucking always has been insane, you know? So the wingspan makes him like 2.5 times larger too. Yeah. Like what? This guy's got to be like what? 8 stories tall? Like something like that. Like just looking at this picture, something like that. 8 stories. Fucking huge.
Always Magnus's arrogance had made him underestimate opponents. Psychic fire came back in vengeance. Guilliman screamed in pain as his armor cooked him within. The warning signs of blood.
Magnus was made fun of a number of times for his lack of physical power,
throwing him into a pile of ancient wreckage.
Magnus was a
burying his
powerful
brother
warrior
deep.
as well as a master psyker.
It felt
Interesting,
like falling.
interesting.
For a split second,
Which
with
one is it
wounds
then?
pouring and bones broken, the depths of sorrow eclipsed him. Guilliman thought. He wanted again, ever so briefly, to give up. But again he thought to his people, how even in this grim dark future, his son and his people still fought for a better future. How could he give in when they had given so much? Guilliman roared. His vocal cords became hot as he scrambled heedlessly out of his tomb. He stood at the top and looked hatefully at Magnus, the Emperor's sword flaring in response as the demon Primarch met his gaze, raising one eyebrow. The clash was going to begin again, but then the sky began to glow. Arcs of flame and artillery began to rocket into the thousand suns.
Wow.
The Imperials had arrived.
Thank
The
God.
desperate survivors rallied as teleportation flares opened up around them. Clad in golden auramite, the Adeptus Custodes joined
Oh,
the fray.
okay.
Valdus, Celestine, Greyfax, and Khorne joined the surging Imperials.
Now, you don't really see Custodes, you know, outside of Terra there. So the fact that Custodes making their way here, you know, and they're on their way to Terra. So I assume, you know, they can probably get there for sure. But the fact that they're there, they're probably going to turn this around. This is like,
you know, especially when you have Grey Knights present as well, and now Custodes. These are like the demon killers. This is what you want to counter demons here. That's fucking crazy.
As the yellow drop pods of the Imperial Fist slammed into the enemy, ships reaped lines of explosives as molten arcs of rubric armor was sent
They're on the moon? They're on
the sky as
okay.
a ship door opened.
Luna,
as
the
Guilliman
moon.
saw the blanks of the Sisters of Silence land next to him. Guilliman smiled. The odds had been very much evened. Guilliman rallied as he and the sisters charged, Magnus's foul magic evaporating before the psychic blanks of that ancient sisterhood. The Emperor's sword again clanked against glaive. The blades moved at such speed, mortal men couldn't follow. Guilliman
Now you
felt
have Sisters of
every
Silence
spring
there too.
vibrate
They're
his
done.
bones
They're surely
as he
done.
threw everything he had at the titan-sized monster. Cuts bled from Magnus's heels as the sisters wore him down. He killed several for their transgression, but still the demon was pushed back. Guilliman poured everything he had at his once brother, all the way to the webway gate itself. He kept pushing, seeing the harlequins at its edges, the sound of battle behind him dying away. Magnus staggered, resorting to tossing the battlefield corpses at Guilliman.
Wow.
Guilliman kept pressing, and with one last effort, he rammed the Emperor's sword into Magnus's gut.
Oh.
The demon Primarch's flesh sizzled as he screamed. At last, Guilliman finished it, kicking his brother back through the gate. Zeech could have him. Guilliman fell to his knees. Hearing the last of the enemy being cleared up, he made for the lips' edge.
Must be
He was
very
wounded,
depressing
and his
for
armor
Magnus
was
always
nearly
being such
broken.
a
He voxed to every
such a failure,
force
you know?
to rally to him, to meet the retreating Thousand Suns army heading straight for the gate, straight to him. For the last three Sisters of Silence, Guilliman charged one last time. He slammed into the lines as the Imperials in unison descended upon the last of their enemy. The dust settled, and finally Guilliman let his body begin to heal, but exhaustion flooded him. An enormous golden ship landed, descending to meet the leaders of the Terran Crusade. A procession of Custodes marched forth, bringing Guilliman and his companions in. The guardians of the Emperor bowed, telling him they would take him to the Imperial Palace.
Thank God.
They would take him to his father. He was in the dust of a corpse.
Imagine like they're literally on the moon, right? But like the Custodes just are like, that's too far. That's not the palace. We can't leave. We can't leave, guys. Like, sorry. And they're just watching this like take place on the moon. Just like how fucking crazy would that be? Like they're just like, they don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, wish we could do something, but you know, fortunately, you know, Malkador was physically weak, but his psychic made him horrifying, hence being able to be smacked around by a Primarch. After Guilliman returned, he allowed the Custodes to leave Terra to crusade again. Well, thank God. Like, again, like I don't understand, and like I think if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device made a great point on that. Those videos, man, like why the fuck would you have the best equipment, the best weapons in all of the Imperium, and you're just gonna sit around and guard the palace? Like, no, go the fuck out there and be useful. Like, what the hell? Well, the Sword of the Emperor can permakill demons. Guilliman doesn't know how to activate that aspect of the weapon. If he did, that gut shot might have permakilled Magnus. Yeah, like I was hoping that would be the point, right? Like you gotta just fucking gotta put him down. I wouldn't have even kicked them through the webway. Like if you're clearly winning, prevent him from retreating and just fucking like beat his ass until he's for sure dead. I don't know how that would work necessarily, but yeah, you gotta prevent a retreat, you know? If anything. Does a tool call its wielder father? Maybe. At least the Custodes got dressed in armor for this, so true.
To his father.
They actually got like, you know,
of a corpse king's court.
finally armored up
Resplendent
instead of just being weird 24/7.
The ages,
Father,
he said, and when he said that word, it was the last time he had meant it.
Father, I have returned.
Guilliman forced himself to look up into the pillar of light, the screaming of souls, the empty-eyed skull, the impassive god, the old man, yesterday's savior.
What must I do? Help me, Father. Help me save them.
He looked at the Emperor of mankind and could not see. Too much, too bright, too powerful. The unreality of the being before him stunned him to the core. 100 different impressions, all false, all true, raced through his mind. He could not remember what his father had looked like before, and Rabute Guilliman forgot nothing. And then, that thing, that terrible, awful thing upon the throne saw him.
Yeah.
My son. 13. Lord of Ultramar. Savior. Hope. Failure. Disappointment.
Oh.
Liar. Thief. Betrayer.
What the fuck?
Guilliman.
He heard all of these at once. He did not hear them at all. The Emperor spoke and did not speak. The very idea of words seemed ridiculous.
So this is like a psyker transfer, like the Emperor's presence. He's implanting these words into his head kind of thing, because he obviously can't communicate as he's just a decaying corpse at this point. Yeah, shit, dog. I mean, because like there has been times too when like people have seen the Emperor and they just see this cold and dark figure, you know, and it happened even before he ascended the throne too, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So fuck, man. I mean, it's rough to see. I don't think Guilliman's going to take this very well. And it said like this was like the last time that he called him father and actually meant it. So I imagine this meeting is definitely not going to go too well.
The concept of them, a grievous harm against the equilibrium of time and being.
Rabute.
Everyone here
Guilliman.
go like his last fantasy video. Our clan Mulder is going to kidnap you and
Raging
experiment
spoke
on
his
you.
name, and it was as the violence of a dying
What
sun
the fuck?
raining upon its worlds.
Guilliman. Guilliman. Guilliman.
The name echoed down the wind of eternity, never ceasing, never reaching its intended point. The sensation of many minds reaching out to Guilliman, violating his senses as they tried to commune. But then one mind seemed to come from the many, a raw, unbounded power, and gave wordless commands to go out and save what they built together, to destroy what they made, to save his brothers, to kill them. Contradictory impulses, all impossible to disobey.
So this also could be showing like, you know, the Emperor has been on the throne for 10,000 years at this point. He's having to consume the souls of thousands every single day just to stay alive. So this could be very conflicting messages from the Emperor, different souls going through him. He's decayed to such a point. He's no longer what he was. So yeah, this is probably the exact same as like a dementia-riddled old man, unfortunately, you know, like it's probably a lot like what this is right now for him. Guilliman should have pulled the life support. I kind of agree with that, to be honest. Like it would have been easier. Holy shit. Like this is bad.
Contradictory impulses, all impossible to disobey, all the same.
The Emperor should have been put in a dreadnought. There you go.
Many and
Put him in a
terrible
Titan.
raced through his
Put that
mind,
motherfucker, build a Titan
the
around him.
results of all these things. He should do any.
Let somebody else ascend the throne. He's been on there too
or
long.
None of them.
Father!
He cried. Thoughts battered him.
A son. Not a son. A thing. A name. Not not a name, a number, a tool, a product.
A grand plan in ruins, an ambition unrealized, information, too much information, coerced through Guilliman. Stars and galaxies, entire universes, races older than time, things too terrible to be real, eroding his being like a storm, in full spate, carving knife-edge gullies into Badlands.
Wow.
Please, Father!
He begged.
Father, not a father. Thing. Apotheosis. Victory. Defeat. Choose. Fate. Future. Past. Renewal. Despair. Decay.
And then, there seemed to be a focusing, as of a great will exerting itself, not for the final time, but nearly for the final time. A sense of strength failing, a sense of ending, far away. He heard arcane machines whine and screech, close to collapse, and the clamour of screams of dying psychers had underpinned everything in that horrific room, rising higher in pitch and intensity. The voices overlaid, overlapped, became almost one, and Guilliman had a fleeting memory of a sad face that had seen too much, and a burden it could barely countenance.
Guilliman.
So what, he was like just injected with the fucking secret sauce there? The psychers got sacrificed, he was injected, they roided him up, and now he's just like seeing clear again. He's like, oh yeah, whoa, yeah. Sorry, I tuned out there for a minute, and then my bad. Holy shit. The throne in the Titan, yeah. Just a Tool is crazy. Just a Tool is crazy. Like, the Emperor in general is talking pretty crazy right now. Again, like, this is a dementia-riddled old man. Like, I don't know how Guilliman can look at, like, the Emperor as he sits here right now and take anything he says seriously, you know? Like, I know he's still the Emperor, of course, but, like, you know, like, look at him. Like, that's pretty fucked up. He's not, you know, he's not as he was, let's say. Magnus was the intended power for the throne, Vulcan his failsafe. That makes sense. Yeah, Magnus seems like he'd be perfectly fitted for the job. And Vulcan too, because Vulcan is a perpetual, right? Couldn't Vulcan, in theory, sit the throne and come back? I guess not, because it deatomizes you, right? Like, that's the whole thing. Is it, like, fucking completely gets rid of your soul entirely? And that's why, like, Malkador was almost, like, spared, in a sense, because he didn't have to go to the warp, almost.
Hear me, my last loyal son, my pride, my greatest triumph.
How those words burned him. They were not a lie, not entirely. It was worse than that. They were conditional.
My last tool. My last hope.
A final drawing in of power. A thought expelled like a dying breath.
Guilliman.
The Indominus Crusade.
"10,000 years have passed since the Primarch Horus turned to chaos and betrayed his father, the Emperor of mankind, plunging the galaxy into ruinous civil war. For
Vulcan's life
100
was to destroy the
centuries,
throne by
Imperium
using
has
it.
endured Xenos invasion, internal dissent, and the perfidious attention of the dark gods of the warp.
Emperor's a
The Emperor
perpetual
sits
also anyway, that's
immobile
true, I
on the
suppose.
golden throne of
But I feel
terror.
like the Emperor could be, even though the Emperor is also perpetual, I feel like the Emperor could be definitely better utilized not sitting the throne and doing other shit, you know? For sure, for sure. Like, I feel like, you know, he would definitely be needed in that way, much so. Vulcan would survive, but he had the bomb to watch. Wrong thought for a failsafe. If the throne failed and Magnus fell short, Vulcan's life was destroyed the throne by using it. Yeah. Vulcan is not a psyker, so he can't hold the throne. Oh, okay. So it's all about having psyker abilities, and I guess, yeah, that would make sense, totally. Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, you need to have innate psyker abilities, and I guess it was really only Magnus, I guess, that did. Is that correct? Magnus and the Emperor himself. So that's very true. Wow, a lot really hinged on Magnus then, unironically. Wow.
The Emperor sits immobile on the golden throne of terror, a psychic bastion against infernal powers. It is his will alone that lights the Astronomicon, binding together the Imperium. Yet not one word has he uttered in all that time. Without his guidance, mankind has strayed far from the path of enlightenment. The bright ideals of the Age of Wonder have withered and died. To be alive in this time is a terrible fate, where an existence of grinding servitude is the best that can be hoped for.
True.
And a quick death is seen as the kindest mercy. As
Also
the Imperium
true.
continues its inevitable decline, Abaddon, last true son of the Primarch Horus, and now the War Master in his stead, has reached the climax of a plan millennia in the making, tearing reality open across the width of the galaxy, and unleashing forces unheard of. At last, it seems, after centuries of valiant struggle, mankind's doom is at hand. Into this darkness, a pale shaft of light penetrates. The Primarch Rabute Guilliman has been awakened from deathly slumber by alien sorcery and arcane science. Returning to terror, he has resolved to set right this dire imbalance.
You need to be at least
chaos once and
Alpha
for
plus
all,
Psych or top hold
and
the
to
throne for any
restart the
time.
Emperor's
Okay.
grand plan for humanity. But first, the Imperium must be saved. The galaxy is split in twain. On one side, Imperium Sanctus, beleaguered but defiant. On the other, Imperium Nihilus, thought lost to the night. A mighty crusade has been called to take back the Imperium and restore its glory. All mankind stands ready for the greatest conflict of the age. Failure means extinction, and the path to victory leads only to war. This is the era Indomitus. It felt like standing before the core.
And Abaddon too. He's the main antagonist in, I believe, Battlefleet. Is that not correct? During the prologue, I'm pretty sure you fight him, and he's on Horus's flagship. There, you watch him ram the Blackstone into Cadia. Spoilers, no, but which is awesome to see. So I'm guessing the Indominus Crusade. This is largely about him, if I had to assume, right?
Is the era Indomitus. It felt like standing before the core of a sun. So
Vulcan have a
bright it
button
hurt
to blow
even
up
his
Terra if they
eyes.
lost. That's kind of
It
fucked
felt
up.
like only moments had passed.
Talisman of
Yet
Seven
the
Hammers, which would
expected
detonate
victors of
Terra.
the
What the fuck?
Crusade had waited days outside the
He's the
golden
War Master
doors
of
the
Chaos
palace.
currently. I see.
The ramparts and streets were filled with millions. From the serfs, pilgrims and citizens huddled in the mass of pollutants and incense. The aristocracy and high lords in their towers, all waiting until finally the door opened. Rabute Guilliman's memory was perfect, but it failed when he tried to remember every detail of what had occurred. He looked up. He was resolute. The Emperor's last hope. He would save this Imperium. Theoretical. The Imperium is in danger, half cut off by the warp. Practical. The Imperium must be stabilized. Guilliman assembled the High Lords of Terror. Cadia had fallen. The Cicatrix Maledictum had cut the galaxy in two. Not since Horus's forces had been there at the very gates of Terror had the Imperium been in such a precarious state. And he would be taking charge as Lord Commander of the Imperium once again.
Does Guilliman make an appearance in Battlefleet? I'm trying to remember at the start of the prologue there. Is that him?
Sat beside his men,
I don't think so.
accompanied by custodians, Hastatis, and even High Lords. In orbit,
Abaddon is
towards
Horus's
the
first
cities of
captain slash
Belisarius
killer.
Call, this conclave was gathering. Call had delivered on his promise, one made 10,000 years before, to bring him back to life.
The nightmare moving the original
Now
Abaddon
came the
model
second
was,
part
I
of that
bet.
deal, one that filled
Abaddon
him
the
with
Armless.
equal excitement and caution. Even now he wasn't sure if he could fully trust the Magos, but what choice did he have? Guilliman sat down in the packed amphitheater like hold, knowing Call, this would be dramatic. For those of you who do not know me, I am Archmagos Belisarius Call. The Magos spoke. 10,000 years ago, the very Primarch who stands with you today entrusted me with a great and difficult task, the improvement of the work of the Omnissiah himself. A murmur passed around the crowd. Loudest amongst those knots of people were ones with technical knowledge or an understanding of the Martian cult. You have passed through this ship of mine and seen some of my work. Improvements to weaponry, armor and attack vehicles, salvaged ancient knowledge, and entirely new designs. The scale of what I have achieved in these armaments and war gear exceeds the wildest dreams of my colleagues.
Wow.
But it is the lesser part of the work.
So
These
true.
warriors you see here before you are the crowning achievement of my project. You bear witness to a new founding, a new kind of warrior, the Primaris Space Marine.
Ooh.
He chuckled, a most incongruous sound. Do not think me a heretic for my presumption, for the Lord Guilliman commissioned me to undertake this task. Even I do not have the temerity to tinker with the Omnissiah's work without permission.
I
It was
see.
the Lord Guilliman that gave me
Not without permission, but with it, we certainly fucking will. And do you think that's what Guilliman intended? Like, did he directly go out and say, make the Space Marines better? And I wonder what is going to be different. I don't know much about the Primaris Space Marines, so what is exactly going to be different here? I'm guessing augmentation to some degree, but I suppose we'll have to find out here. Wow. But a new soldier, not a new... the crown jewel isn't a new weapon. It's not a new vehicle. It's not a new explosive. It's fucking a new Marine. Wow. Yes, more or less. Yes. Yeah, he did. Okay.
his work without permission.
It's good at
It
least
was the
he
Lord
got
Guilliman that
permission.
gave me
This was
access
exactly
to a
like in the
few
fine print
records and
what he was supposed to
materials
do.
pertaining to the Space Marines' creation, survived the Great Heresy War.
They have additional
including
organs.
the remnants left from his original Primarch project.
He did that as well. Yeah, he did that all as well. But that was his crowning jewel, was the
Primaris.
Primaris. Yeah.
In a few moments, you will see that although my labors were millennia long, understanding even the work of the Emperor himself was not beyond my genius. And I have exceeded the Primarch's demands in every way.
Wow.
He clicked his metallic fingers. Warriors in the square divided immediately into squads and began marching around. Some donned in grey power armor, whilst others coloured in the livery of the founding Legion chapters. A host of thousands. A stronger, faster and more durable warrior to bring the war back to the enemies of the Imperium. Guilliman was impressed. Since his awakening, all had been backslide and decay. But this was new. This was hope.
This is what we need.
This
Something
force could
new,
re-establish
finally.
Stability to the Imperium, even on the dark side of the rift, and also quell any thoughts of rebellion.
But I wonder how, like, just the average Space Marine must view this. Like, they might be a little fucking perturbed by this. Like, in a sense, it's almost like they're getting replaced almost, you know? And God, they're Mechanicus too, so who knows what fucking Call did to, you know, they got like some fucking brain chip in there to fucking make them loyal to the Mechanicus or some shit. Like, you know, Mechanicus politics. They might be fucking around, you know. I don't trust them. You know. Call, is that an AI? No. We don't talk about Call. Is definitely not AI shit he's made as well. I definitely don't have AI. Don't look in the basement. Depends on the chapters. Okay.
Inside the rift, and also quell any thoughts of rebellion. For he knew those mortal men and families would not be so easily willing to give up their power.
Flesh Tearers didn't take to the Primaris well. Some Black Templars called it heresy and even killed a custody over it. Holy shit.
But on this momentous occasion,
it's quite the impressive feat to kill a custody over it.
Under attack. 8 bloodthirsters of Khorne, followed by 88 demonic cohorts, were attacking. Summoned through hidden cultists hiding in the Terran slums, the raging forces of Khorne slammed against the Imperial Palace itself, only to be countercharged by the Emperor's own custodies. 4,000 of the Golden Sons, led by Trajan Valoris, aided by the Sisters of Silence and Grey Knights. They repelled it, as Guilliman led his Primaris host to their first battle, attacking the demonic lines from the rear. Terror had been cleansed, though 2,000 of the Emperor's finest lay dead, the greatest portion filled with the veterans of that ancient Horus heresy. The threat Terror had faced was a stark reminder of the position the Imperium was in.
So this wasn't like a bitch basic like
isolating and
cultist like uprising, like this was a full-scale like invasion.
The Imperium must be
almost
and reinforced.
2,000 dead custodies or Grey Knights. It's pretty crazy.
Began to pool. An armada the size of a Great Crusade fleet amassed. Rabute declared himself not just the Lord Commander, but the Lord Regent of Terror. He had to be more than just a general, if the Imperium was to survive. He knew the declaration
this was a massive invasion,
by the High Lords and nobles, who now saw the threat.
Doesn't he still keep that disassembled Necron?
Almost greater than the arch enemy. How the Emperor would weep to see.
Dark Angels don't trust them that much.
Gilliman thought. After a few,
I imagine many chapters would have problems with these, with the
Indomitus Crusade,
Primaris Space
the Grand
Marines.
Host filled with custodies, Inquisition, Ecclesiarchy, and the Primaris Marines launched, setting out to reclaim the stars. Across thousands of worlds, the desperate defenders of the Imperium looked to the skies, their prayers to the God Emperor answered, as an enormous fleet, led by a son of the Emperor, pushed back the tides of chaos and Xenos, led by a new generation of his Angels of Death, of the many tens of thousands of Primaris Marines, created by Belisarius' call.
Tens of
Only
thousands.
half initially formed into new chapters. The rest had been gathered into great armies, each of one gene line. They wore the livery of their founding Primarchs, their badges crossed with the pale grey chevrons, and within their gene groupings, they were then further organized into chapter-size formations. There the agreement with the Codex Astartes ended.
So, just to be clear on what exactly a Primaris Space Marine is, they still have their original father's gene seed, therefore they're still, I guess they have different Primarchs gene seeds in general, right? Therefore they're still donning their original chapter, original Legion's armors, and then therefore into that they've been broken down into their own individual chapters. So you have chapters that are only Primaris Space Marines, is that correct? And I'm assuming, like, to make one, are they vat grown or are they trained like a normal Astartes is? You know what I'm saying? Like, are they, like, how different is it to make one of these guys? I'm wondering, you know? Same thing, but 3 additional powerful organs. Titus had to become Primaris to survive. Original gene seed, 3 new organs. Okay.
Into chapter-size formations. There the agreement with the Codex Astartes ended. The Primaris formations designated the unnumbered sons of the Primarchs, and over the years, giving themselves the name Grey Shields. They were the new sons of old science, and they had no fraternity but
They're like normal Astartes,
Guilliman
just new
deployed
organs
his
and
new
bigger.
weapons in every way
Okay, normal
imaginable.
child soldier
The
Astartes,
Primaris
fair
Space
enough.
Marines fought like legions of old, in huge formations of one type. But as time wore on, they also fought in mixed groups of every size, from strike teams of 5 to up to double chapter strength.
Wow.
They knew the strengths of their gene cousins and their preferences. Brotherhood crossed the lines of Primarch and Gene Seed, just as Guilliman intended. Never before did he ever have the power to wield the Astartes in such a way, and Guilliman relished in it. As the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade progressed, the unnumbered sons dwindled. All across the many fronts of the war, Guilliman took the Primaris Marines from their companies and their squads, assigning them to the various understrength Space Marine chapters encountered across Imperium Sanctus.
Wow.
Whole companies hived off, sometimes only a handful, all at his command, where Guilliman assessed the need be.
So they largely went to go reinforce decayed or depleted chapters that were fighting as well. So you could, in theory, see Primaris Space Marines anywhere, is that correct? Like theoretically in any chapter at any time. Just because they reinforce battlefield losses. Is that correct? Firstborn Marines can get surgery to become Primaris. Some even survive the transition. It has a high failure rate, though. I see. You probably don't remember, but in the first Chris Quotes video, the chapter master of the Flesh Terrors argued with Dante about how he thought the Primaris Marines were dog shit. Yeah, I actually think I do recall that slightly. Yeah, they were straight up just arguing about it for a while there. Yeah, honestly, that's a great video too. Fucking Chris Tester again. He makes such fantastic narration work. A lot of reinforcements already made chapters. Almost every chapter at this point has Primaris Marines. Okay,
all at his command.
That's good though. At least they're
where
getting
Guilliman assessed
reinforced.
the need be. Even at times, Guilliman used them to create whole new chapters. Warrior by warrior, the unnumbered sons were scattered across the galaxy, taking with them the secrets of their creation to their new homes. Unremembered sons of Guilliman became Aurora Marines or Doom Eagles. Unnumbered sons of Dawn joined the Black Templars or Imperial Fists.
I see.
Unnumbered sons of Korax became Raven Guard or Raptors.
Ooh.
It was a decade of renewal, a time for hope. One that gave Guilliman no rest. Worlds were liberated, cleansed and repopulated where the Crusade ventured. Even upon a world that brought Guilliman great shame. An Earth-sized dust bowl that over 10,000 years before had been known by Monarchia. Guilliman breathed its air, felt its sun on his face. The last time he had stood here, he had raised his brother Lorgar's so-called perfect city, punished for the crime of worshipping the Emperor.
Yeah.
How times change.
Irony,
now every
am I
servant
right?
under his command prayed to that very being. Here it had started. The moment Lorgar had been crushed, fleeing to find new gods to worship in its wake. Guilliman only did what his father had ordered him to do, yet he still felt guilt. Even when his brother had struck him across the face, it felt like atonement. What came next was a war that broke the Imperium.
Yeah.
Their father, and if he was honest, him too. Now they danced the...
Yeah, that was a major oversight, and obviously we know how it played out. So, like, yeah, at least he feels guilty about it, because, yeah, it absolutely didn't need to fucking happen that way. That shit, like, you know, totally, you know, I can understand, in a sense, why they did it, but holy shit, you're just murdering civilians for, like, no reason, you know? Like, that's kind of just what happened, and no shit, it bred dissent. Amongst Lorgar's Legion and himself, obviously, as well. Made you excited when he heard Raptors. Yeah, well, I was just interested because it's, you know, I didn't know they actually had Primaris Marines as well. But it makes sense given, like, how few in number they are, per se, and just how I guess small their chapter is. Like, they don't get huge amounts of reinforcements, huge amounts of replenishment numbers. So it does make sense that Primaris Marines would make up a big bulk of their numbers too. That makes sense to me. After the events from Call's great work, the chapter was rebuilt with just P Marines. Ooh. Only the firstborn ones, but not sure about the Primaris versions of the size, though. Is it the size of the Emperor that have Gene Stealer in them? Am I wrong? Oh.
And if he was honest, him too.
Size how the best color scheme amongst the Space Marines chapter.
Gods. But
I have to look him up.
Not let him be enslaved. Not to them. Not even to his father. Guilliman raised his hand. This armor. The armor of fate. His life support built by Call, and powered by Yvraine in the Yanari. Was he a slave to this too? He hated how it chafed on his scar left by Fulgrim. Hated how he couldn't quite fully close his hand. He was told by all of them that if he removed it he would die, but he would not be enslaved to anything. Upon a frozen waste, Guilliman descended alone. Despite the protests of Cato Acarius and his Victrix Guard, striding to the ruins before him, he made his way towards a tower. One built in a time long before humanity was primordial soup. A lithe figure in black armor and a crescent-shaped helm floated cross-legged in midair. He was lit by a shaft of light that emanated from nowhere and orbited by an interweaving pattern of spinning runes.
What the fuck?
Guilliman breathed, his breath smoky in the cold air. He met with the
He's about to
one
meet
he
some-
had called, one of the most powerful.
About to hear
beings
some
of
dark
large
truths
in
right
the
now, it
galaxy.
seems like.
Greetings, Eldrad Uthran,
Ooh.
Farseer of the Eldari,
Ooh.
said Guilliman. He spoke in the tongue of Uthran's people of Ulthwé. The projection of the Farseer flickered slightly as the ancient Eldari welcomed him back. Guilliman's mind was incredible, able to focus on dozens of things at once, but never a master of one. And his imperfect Eldari tongue offended Eldrad as they switched to High Gothic.
Wow.
As much as Eldrad tried to keep it from his words, that ancient arrogance smothered everything he said. They were kindred spirits, in a way. Creatures out of time. Guilliman asked what he had come to say. He asked if he could remove the armor of fate. You wish to be free of the influence of my kind, Eldrad said, his voice fading with his body. You see the armor as a goaler, holding you hostage to our whims. Know this.
I just like how Guilliman tried to be respectful. He tried to talk to him and he tried to speak his language to him, but he's just like, yeah, your Eldari sounds like dog shit. Just let's talk in just fucking High Gothic. Let's just speak English to each other. It'll be a lot easier, I think that's kind of funny. But also interesting too. He's trying to come here for a personal reason. He's trying to seek freedom from the things that bind him. Very interesting, because I don't feel like what's binding him right now is binding him too much. But I guess from his perspective, it's, you don't want to be owing anything necessarily, I suppose, is probably how he sees it.
As a goaler, holding you hostage to our whims. Know this. The fate of humanity and Eldari are bound together. Either both species will survive, or neither will. Your Emperor understands this. There are greater enemies than the Primordial Annihilator. In the times to come, you will see. The struggle is only beginning. The old war returns. Eldrad was an outline, a shadow. Remember this conversation, and reconsider carefully on the day your realization comes, whether you wish to stand alone. Yes, Guilliman could remove the armor of fate, but it would cost him in a way he may not be willing to endure. The crusade continued. Imperium Sanctus they called the side.
Yeah, it's
still
usually never
reached
worth it, is the thing, is it?
light. But the true danger lay ahead, as after only a few short years, the Indomitus Crusade would attempt to cross the Great Rift. To the lone bastion of Vigilus, Guilliman braced as the fleet navigated the Nachman Gauntlet. The ships shook with such violence, these warped tides putting an immense strain on the navigators and psychers in his ranks. After months, the Crusade pushed through, with minimal casualties, but now alone to navigate without the Emperor's North Star. The fleet made its way towards a distress call, perhaps days or even years old. Baal, home of the Blood Angels, was under attack, and it called for aid. Guilliman stared at the picked feed screens and data slates. Hive Fleet
Is this Tyranids?
Leviathan.
Yeah.
The Tyranids. A foul Xenos he had not seen the like of in the Great Crusade.
You guys told me that Baal was actually targeted by the Tyranids, and that was actually one of the arguments of like, do they have hatred or not? Because apparently they actually went out of their way to attack Baal, even though it wasn't like advantageous for them to do so. But I don't know, man. I think killing a homeworld of a fucking enemy combatant, like I feel like a hive mind has to realize that, after fighting them enough times, like this is probably a worthy target to take out. Maybe it's a hot take, but goddamn. Yeah, but Hive Fleet Leviathan, shit. If I when I paint my Tyranids, I'm probably going to be painting them in Leviathan color schemes, probably. But I'm not too sure yet. I guess we'll see.
One whose scars
the hive mind
still
does
lay
hate
upon Macragge. The swarms and tendrils of the great hive mind were already in the process of devouring Baal Primus and Secundus, a great host, a summoning of the chapters of blood. Under a legend, Dante fought desperately to defend it. The combat records and deeds of this hero of the Imperium, a son of his brother's gene line, was extensive. 1,500 years. Guilliman had been born in another time, but Dante had lived many lives more than him. It was a comfort to know that such gems existed in this grim future, perhaps men who could understand him. Reeling from the shockwave of the birth of the Great Rift, the Indomitus Crusade fell upon the Tyranids. The skies began to clear as Guilliman landed within the devastation. With the Emperor's sword on his hip, he sat upon his command throne, organizing the cleanup as the hero was brought to him. Dante had seen the Primarch before, shut away in a stasis field in the fortress of Hera on Macragge, where he had sat a second from death for most of the Imperium's history.
Interesting.
Here he was, alive and breathing.
And isn't that such an interesting way to like put it? Like there he was, a seconds away from death for most of the Imperium's history. That's just it. Like most of the Imperium's history, they only really were around and did shit for a couple hundred years, really. Like, and then shit went down, and suddenly, they weren't around anymore. But this guy's been around 1,500 years. He's been fighting nonstop since then. Yeah, technically a lot more experience, Galaxy-esque than potentially the Primarchs at this point, just based upon how long that they've been fighting for, straight up. Maybe that's a hot take again, but goddamn, like you got to give him respect where it's due. I'd say yes, but it's not the same kind of hate we have. I mean, yeah, I don't think, again, it's hard for me to conceptualize hate from a hive mind. I can think of like miscontempt maybe, but like hate, it's hard to picture them hating something, I guess, in that sense,
But here he was, alive and breathing. The Primarch's physical presence hit Dante hard. Guilliman was nobility writ large, a monument in flesh. He was overwhelming. Ignoring the hurt of his healing wounds, Dante fell to his knees with a clatter and dropped his head. "Can it really be true?" he whispered. "Is it really you? Do you live?" Guilliman stood and set his sword aside and came down the steps. "Get up, Dante," said Guilliman gently. "I will not accept displays of humility from a man like you. You are one of the few in this era who have earned the right to speak to me on equal terms.
Wow.
Rise now. Dante grunted with pain as he attempted to get to his feet. Guilliman grasped Dante's pauldrons and bodily hauled the chapter master up. Forgive the indignity, Guilliman said. I see that you are hurt. Dante nodded numbly as Guilliman continued. Never kneel before me again. I will have you stand with me as a mark of respect. I will order you not to if I must. I would rather our relationship not function on those terms.
Interesting.
I have no time for deference. There is much to do, though if your pains are great, you may of course sit. He said with a ghost of a smile. Dante looked up. Is this the dream of a vision?
Wow.
Neither. I live, said Guilliman. I have returned to save the Imperium.
And interesting too that he's straight up just like giving Dante his due here. You are a hero, you're equal to me, if not greater. Like Guilliman's willing to like show compassion in that sense, show respect in that way. You're going to stand by me, you're not going to kneel, I'll order you not to kneel if I have to. Like, you know, you're not deserved of it. Guilliman then gently kissed Dante's forehead. What the fuck? Yeah, they're having like a total like bromance moment here. Dante, I just want to die. 40k, please. Rule all Imperium. Yeah, I remember that. Dante was the one just saying like, fuck, I just want to give up. It's worthless, isn't it? Wasn't that him? I'm pretty sure that was him. I remember that Chris Tester quote there. Yeah, that was a good one. He's earned his death and he's done his duty. He's genuinely sad that he survived Ball. Yeah. Like, I hear that Ball was a fucking complete mess. Like, it was an absolute fucking mess. I don't know the specifics of it, but...
Forgive me, my lord, Dante said, stepping back to look at him in the eye. I failed. I called all the chapters of the blood and lost them all to save Baal. The Arx Angelicum is in ruins. Thousands of Space Marines are dead, and Baal is devastated. Forgive, said Guilliman questioningly. There is nothing to forgive, Dante. You stopped them. When we arrived, the High Fleet was greatly depleted and easily destroyed. As we speak, the Indomitus Crusade is scouring the system of the last remnants of the Tyranids. You achieved what few others have, and destroyed a major High Fleet tendril.
Yeah.
I would congratulate you, but there is nothing I can say that encompasses the scale of what you have achieved.
Literally.
Guilliman put
That's
a
just
hand
it.
on Dante's shoulder.
Like, such a
Saved
massive,
Baal from the hive mind.
massive
And with it,
accomplishment.
the greater part of this segmentum. At that, Dante wept freely. I am sorry. I am sorry, he said. I almost lost everything. Please forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, said Guilliman. But Dante did not hear it. Overwhelmed by his hurts and the luminous presence of a living Primarch, he collapsed to the ground. Baal was saved. The chapters of the blood will
That makes
reinforce
sense.
the Primaris stock. As Dante recovered, the ancient marine finally had the strength to meet with the Lord Regent. A data slate was always in his hand, Dante thought. Perhaps his greatest weapon. As at lightning pace the Indomitus Crusade began to reinforce
And again, like, I just want to reiterate what he did there. Like, yeah, stopping a High Fleet in its tracks like that, massively depleted. They arrive. They probably would not have survived, to be honest, if Guilliman didn't arrive when he did, to destroy that High Fleet in orbit. But, you know, he did, and they were extremely depleted, easily destroyed for the most part, I'm sure, as he said. And yeah, they held off. Like, that's the thing, they completely fucking held off. Even though, like, they in theory shouldn't have been able to. Stopping a High Fleet in its tracks like that, if that was allowed, if they got Baal, if Baal fell, man, it would have been over. Like, they would have reclaimed all the biomass from that. Maybe been at a bit of a net loss, but they would have still been back up to strength, and they could have kept going and would have been a massive fucking problem later down the line. So completely worth it in a sense, for sure, for sure.
as at lightning pace the Indomitus Crusade began
Almost
to
all Blood
reinforce
Angel successors
and
joined
rebuild
in.
Baal Secundus. Guilliman was immensely
Death of Ball is a really solid book, 9 out of 10.
unblemished, except for a ropey scar on his neck. The urge to kneel was overwhelming, but Dante had promised Guilliman he wouldn't. Guilliman looked to Dante. He asked him to remove his sanguineous death mask. Guilliman didn't voice how much he disliked the capture, for his true brother's expression was always joyous as he remembered. Guilliman looked upon a face that was ancient, something he had never thought possible for a space marine, not since Dantiok of the Iron Warriors.
Yeah, that's right. He
Dante
didn't like the
looked
death
as
masks,
Guilliman
did he?
felt, both set with eyes that had seen so much loss. He saw his brother's features upon that face, and again thought to how much he just wanted to speak to a brother. Guilliman told Dante that rearming and fighting was not enough. They had to rebuild the Imperium in a way that gave people a better life. For
Wow.
if one who already lives in hell, what reason would they have to deny it when the darkness comes?
Exactly.
He told
Wow.
Dante he knew he was
What a
tired,
great way to put that.
just as he was tired. But he needed to ask an
That's a
even
fantastic
greater
quote
burden.
right there.
The situation on the dark side of the rift was not as bad as he had feared, but it needed guidance. He named Dante Lord Commander of Imperium Nihilus. The Indomitus Crusade prepared to leave, and a new administrative arm for the new hub upon Baal Secundus. The Crusade once again launched, securing as many worlds as it could, before preparing to return to Imperium Sanctus across the rift. For over a decade, Guilliman had led the Indomitus Crusade throughout the stars, but news came that would shift his attention. Ultramar was under attack. Plague and disease had begun to run rampant.
Great.
Desperate picked feeds confirmed a new player had entered into the material universe. An enemy Guilliman knew would eventually show his face. Primarch of the Death Guard. Demon Prince of the Plague Father Nurgle.
Yeah.
Mortarion.
Ugh.
You seek a new militant apostolic
Fucking
for your
Mortarion.
crusade. The Adeptus Ministorum would appoint one itself if you allowed it, but you would prefer to recruit one of your own. I think you'd prefer one from the lower ranks of the priesthood, though I am surprised you have gone so low as mine. I am no stranger to war, which I am sure appeals to you. I am honest. I speak my mind, another quality you favor. I am well known aboard this ship, having ministered to its people during their captivity in the Maelstrom, and I have served faithfully in the Crusade since it was brought home.
You believe that this qualifies you?
No, but I think you might. The Emperor moves us on a crooked path, my lord, but he does move us.
True.
To give me this appointment as your holy mouthpiece is the only reason I can think of for you to call me here. Unless I have offended you personally in some way, and you wish to punish me. Forgive me if I have, but I do not believe that is so. Nor do I think you have called me here to gather intelligence, for there is little I could tell you would not already know.
A mouthpiece.
Matthew nodded.
A tool in priestly garb. That is what the office of militant apostolic is. I have heard it said you do not hold the Emperor to be a god.
Ooh.
Believe in your own divinity. You
Ooh.
require someone to allay the fears this belief raises. Therefore, a mouthpiece. A priest to reassure the masses that you are not a terrible heretic.
Matthew smiled again. Guilliman made a noise in his throat.
Interesting. So now he's gonna have to stomach the fact that, like, yeah, you're gonna need, like, even though it's widely known that you don't see the Emperor as a god, you don't see yourself as a demigod. That's a bit heretical, man. You might get burned at the stake around here at these times. So yeah, like, you might need me. You might need me to put some good words in for you. To clean up any messes that you might make. And that's kind of just something that Guilliman, I think, at this point has to swallow and get over, because, like, yeah, it's kind of true,
I need free-willed men. to serve me, not mouthpieces. But that aside, you are correct.
This guy is
plucked up
Papa
a
despite
large
being
sheet of
10,000 years younger than Guilliman.
Your certification of office.
Matthew raised an eyebrow. His raised leg thumped to the floor, and he scratched the back of his head.
That's it? No ceremony?
Mortarian,
Not
the man with
today.
0 showers.
No. I will, of course, formally invest you soon, but I need you to begin work now.
He
Matthew
has to
did
come
not
to
take the
terms with
relevant.
fate being a real
This
weapon.
It's a
Exactly.
great honor.
It is. You do not take the certification.
I am not sure I am worthy. I
Hmm.
must be capable before I accept. Perhaps I should not accept.
Guilliman shrugged his mountainous shoulders.
What the fuck?
You are wise to hesitate.
He put the sheet aside.
You have questions. Ask them. You are entitled to.
So he just
I was
like
afraid questions would be unwelcome.
he just was brought on. He basically explained like the role that he was needed for to Guilliman before Guilliman probably even realized he needed him for that role. And then when he's offered the job, he's like, maybe. I guess I'll need to see about that. I'm not sure if I'm quite ready. It's like, what? Motherfucker, you just came in here and you just said all that. Just say yes. We know you're going to say yes.
I was afraid questions would be unwelcome.
I make my methods and tempers well known. Am I such a stranger to my own people?
You are surrounded by legend, my lord.
Matthew looked about the room, craning his neck to take in the shelves.
What is it exactly that you are doing here, my lord?
Guilliman followed the priest's gaze around the high stacks.
Knowledge is power, and my own is lacking. I have a great deal to understand before I can rebuild the Imperium. To that end, I'm collecting as many histories of as many worlds as I can. I will use them to model the last 10 millennia so that I might study it. And from
Interesting.
it make a true history, the likes of which has not been written for thousands of years.
A true, in
By doing
quotation
so,
marks, history. Yikes,
I will
Guilliman.
understand what went wrong with the Emperor's plans,
Oof.
and with my plans.
Well, the
and
heresy
be able
for
to
one.
formulate a corrective.
You speak plainly.
Nothing is gained through obfuscation. Time is short. Why would I lie?
I see.
Also, why would he
I
lie
beg
about
your
that?
pardon
There's no
for
reason
my
to.
impertinence, my lord.
You are aware enough to recognize impertinence, yet you still proceed.
Ooh.
Interrupted Guilliman testily.
Ask me or do not. There can be no secrets between you and I if you are to serve me effectively.
My apologies.
The priest said smoothly. Frater Matthew's peaceful face showed the barest sign of strain, but a tick under one eye betrayed his nerves.
Uh-oh, guys, I unplugged my fucking headset. 1 second. That's not good. There we go. We're back.
One eye betrayed his nerves. Guilliman noticed it, irritated with himself for putting the man on edge. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a remarkably human posture for one so inhuman. He folded his hands in his lap.
Let us start anew. It is I who should apologize. A man may hold a different point of view to another, but it is no excuse for ill manners. Once, I was more even-tempered. But now,
Guilliman trailed off, his eyes straying over the mounded remains of 10 millennia of history.
things are not what they were. I am not who I was. I am pressed on all sides. I let my temper get the better of me. It is late, and there is so much to do.
He shook
Very
his head
true.
and attempted to smile.
Please, priest, your impertinence. Voice it openly.
Frater Matthew relaxed, a change in posture, imperceptible to a normal man, but clear to the Primarch.
Yeah, interesting. Like his, he has to still remember that he is a Primarch. He's super imposing to fucking anybody that he's around. And he he's just like straight up like, what's the word? just intimidating, I guess. Like, if you're going to sit there and you're going to cut him off, like, of course he's going to be kind of frightened of you. He's not going to be necessarily trusting of exactly what you want to hear, you know, because he doesn't know you, right? So you kind of have to be, open-minded with him, I guess, in a sense. Yeah, I'm not too sure what that's all about.
Imperceptible.
He's out of line, but he might have a point.
But clear to the Primarch. A flicker of a decision being made passed over his face. Again, the priest considered his next words carefully.
There is an element of hypocrisy to your activities, my lord. You ordered the doors to the library of Ptolemy on the Crag barred, pronouncing the time of learning done. But here you devote yourself to the pursuit of history.
Guilliman made a reasonable face, conceding the point.
I stand by my actions. One day those doors will be unbarred. What I did there was symbolic. Who, even in my own realm, read and understood what the library contained? I sealed the doors not against the truth, but against the superstition that has taken truth's place.
Guilliman did not lie often, but he did then. There was one book in the library of Ptolemy that told a history he would rather no one read. He could not afford the shadow of the Imperium Secundus to hang over his latest ventures.
All eyes must be on the future. One version of the past is in that library.
So he doesn't want people nowadays to know of Imperial Secundus. That's why he's keeping that library locked down. Listen, man, that's not even like that big of a ghost to hide. Like it's not great. Don't get me wrong. It's not a good look, especially when you're here trying to assume governorship of the Imperium at this time. Not a good look, but I mean, listen, at the time, shit was pretty fucked. You know, nobody was really sure what was going on. I'm sure it's excusable. Like, it's not like you rebelled and the instant you found out you were wrong, you got rid of it. You disbanded it. So, like, I don't think people would take it, you know, to heart. Like, maybe they would. I mean, listen, this is 40K we're talking about. Most of the Imperium would probably take it straight to heart. They probably wouldn't like that very much at all. Let's be real here. People are always trying to pin him as a usurper, even the High Lords.
The closing of the door was symbolic but powerful. It seals both versions of the future away for now. I prepare, Matthew. When this crisis is past, perhaps something of my father's dream might be reborn, though we have a long way to climb. If we are lucky, when I reopen the doors to the Library of Ptolemy, those who enter
that one book will
might
be banned.
finally understand what they read.
Oh.
I will be honest with you. I will make you privy to matters I do not readily share, so listen.
Interesting.
I see that in the period following the Great Heresy War, I was too focused upon the reformation of the legions, trusting to the council my father created to govern wisely.
That was a mistake.
My optimism was misguided.
Yeah.
This terrible future I find myself in is as much my fault as anyone else's. Now I have concluded my revisions of the Codex Hastatis. I have begun work upon a new book. This book I shall call the Codex Imperialis. In it, I shall set down the principles of good governance long denied our species. Compiling an accurate history is only the start of the process.
Interesting.
You do this while conducting this war.
I have few of the powers your priesthood ascribes to me, Matthew, but I do have some abilities. I was made to accomplish many goals at once.
Truly the Emperor was wise in creating one such as you.
The unwelcome signs of awe stole across the priest's face.
Not as wise as you think. I was one of 20. 2 failed. Half the rest turned on my father.
True.
The Emperor is not infallible, nor am I.
True.
The blasphemy was intended to provoke the priest.
Wow.
A cheap tactic. Matthew was thankfully unmoved.
20.
The priest arched an eyebrow.
Yes.
Oh.
18.
Oh my god. Yeah, thank God this is like one of the more level-headed things. Like, it was a cheap trick. He's trying to like get a rise out of him. Like, you fucking heretic, he is the god emperor. What are you talking about? No, but like it's true. What he's saying is completely fucking true. Also, 20, not 18. Yeah, you heard me correctly. 20, big dog, not 18. Like, what the fuck? That would be like a fucking moment for the priest there. Holy shit.
9 holy primarchs. 9 fallen.
Priest's gonna get his mind blown. Yeah.
That is what the scriptures say.
No. 20. Your church is ignorant of many things.
Wow.
As most people weren't aware that Horus and his followers had been loyal once. That his 2
Wow.
failed siblings were not known in this 41st millennium was hardly surprising. More information deliberately hidden. More myths.
I see.
Matthew looked thoughtful, stowing away the information for later. He smiled serenely.
But in your holiness, you did not turn.
I am not holy. Worship the Emperor if you must, but I am not deserving of your praise, nor will I accept it.
I
Wow.
have heard some of your beliefs. When first awoken, you insisted upon something called the Imperial Truth.
Guilliman looked away, irritated, reminded of old lies. He had been so rash, to so stringently voice his objections to the ecclesiarchy in those
Wow.
early days after his awakening. It had
Wow.
taken him time to recover the full measure of his wins, and he had been alarmed by what he found.
Yeah.
His feelings
He probably awoke and just talked so much mad shit instantly. Like, what the fuck are you guys like on over here? You know, this is what I left you in charge of, and this is what you fucking have turned it into. You mongs. Like, how have you done this to my Imperium? Like, he was probably talking so much mad shit, but he just woke up. So like, I can imagine he probably wasn't thinking about the long-term repercussions of just what he was saying and just how heretical it in theory could have been. You know. Yeah, you probably should have put a little bit more thought into that one. Probably prepared a speech, maybe. Made some like cue cards or something for next time.
full measure of his wins, and he had been alarmed by what he found. His feelings on the Imperial Truth.
Swore never to
remained
mention the 2
conflicted.
missing Primarchs.
He had not forgiven
Yeah,
the
true.
Emperor for hiding the true nature of the war.
It's been something you can't talk about for the past 11,000 years. So true.
That one great lie undermined everything else the Emperor had done. If he had not lied, then history might have been very different. Theoretical, thought Guilliman, slipping into Macragian dialect. What if he were lying about more than the gods of the war? Once, he would have never entertained such thoughts.
True.
This living hell had challenged everything he had once believed. There was a great change coming to humanity, for which Guilliman was ill prepared, because of the Emperor's lies. There were other threats abroad now, more players from distant aeons, whose presence competed with chaos in their danger to mankind. Had the Emperor known about them too? What had he seen behind the gate?
A modified version of it, yes. Reason still has a place amid all this madness.
Some may disagree with that.
Said Matthew amicably. His
Wow.
eyes glinted shrewdly.
As I understand it, my lord, this truth denies not only your divinity, but that of your father.
The Emperor denied his own divinity.
Said Guilliman flatly.
Like, yeah.
The priest shrugged. Guilliman had seen the look on the priest's face too many times on other holy men. It was the look of the blindly faithful.
Wow.
If the Emperor himself stood up, thought Guilliman, came down off his golden throne and proclaimed, "I am not a god," then they would burn him as a heretic.
True.
Matthew exhibited few signs of fanaticism, but the Primarch would give it time. The
Yeah.
more serene the priest on the outside, the deeper his faith was on the inside.
That's
and the deeper the
not
faith,
necessarily
the
wrong.
hotter the fires of his righteousness. It was a risk, but there was a balance of humours Guilliman required. His militant apostolic needed some of that zeal. Be careful there is not too much fire, Rebute, he chided himself. or you will be burned.
True.
Militant Apostolic.
So at that point, yeah, you're talking about being overthrown again because of what you're doing being seen as a heresy. Yeah, like that's totally a risk. And who knows, like this Matthew might be harboring, you know, he might be chill with hearing it on the outside, but on the inside, he's like, holy fuck, Guilliman's crazy. This isn't Guilliman. This is some fucking some demon embodying Guilliman, like, you know. Because like everything they're hearing is like completely so left field from what they've been told for the past 10,000 years. You know, the ecclesiarchy rising to power, it's totally throwing a wrench in this whole like I'm not a god thing, for sure. And it's probably so awkward for Guilliman because he's just like praised as being divine everywhere, and he's just like flatly like, I'm not divine. The emperor never claimed to be divine. Like, what more do I need to fucking do for you people to understand that? Like, holy.
Or you will be burned. Militant Apostolic Matthew. A good choice. A true believer. A skilled combatant. And void of the usual corruption of the ecclesiarchal priests. A man of the people. Who would act as his voice.
Thank
Because
God.
it was clear between the two of them. Guilliman's discomfort with the state religion. It was something to appease rather than abolish. Perhaps in time they would burn Guilliman too for his beliefs.
True.
Emperor's son or not. But yet it still left
Facts.
a lingering question in his mind. Theoretical. Is the Emperor a god? Later, Guilliman left to his quarters, the McCragg's honor, his command ship, only a decade before seized by the Red Corsairs. Even after all that occurred in the race to Terra, and its capture and recapture. Even for over 10,000 years, Guilliman's private quarters have remained untouched. Materials had rotten from the passage of time, but it was just how he had left it.
That's kind of
There
crazy.
he went to fight Fulgrim and died.
Isn't that kind of nuts, though? His flagship was captured, recaptured, but like heretic forces or not, they left his private quarters the same. Or maybe this was like just like, you know, the flagship that they kept, and they kept it pristine, and it was kept under loyalist forces. I'm not entirely certain, but either way, like, goes to show like the respect they had for him. Like, they're not going to go in there, they're not going to touch anything. This is his private quarters. He'll move it when he gets back because he will be back. You know, that's kind of like, it seems to be like the mindset they had. It's very, very cool to see, very interesting. And just shows how loyal the Ultramarines are for their own. Wow.
How he had left it. Day he went to fight Fulgrim and died. It was some measure of comfort. He never had long to sleep, for such was the demands of the Imperium. But here he felt sanctum. He strode out, summoning to meet someone he was expecting. He walked past corridors and rooms, filled with incense and the smell of sweat. The training halls filled with Ultramarines in numerous chapters. He passed canteens and halls filled with the bustle of music, some with the barking of orders of the great Imperial machine. He took off his outer robe, letting a poor servant catch it, the man almost drowning in cloth. He was armored in the armor of faith.
That's not what I
went
thought.
out to meet one of his own lineage.
He let his robe drop and he let his poor servant catch it. Bow chicka wow wow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, whoa, holy shit, G-man. You gotta like, yeah, keep it on, you know? No, thank God though.
He had many new sons, some he had nurtured personally, such as his Acari captain Felix. But now he would meet one of the old stock, a firstborn as they were now called, kneeling before him in ultramarine blue, his pauldron's green, marking 4th Company, knelt Captain Uriel Ventress. I have spoken with my brothers about you, Ventress said. Listened to everything they had to report. Not a word of it does justice to you actually being here. I have wished with all my being to stand in your living presence, but I did not expect this. I expected to feel something. To see a Primarch is something from a tale, I thought. But this is no fiction. and I am confounded. You may stand, Guilliman said, but Lord, I cannot stand. Ventress looked up at Guilliman, his battle-worn face made young by wonder. Then I command you to stand, said Guilliman. Ventress's reaction touched and irritated him equally. Look upon me as a father, not as a lord. You...
And again, I imagine that must be so fucking irritating for Guilliman, because again, like, he doesn't want that praise. He's not about that, you know? So he's just like, fuck, like, stop, stop fucking kneeling for me. God damn it. Like, I'm touched by it. I appreciate it. I'm very, very thankful. I'm very thankful. But God, stop doing that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he just wants it to stop. Yeah, it's totally understandable too. Like, again, he was never, what the time period he was raised from, that he has been from, such a culture shock for what it is now. Like, he's so not fucking used to any of this. Wow. Guilliman about to make the first Eldar human hybrid. Oh. Yikers.
Equally. Look upon me as a father, not as a lord. You are of my line and a son to me. As you command. Uriel Ventress stood slowly, his armor's motive systems growling loudly, as if they were awestruck too. The captain searched the face of his gene father. Guilliman looked down on him. For all the captain's meek reaction, the Primarch could sense the defiance in him, the rage, the desire to serve, a temperament he knew well. Ventress had been away at the time of his resurrection, but he had come from Macragge, under the orders of Calgar, to deliver news personally. Mortarion had been spotted. The forces of Nurgle were leading a full-scale attack upon Ultramar. The dead were rising and drowning entire worlds. Even forces of the Herald Typhus and a demonic host led by so-called Kugath Plaguefather had begun to ravage the edges of Ultramarian space.
I know, like, typhus is the name, but just imagine just like a mega spread of typhus. Like, this is typhus, like, on crack is what this is, going around the planet. Also, though, like, in all seriousness, the fucking dead rising, like, man, that's some horrific shit. Like, that's not what you want to see. That's definitely not what you want to be a part of. God damn it. Like, I think, like, out of all the Chaos Forces, man, if you guys had to rank it, like, out of all the Chaos Forces, which Chaos Force would you rather be invaded by? You know? Like, that's an honest question. What would you rather prefer? Would you rather be, like, fucking zombified, like, tortured, or would you, like, you know, what's the best fate? Out of all of them, what would be, like, the quickest, like, the easiest, you know, like, let's get it done, you know? What would genuinely be the best? Like, I'm actually curious what you guys think.
It was especially clear that Mortarion, curse his foul name, was trying to draw Guilliman out.
Khorne, they just kill you?
Had been careful.
That's fair.
Not to be seen as giving too much deference for his home of Ultramar, but now he felt the sting.
As a pothead Slaanesh.
For decisions that haunted this future.
Tzeentch.
I should have never set the 500 free, he said. My lord.
Undivided.
I should not
go out with giggles. So true.
I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was following the Emperor's wishes, letting men rule the affairs of men. He gave a rueful smile. After I implemented the Codex Astartes and split the Legion, I thought it impossible for a force of 1,000 battle brothers to effectively govern such a large realm and perform their primary duty as guardians of the Imperium. My Legion was gone, and I did not want the chapter that continued their traditions to become insular. They would have been distracted, perhaps never left Ultramar, had they 500 worlds to govern. Maybe, said Ventress. Perhaps we could have managed it, my lord. I think your decision was wise. Was it wise? Said Guilliman. The Primarch turned to his son. You are so many generations removed from the original founding. You remain
so true
to the Imperium. The dedication of the Ultramarines is a testament to the spirit of Ultramar and the will of the Emperor.
Wow.
It would have been better had more worlds been in your keeping. You must understand why I did what I did. I watched half my brothers fall to chaos, and became determined that no one would ever hold the power of a legion again. became obsessed with the potential misuse of a few 100,000 space marines, and in doing so I forgot about the petty self-interest of lesser men. This is I, whose preoccupation was to hurry the Great Crusade to an end so that I could get on with the business of peace.
True.
He laughed at himself. Perhaps I would have failed, even if I had lived longer. These rulers who deny my seal and my right to revoke our treaties, they are not evil. They are not stupid. They are simply limited as all men are limited. Guilliman fell silent, and then smiled sadly.
But to give him credit for what he did there, yeah, he did not focus necessarily on the most important aspects. Personally, I feel like at that point, the Primarchs that remained loyalists, I don't feel like they're gonna turn traitor anytime soon, especially after the Horus Heresy. I feel like if they were gonna turn, it would have been then. It wouldn't have been on their own, in a sense like that. So like, I totally feel like, I think he's being rough on himself here, because he did need to focus on the Astartes, but probably not to the degree he did. I think legions probably would have worked fine, and arguably may have worked better just because more cohesion, bigger organizational scale, less infighting, less striving for command in a sense. But yeah, I think, definitely misjudged with the High Lords of Terra there for sure. But that's not even necessarily on him. That's more on the Emperor, more than Guilliman. To be completely honest, I wouldn't even say that's necessarily his fault. But maybe, again, hot take, I'm not sure.
Does it shock you, my son?
Nurgle will, hold on, I gotta read some of these off. Nurgle will give you poxes, Siege will break your mind, Slaanesh would torch you to death, Khorne would just split your skull, easy choice. Iron Warriors forced into brutal labor, please. You'd be lucky to die with Slaanesh. Become a flesh coat sack. Yikes. Any Chaos God is better than the Druakai. That's probably true. Like, the Dark Eldari are fucking horrific, and like, arguably are, probably worse than Chaos, because they're doing it for Chaos, but on their own. Like, in a sense, like on their own intentions. Which is, much more sick. Creations of Bile, yeah. An apocalypse of debauchery that would never end would be the worst existence. That's true. That does sound pretty fucking awful. I think most all loyalists would be deemed traitors excommunicatus. After all, Afarius is the one making that call. God damn it, dude. You're saying too much right now. You're saying too much. You're gonna get the fucking Men in Black showing up to your house soon. You know that, right? Like, they're gonna be fucking knocking, dude. Like, fucking Black Library is gonna be showing up and tossing a bag over your head, a sack, and taking you away soon. You're letting slip the secrets, man. Rogue Trader, an Eldari Farseer was made into a chessboard by the Drukhari. Oh god. That's fucked up. Well, that's really fucked up.
Sadly, does it shock you, my son, to learn the Primarch can err? Ventress looked uncomfortable. My heart says yes. But that Primarchs can be mistaken is an obvious conclusion when the argument is reasoned through. My lord, he said, your admission does nothing to lessen my respect for you. We of the Ultramarines remain human. Despite our transformation, we make mistakes. As a son grows, he learns that his father is not infallible, whether he is glorious or humble. Sometimes I wonder if I am human at all, said Guilliman thoughtfully, in any meaningful sense. If you were not, said Ventress, you would not care for the fate of other men. Many of my brothers did not, replied Guilliman. Maybe it is an affection.
So, honest question then. And this is like, again, fan theory here. In Event Horizon, theoretically, that would be, assuming they're the same universe, assuming all that, that would technically be Slaanesh then. Is that correct? That would be Slaanesh, because we saw a lot of torture taking place, a lot of body mutilation, let's say, a lot of physical acts, let's say, take place. You know, I feel like Slaanesh, if anything, that would be like a very good representation of what Slaanesh would look like, for sure, for sure. The Dark Eldar do not outclass Slaanesh in terms of torture. It's literally why the Dark Eldar fear Slaanesh. That's fair. That is completely fair. Yeah, they fear him. That's why they do it. So yeah, actually, that's a great point. Pure Slaanesh exceeds Acari. Yeah, that's probably true. I'd agree with that.
My brothers did not, replied Guilliman. Maybe it is an affection. Humanity is not measured on form alone, said Ventress, but by deeds, my lord. A mortal man may be inhuman towards other men, yet I have seen Xenos behave with honor and fairness when we offer them nothing but hate. Guilliman appraised the fourth captain carefully. You impress me, Captain Ventress. I've heard much of your deeds. I did not expect you to be so thoughtful. Your principles persist, my lord, said Ventress modestly. You are right to say warriors make poor rulers, so we strive to be more, to be wise men who would govern fairly, for the good of the greatest number, as you taught in the great days. Guilliman looked somber, yet the day when my son shall set aside their weapons seems impossible now. That was always my intention. After the Great Crusade, you are all to become administrators and statesmen. It seems so naive.
Zinch, just madness and unpredictable change. That's true.
As his Primarch ascended
could be.
Ultramar
or just the warp messing people up. Yeah, that's also fair.
Was in order. Another weapon Guilliman knew to wield, just as the Emperor did during the Great Crusade. A victory parade to declare the end of the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade. He knew the talk of tyrant, of usurper, had been whispered amongst imperial nobles. The handing over and delegation of power would squash that. Also, for morale, the Imperium needed to see itself winning, to believe that he was the savior. The parade would come, but first, answers. Guilliman descended into the deep core of the Macrag's honor, to a hole so secretive only two beings knew of its existence. Under layers of security that far surpassed paranoia, Guilliman stood before two filled tanks, coming to life. The muscle twitches in the tanks became a frenzy of gurning. The heads jerked and jiggled, mouths gaping in silent, drowned screams. Bubbles steamed over clayey flesh, agitating the surface of the fluids that nourished them. Eyelids fluttered over eyes that appeared to contain shreds of intelligence, and they looked out from their watery prisons with absolute horror. Pressure built at the back of Guilliman's mind until his eyes throbbed. The air smelled of hot steel.
To me, it always came off as generalized warp, as the warp is more than just the four gods. That's facts. That's true. There's a lot of madness going on in there, for sure, for sure. If you assume Event Horizon is the same universe, it is more likely chaos undivided. If it was any specific god, it would be obvious. Basic chaos involved, torture as much as Slaanesh. True. Uriel caught a lot of flack because of his free-thinking nature. True. Uriel also got introduced to the Democuba. Oh god. Demon Cubula. Holy shit, I can't pronounce that word, guys. I'm having a stroke. I apologize. Arguably, Slaanesh didn't exist when Event Horizon happened. That's kind of what I was thinking. That's why I was kind of thinking not Slaanesh, in a sense, and why I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on it. Because I believe that Slaanesh, birthed M29, while Event Horizon, the first warp ship, would travel being like M24 before the Dark Age technology. Yeah, true, exactly. That was exactly my thoughts. Assuming that they are the same universe, yeah, no, definitely couldn't be Slaanesh, because the first warp drive and the birth of Slaanesh had happened after. Slaanesh was birthed way after. Not way after, but after. For sure, for sure. The warp is timeless. Slaanesh had followers even before she was born. Interesting. But they wouldn't have knowingly been followers of Slaanesh at that point. Is that correct in assuming? Because I guess you can... And I guess that's how like a chaos god at the end of the day gets birthed, right? Is like enough people are doing enough heinous shit that one day... they come into being, so you could theoretically be doing something like that, but or like be doing those acts that cause that god to come into creation, but not actually know that that god is going to come into creation. So it's one of those things. Event horizon was M2. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. 2047, right? That's exactly when it takes place. Yeah, 2047. So yeah, M2 is what it would take place in. SpaceX mission, yeah. They said it was the worst space disaster in history, but I was just like, yeah, we'll see if we can do better than that so far. Hopefully not, though, right? Holy shit. Hopefully not.
Until his eyes throbbed. The air smelled of hot steel, and his saliva took on a metallic flavor. The emptiness his soul contained expanded. Beyond the physical confines of his body, there was a definite pop. Not generated by the machines, he was certain. And suddenly all was still. The thumping of hidden devices leveled out to a quiet whir. The faces ceased their pain contortions. Their eyes went blank and closed. The bubbling ceased. The call inferior. An archaeotech creation of Belisarius Call himself. A recreation of the unique personality and knowledge of the 10,000-year-old tech magi. Guilliman found he didn't trust Call fully. The mad
I wouldn't trust Call either.
Was a unique being amongst his strange kind. One more concerned with what could be done, rather than should it. Call
very
had lived
sus.
For more than 10,000 years. Such a great span of time would wear out all but the greatest of souls. The changes he had wrought upon his body to support his mind had stripped most of his humanity away. His emotions had become ghosts.
Excuse me.
In the mechanism his mind now inhabited. And here, mediated through the Call inferior, they should have been practically absent, but Guilliman could never shake the feeling of intense superiority hidden in Call's pronouncements.
Yeah.
Nor ignore the touch of sardonic humor.
Well, and I feel like that's Mechanicus in general, right?
Even in this soulless copy, Guilliman looked around at their heads. They were too individual to have come from vat-born slaves. There was no sign of the penal coding tattoos worn by servitors drawn from criminal stock. He did not want to know where Call had sourced his grisly collection.
Yeah.
Again, the Call inferior kept him up to date with the work of the real Miklós, supplying prototypes for black stone devices, formed from the Miklós' research of the pylons that had once sat in the now destroyed Cadia.
Yeah.
The heads once again professed their master's desire to utilize the gene seed of the 2nd and 11th gene lines. The missing Primarchs. No, Guilliman stated emphatically.
Wow. So Call really wants to go there. He really, really wants to go there. Hey, we have, 2 gene seeds that we could, we could just use if, you just simply said yes, Papa G-Man. If you just simply said yes, gave me your consent, of course, we would never disgrace the Omnisire or his image, but, if you give us permission, then of course we would, attempt to go out of our way to make something happen there. Like, yeah, what the fuck? I can absolutely see, like, why G-Man is saying no to that. Why would he say yes to that? Like, they got deleted out of existence for a reason. 2 failed Primarchs for a reason, right? Their legions wiped. And you want to use them. Like, goddamn. That definitely seems like some heresy going on right there. Very pleased Event Horizon has opened your mind to what the warp could actually do. Yeah, it was a very interesting movie. That's what I mean. Like, again, like, I know they're not like the same, and like, actually, some people actually commented. I think I had 1 or 2 comments there receiving flack for calling it inspired by in the title, but it totally was inspired by. Like, if you do a quick Google search, man, straight up, one of the screenwriters admitted, like, yeah, the 40K had a direct influence on the story of the movie, and even like some of the symbolism you see in there, some of the objects you see in there. Totally, inspired by 40K. And one person said it damages both medias to compare them to each other. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, no, that's not true at all. Like, inspiration can be given freely. It can be shared freely. I don't think, something taking inspiration from one thing ruins either of them in a way, like they're, free expression and all that. And it takes it in another direction. It's completely interesting to me. I thought it was a great movie. I actually really, really enjoyed it. I'd never seen it before. It came out a little bit before my time, but I thought it was a great movie for what it was. I would love to see a remastered version. like a new one, an updated one, maybe the CGI a bit newer or whatnot. Same story, same overall like theme, but maybe just a little updated would be good to see for sure, for sure. But then again, I don't want them to fucking ruin it like Hollywood ruins most things, that's for sure. When the lion discovers Curly Man is actually Alfarius, does he fight him or leave him on the throne to play the part of a hero of the Imperium? I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, again, that's a pretty radical theory. That's a pretty radical theory. There's also Primaris chapter with purple armor, call taking liberties. Goddamn. The two lost sons were killed, really? Because the Ultra Smurfs greatly increased in numbers when one of the lost sons vanished. That's interesting. Were some of the were the two legions, were they amalgamated into other legions? Is that what happened? Maybe that's why Guilliman you know, that would explain some secrecy too if they were just straight up amalgamated. And also, where the fuck did they all go? Were they purged? What happened? You know, interesting thought there, actually.
For this line of questioning had been constant over the years. In fact, he did not trust that Cole had not already tampered with them. The fault may have not been with the gene line.
They were?
But that door should now and always remain closed. Guilliman delivered his final orders. This device made him uncomfortable, and he was sure that it bordered dangerously on the line of abominable intelligence. Here are my orders, he said. The enemy fleet at Rorkos had been crushed. The first phase of the Indomitus Crusade is over. Plans proceed for crossing the rift via the Artilian Gap. I will shortly return to Macragge to face my brother Mortarion, who has come forth from his lair. Once he is dealt with, the reconquest of Imperium Nihilus will begin. You are to continue your efforts to unravel the secrets of the pylons. We will persevere in this war, but the ultimate survival of mankind can only be assured by undoing the damage Abaddon has inflicted upon the fabric of reality. Concentrate on this above all else. The machine shut off. The glimmering light in the channels died. With one last spastic jerk, the heads went slack in their tanks. The doors slid shut over each arm glass. Suddenly, the painful pressure of the machine was reduced to its merely uncomfortable background level. Guilliman breathed hard through his teeth. These conditions made him tense. For all Belisarius Cole's usefulness and his desire to save mankind, Guilliman could foresee a time when he would become a problem.
Yeah, that time is probably coming very soon, to be real with you.
It went far beyond the horizon. The stream of holy men went on for hours. They filled the avenues between the warriors standing to attention, though they set no foot on the carpet running down the very centre. None had dared to do that, for that was Guilliman's alone to tread. They sang and mumbled and prayed, whilst only humble Frater Matthew watched from the viewing platforms. Filled with the bustling nobles from a sector's worth of high society, there were 36 chapter masters, a further 18 Space Marine lords, all the upper leadership of the remaining unremembered sons, 6 Adeptus Custodes, 3 Canonesses of Adeptus Sororitas, 5 generals, various warlords and other similar rank, Captain Felix, Captain Zacharias, all 20 of Guilliman's victorious guard, the Commissar General, Fleet Master Isaiah Kestrin, the Group Masters of Battle Alphas, Centrus, Dominus, and Gamma, several admirals and rear admirals, dozens of commodores, and more dozens of shipmasters, and scores of other men and women of war. Hundreds, then, if not thousands. The sight awed Matthew.
This would be a great place for a bomb to be planted and exploded. Think about how many people are here in this one place right now, and think about how many of like the Imperium's high command could just be fucking wiped right now. Like I would never have a parade where you have so many high-ranking members all in the same spot. That seems like such a huge risk given what could happen in this universe at any point. You know, never would I have so many high-ranking members all in the same spot like that. That seems like such a massive risk. Fuck that. Hell no. The Ultra Smurf gene seed pure. If they took in the Lost Brothers' sons, that's true. Soul Drinkers being sus. We are definitely Imperial Fist gene stock. Rogaldorn is definitely our gene sire. It's so true.
The Emperor had a plan.
The Soul Blades.
It was obvious, he thought. Guilliman had chosen him because of that plan, whether the Primarch knew it or not. He had tested his faith and found it sound. He could not fault it. The Emperor was real. He was a god. He was a force for good in the galaxy of horrors. And Matthew had pledged himself fully to his service. Faith was real. Faith was salvation. Matthew thought to Guilliman, how deep down the Primarch loathed that very ecclesiarchal procession. But Matthew knew, no, believed, that one day Guilliman would see. He would have faith. And that was his great mission.
Hell
It's not my
no.
role to convince the son of a god that he is the son of a god. Matthew scolded himself. It is my role to serve him, and to guide him through his own efforts to the truth. I cannot tell him. He must see. He resolved to punish himself, by
Wow.
confession or by whip, for his presumption. Still, he could not extinguish his hope, nor his ambition. I am the one to open his eyes, he thought. If it is me who convinces him openly, the pride was too much. He would lash himself for such arrogance later. Matthew moved, as his accompanying servo skulls followed. The crowd in their millions began to fall silent, as the Primarch walked down the line and took his place upon the throne.
It's going to be, I think, really, really disappointing for Matthew later. How far are we in the video? We are currently at 1 hour and 52 minutes out of 4 hours and 23 minutes. That's how far we're into the video. We still have a lot left to go, which actually leads me right into this. If you guys are enjoying the video so far, leave a like. Make sure you leave a like on this video, might as well, and hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed already. For sure, guys. Come on down, join the Discord, and yeah. Why not join the Discord? You know, you're already here. You might as well. If you got Discord, come on down. Join, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. But I was going to say, it's going to be really, really disappointing for Matthew when he figures out that you're not going to convince Guilliman of this, I don't think. You know, Guilliman, he just knows better. He's been around longer. You know, it's not going to happen, I don't think. You're not going to convince him that he's divine, because he just simply knows better. I do like that these streams are long. Yeah. 38 viewers, only 25 likes. Like the video. So true, guys. I gotta like that video for sure. We were up here to 45. We keep dipping into almost 50 there every now and again. So people are coming in, people are going out, you know, for sure. I hear this part is the slower part out of the 2 hour, out of the 4 hours. So I hear this section's a bit slower, is what you guys were, some of you guys were saying. So we'll see here.
Primarch walked down the line.
I'm liking it so far, though. I'm thinking it's good. The Indominus Crusade, it's good to know about, because I don't know a ton about it.
Calculated to inspire feelings of service and power, but not tyranny. The Indominus Crusade is a success.
Matthew will be vindicated, but not in the way that he hoped. Oh, God.
First task complete. By our blood and sacrifice, we have brought the Imperium valuable time to retrench. But we are needed elsewhere. Some of us must part ways. He paused again. The opening moves of the Crusade are over. This triumph of Rorkos marks its great victories. The true work must begin.
Matthew also gets turned on at the thought of Guilliman killing him. Yeah, Matthew seems like a bit of a freak. He was sitting there talking about, like,
Marines are all
fucking flagellating himself. Fucking,
after this trial,
you know, for thinking too much.
Your forces will disperse, and shall bring ruin to the enemy wherever they might be found. The unnumbered sons have fought with a strength that would shame the legions of the Great Crusade. The time has come for you to be rewarded for your efforts. New assignments will be given. New chapters will be formed. Some of you will go to join the progeny of your gene sires, who will welcome you as brothers, and provide you with places of honor both on the battlefield and at the feasting table. Others of you too must leave me, for my path takes me into unknown peril. But hear this. Though I send you away from me, I do not do so because you have failed me, but because you have won my respect. You have performed impossible feats of arms. Wherever you go, the warriors of mankind will see the honor badges upon your battle gear.
God damn.
They shall know hope, and righteousness, and fury, and see that victory can be theirs. Inspired by you, they shall rise up with certainty in their hearts, and guns in their hands, and with a mighty roar they shall cast back the enemy into the formless warp for all time. You have done this. You will do this. I stand before you, humbled by the sight of you, the men and women who are the heroes of the Imperium. Guilliman held aloft the hand of Dominion, its robotic fingers clenched in a victory salute. The square erupted into a rhythmic chant. Guilliman, Guilliman, Guilliman. It was deafening. And more, Frater Matthew felt the crowd's exultation as a physical force. Their cries made his faith shine as bright as a star. My sons, my brothers and sisters, Guilliman called, halting the chant.
That was a pretty
In
good
moment,
speech, I'm not gonna
our
lie.
new militant apostolic will bless you all, and deliver the words of the Emperor, my father. Another cheer. So loud.
No, a devout worshipper on my knees for the Emperor and his
Primarch
seed. Oh my
Cyril.
god.
He had yet to say yes
What
to
the fuck?
appointment. He was going to, of course.
Let's
But
go,
now he
immediately
had
swallowed
no
by a warp
choice.
storm.
He admired the Primarch's will. They could not fail with him as their lord. But I will say this first, Guilliman continued. Those of you who are my sons, who bear my genetic heritage and the colours of the Ultramarines, who might hail yourselves from Ultramar, I have news. When we are done, we have a new war to fight.
Of course you do.
My brother Mortarion brings pestilence to our home, and I will not allow it to fall. The Primarch paused. Slowly, he once again looked across the field. We march from a crag. Once more, Guilliman breathed in the air of his homeworld.
Man, McCrae's been getting a lot of
Greeted by
shit.
Chapter Master Calgar and Chief Librarian Tagurius.
Like, if it's not the Tyranids invading this fucking place, it's like straight up just like the forces of chaos, just laying waste to it constantly. Like, everybody just wants to fucking, like, crush the pride of the Ultramarines so badly. Like, they really just fucking want their asses so badly, and it's funny, because it's like, goddamn, like, they just keep getting the worst end of the stick. Like, everybody's always after fucking McCrag, it seems like.
The Primarch himself, flanked by Captain Felix, a militant apostolic Matthew.
Except the
They
orcs.
made
I don't
their
know if the
way
orcs have ever
towards the
tried it.
Council of Hera.
Let somebody let me know if the orcs have ever made an
Guilliman
attempt
had
on it.
personally arranged. The Strategia Ultima was insufficiently sized to hold all of the delegates, so the edification had been arranged in the Hall of Maxelius, named for the 21st Chapter Master of the Ultramarines.
Rag on
The cold,
McCraig, so
damp
true.
smell of the outdoors came steaming off the assembled host of politicians and warriors. Guilliman was afforded the place of honor. A massive bronze chair had been taken from the museum vaults, deep under the fortress of Hera, and brought forth for its use after waiting 10,000 years for a lord of stature that matched its size. Though Calgar had seen the Primarch in stasis, and was thus long aware of how physically large he was, the Primarch's artifacts had always seemed bigger, somehow, than the being they were made for, as if sized for a titan from a greater age. They were sacred relics all. The Ultramarines did not pray to their Primarch, nor venerate him in an overtly religious way. They did not believe either the Emperor or his son divine, but an aura of holiness clung to his effects nonetheless, and it had been a habit of many chapter masters to mediate in the museum vaults, looking for inspiration from the things that had known the touch of their gene-sire. To the Primarch, the throne was just another piece of furniture, a possession reclaimed. As Ultramar was, he used it unthinkingly. Even now he was back. His casual attitude towards these ancient relics, although they were his, offended something in Calgar. It was a ridiculous reaction, and Calgar stamped hard on it. My lords, my generals, my countrymen, said the Primarch. Fellow Imperial citizens, fellow warriors of many worlds, I bid you welcome to this conclave today at the heart of Ultramar.
Interesting how, you know, these artifacts are like, you know, they're so sacred to the Ultramarines. They're so sacred to everybody who lives there. And
Guilliman just walks up and uses it as if it isn't just like, you know, because it is his throne. It's all of his items. He has every right to do so, but they have problem with it because they've sat there and revered it for the past, like, or revered it for the past 10,000 fucking years. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I can totally see why they'd have a problem with that. Like, holy shit, like, it'd be so awkward, you know?
Guilliman's
How far are you smallest in size of all of our Primarchs? Why do these things seem too big for our Primarch? Oh, wow. Listen, man. You might have a couple other theorists join you there soon, is what I'm saying. To everyone else who is, loyal, of course, keep your mind pure, you know? Keep your mind pure, keep your thoughts pure. Don't let the corruption fucking take you, is what I'll say. Holy shit.
His voice rang strong and clear off the stone of the
Guilliman's
hall.
nail clippers,
To every
sacred relic
man
of the
and
chapter.
woman
So
present in
true.
the assembly. It was as if he spoke to them personally. Guilliman commanded attention like no other could. His words invited no disagreement. He was forceful and strong, was appearing the epitome of reason.
Imagine if
But
Chris
then
returned
came
and used the
word
Holy Grail as a
that would
sippy
bring
cup. It'd be pretty
discontent.
much the same thing. Yeah,
Guilliman
fucking
brought up
nuts.
a map of Ultramar.
So true.
A map far older and larger than
His
its
holy
current state,
manscaper.
its ancient borders. Guilliman divided Ultramar into 4, giving each quadrant to a new tetrarch. A leader sourced from the various Space Marine chapters that called this realm their home. 3 firstborn and 1 Primaris. Captain Felix, to his surprise. Each tetrarch would be given a capital world to rule and to establish as their command point. The cries built up. The nobles and autocrats who would inevitably lose their family's power and influence. But Guilliman pushed through it. To battle the growing horde of the Death Guard and Nurgle-like demons that were burning worlds in this sector, drowning them in the dead, hard decisions had to be made.
Damn.
Guilliman knew the Emperor's plan, to eventually hand over rule to the mortal man. But in the last 10,000 years, it had shown that men needed a guiding hand.
Wow.
Ultramar needed to be a bastion, a realm of impenetrable defense, so Guilliman could save the rest of the Imperium.
So he's talking about taking power away from the human families that have ruled the Ultramar Empire for centuries, millennia at this point even. And he's taking that power away and giving it to high-ranking Astartes there, which is totally against the Emperor's plan, totally against what the Emperor stood for. But it's interesting, his reasoning. His reasoning does make sense. It's a sound reasoning. They can't really be trusted themselves to do it. However, I could see this backfiring pretty easily, you know, in a sense. On the greater whole of things, this is throwing a wrench into the way the administrative portion of the Imperium works. For sure, for sure.
Impenetrable defense, so Guilliman could save the rest of the Imperium. The war. Guilliman spoke up again. Before we came here, I had Tetrarch Felix lead an expedition to the palace spire of Hive Cretosius on Ardium, said Guilliman. I need to know how my brother's affecting this plague of the dead, and how his demonic allies are able to cloak themselves in false flesh.
You should
So
rule, but you
easily
can't.
the
Guess I
heart of
have
our
to stay in
kingdom.
power to run this
There
bitch.
are certain writings that refer
Yeah,
to
said
an
Alfari,
artifact
so
known
true.
as the Hand of Darkness. I believe this device to be the cause. Espandor lies closest to the Scourge stars, continued Guilliman. It is a corridor for war material, and a conduit for the warp. Through that system, Mortarian's armies come, riding fast upon the network of Inferian filth that we saw upon Ardium. Guilliman leaned back from the table, his eyes glinting with the prospect of revenge against his brother. By retaking the system, we will cut off Mortarian's ability to resupply his fleets. If we can locate these machines upon Espandor and disable them, the torrent of power sickening the soul of Ultramar can be closed off. His demonic legions will struggle to remain manifest. The dead will not rise so easily. The fleets above Ultramar began to coalesce as Imperial forces gathered for the campaign. The offshoot Indomitus fleet, Fleet Primus, was swelled and then powered on to their target, Espandor. Espandor was a cardinal world, and therefore its cities were
Interesting.
crowned with churches and temples.
Yeah.
Perhaps never a stunning world as others Guilliman had seen, but now it was a hellscape. Clouds of flies almost blotted out the sun.
Wow.
The rivers ran thick with mud, mucus and fecal matter.
That's fucked. But also, what a contrast, yeah, like high Gothic architecture, obviously. These are church worlds overrun by the dead. Isn't that such like a cool like concept though? Like, and it exists in 40K, you know, where you can have these two like complete opposite forces exist at the same time and interact with each other. I think that's why 40K is just so interesting, because you get so many different mashups of concepts just going on at the same time. I think that's really, really cool. For sure. You're gonna run out of traps before I run out of Skaven sleeves? What the fuck?
The rivers ran thick with mud, mucus and fecal matter. The entrenched Imperial forces had been slogging through a siege for weeks, as millions of Imperial Guard fought face to face with the bloated angels of death, Mortarian's sons, the Death Guard, their blubber, fat, and even eyes and tentacles bursting out of their armor. The state of rot that permeated the world rusted entire cities. Yet from above, the lances of fire came down like the judgment of angels. The advance began upon the capital city. Marines donned in over a dozen colors of different chapters, under the command of Tetrarch Felix, began wading through a slop-infested river. Felix felt the mud swell around his Gravis plate. He did not know why Guilliman had placed such trust in him. Perhaps it was a sympathy. As Primaris stock, Felix had been born during the Horus Heresy, periodically frozen and unfrozen until fully awakened into a universe even he didn't recognize.
Wow.
Something he knew Guilliman felt the same way about.
So the Primaris, the Primaris are technically have been around since the Horus Heresy, but they've been in stasis. They've been prolonged, I guess, in a sense. Is that correct? So technically you have Primaris Space Marines, which have been around that long, and only now are they being put into action, utilized in that way. That's kind of crazy. But I guess they really did just need Guilliman's go-ahead to let them go and let them free in that sense. And obviously he was put under for 10,000 years, so wow.
Something he knew Guilliman felt the same way about. The forces became disorganized as the waves of
some of them are very old,
bloated Death Guard slammed against them. The source, the ancient suspended Eldari device, corrupted by Mortarion, was located in the center of this rotting city. Dozens of worlds are being ruined, just like Espandor. But now the Imperium would fight back. The battle was brutal, but finally Felix and his force cleared a way to the city square, his pity growing for the diseased survivors that clung like rats in the shadows. The path was now clear for the Primarch. As Guilliman descended down personally, the corrupted device's chamber had been secure.
First generation of Primaris are from 30K. That's fucking crazy.
Guilliman walked over a carved stone motif.
They just haven't been used
proclaiming
necessarily.
The
Is that
of
correct?
His creator, and into a space constructed entirely around that belief. The cathedram enclosed a huge volume to fit the enormousness of the people's faith. The stonework was encrusted with decorations and statuary. It was almost frenzied in its devotion, a plea in stone to be noticed and saved.
God
But like
damn.
the truth it purported to encompass, the space within the halls was empty. If only they knew, thought Guilliman. He looked upwards through the roof towards the clearing skies. Beams dangled from decaying ligaments of iron. The floor was slippery with rotten timber and fallen tiles. Everything was ruined, but still legible idolatry to the God Emperor clung to the inside. Theoretical, he thought. The Emperor is a god, and denied his own divinity to protect humanity.
Corvus is scary.
Practical.
I'm interested in checking Corvus out next, to be honest. Obviously we're gonna have another vote, of course, but
Theoretical.
I would like
The
to learn
Emperor
some more
was
about
not
Corvus,
a
for
god,
sure.
but became one. Practical. he is a god. He dismissed the idea. These theoreticals had been bouncing in his mind for so long, he had begun to grow weary of them. But his mind would not stop generating counter-arguments to his own beliefs. Theoretical. The Emperor was always a god, but was unaware of it. Practical. He is a god. No, he thought. Theoretical. The Emperor became a god to protect humanity. Practical. He is a god. He is not a god, he thought. Theoretical. Guilliman thought savagely now, turning his anger against his traitorous mind. The Emperor was never a god, denied he was a god, and had been wrongly elevated by men who see power and mistake it for divinity. Practical.
True.
The Emperor is not a god. He is not a god, said Guilliman out loud. He could not countenance the thought. Accompanied by Sisters of Silence, Custodes and Victrix Guard, Guilliman followed Felix to the very darkness pulsating plague across this world.
Imagine Guilliman, of all people, uttering, "He is not a god" out loud in the presence of Sisters of Silence, Custodes, and all these other, like, loyal chapter members, you know what I mean? You would just, like, turn slowly, like, turn your head slowly and just, like, look at him and be like, what the fuck? Like, dude, you can't just be, like, speaking that hate speech out here. Like, we're out here fighting the forces of Nurgle. Like, god damn it, G-Man, just keep it together. Just keep it together for the sake of your guys here. Just keep it together, please. Holy shit. Like, you can't just be uttering those sweet nothings here now. Like, look at what we're doing right now.
Guilliman followed Felix to the
people need to have faith, goddammit.
Pulsating plague across this world. A clock. An oozing, bloated device that spoke of a beauty utterly befouled, sat upon an altar. Guilliman had dearly wished to face his brother. The chances of meeting Mortarion upon Espandor...
Custodes would be okay with it, that's true.
Even though it was clear the Demon Primarch had expended a great deal of effort investing in the Cardinal world, Guilliman reminded himself he could not be impatient. This was but the first step. He would find his brother, and he would kill him. The Sisters of Silence formed a circle around it, all forces arraying a quadrant, as Matthew entered the hall. Striding up to Guilliman, the blood and battle mess still staining his robes. Guilliman...
Most Space Marines don't see the Emperor as a god. That's true, but a lot of them do. A lot of them, or at least they see him as divine, in a sense. Maybe not as a god, maybe that's the wrong word, but divine is definitely the correct word. Even how they're treating Guilliman's artifacts, you know, even they show like displeasure with him using them so openly. I think that just goes to show even just how sacred, like, I guess, in a sense, like, even though they might not be viewed as gods, they might not be viewed as demigods, they are still viewed as divine as a whole, I like to think. At least that makes sense to me. The Black Templar are an exception. The Space Marines do not think the Emperor is a god, but yes, they venerate him. Sisters of Silence see him without warp trickery, the only ones that really do. So what are their thoughts on him then? If they're the only ones that see him without his warp trickery, do they still think that of him, or are they, you know, of the thought that he isn't divine?
To Guilliman, the blood and battle mess still staining his robes. Guilliman told him it was dangerous, and he was wearing no protection gear. He did not possess a Primarch's healing, or even that of the Hastatis. We are both protected by the Emperor. My faith shields me, said Matthew. The priest dropped to his knees in prayer. How
God
could one worship such hate? Whispered Matthew. Guilliman told him they, like all heretics, were fools, duped by such power. You speak mercifully of heretics, said Matthew softly. They shall find no mercy from me, said Guilliman. They are what they are, but we must not forget that most of them were noble warriors, and were led down this path by others.
That's
Words
true.
from a beloved leader can twist a man's heart. It was, I believe, the Emperor's fault. If he had not lied, did he really lie? Asked Matthew, into the silence. He was barely breathing, caught up in revelation of his god's words. Yes, replied Guilliman.
Yeah, he did definitely
Yes,
lie.
He did.
Yeah.
He knew the true nature of the warp, but kept it to himself. I deduce he wanted to keep my brothers and I from temptation, but instead ignorance left us vulnerable to it. Horus was a good man before he turned. He was proud and arrogant, that is for sure. But he believed in the Emperor's dream.
Yeah.
The Imperium. And the
Horus
love between
generally
them
wasn't that
so
bad.
Strong.
Necessarily.
Guilliman looked at Matthew solemnly. He had once believed that. He truly had. Now he lied just like the Emperor had, because he knew the truth of the Emperor's affection now. Guilliman continued. Chaos found a way to use Horus's love and pervert it. My father made a miscalculation, and it cost us all dearly. Matthew searched for the right thing to say. Gods are not beholden to the same laws as mortal men are, my lord. Its reasons for lying are beyond our understanding, even yours. Guilliman pulled a face at Matthew. He knew what was coming. The naive attempts to convince him that his father was a god. But
Yeah.
Matthew, like all priests,
Those were pretty naive attempts.
speaking to know much of a man they'd never met.
That's also
Guilliman
true.
had seen him, spoken to.
Like, yeah, you're talking about, oh, well, he's a god. You can't know why he lied. First off, he was my father, A. B, I actually fucking spoke to him. I was in his presence multiple times. I was there when all of this shit was actually going down, so I don't really think you can tell me what I do and don't know when I was literally there firsthand and experienced it, you know? Matthew, I think he's trying to convince him, but it's a meek attempt. It's certainly not gonna work, at least right now, with the approach that he's taking. Absolutely isn't gonna work. No way.
Much of a man they'd never met. Guilliman had seen him, spoken
Horus
to
was
him,
turned to chaos when he was shown a vision of the 40K
certain.
galaxy. Yeah,
Did they think
yeah,
they
he
knew
was.
him better than he?
But what was the cause
Did
of
they know
that?
all the
You know,
greatness of the
him
Emperor,
turning
he
traitor,
was
obviously.
a liar, a manipulator, and at last they had spoke. He received Guilliman as a tool. The Emperor had allowed them to love him, and to believe he loved them in return. He had not. His Primarchs were weapons. That was all. Guilliman had died for him once, and strangely enough, he would do so again, but not for the man, but for humanity. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword, the orb beaming from Matthew's face. Guilliman had to admit too, he felt the Emperor's presence when its fire crackled. If a man has all the powers of a god, he thought, is he not a god? That is what Matthew believes. Theoretical, there is the possibility he is correct. I am not immune to mistakes. Guilliman lifted the burning sword above his head. Imbued with the power of the anathema, it had the strength to annihilate demonic influence to the very source. Guilliman swung down. The device cracked and was eviscerated as he swung. It charred into embers, but as Guilliman began to walk away, the librarians in the room reacted. Something was coming. A tear in the warp burst open and sent the Imperials flying. A black, oily skin formed over the clockwork and broken stone. A demon rose up, gathering the materials of the clock and meshing it into itself, and it took on living form. Organs of wiring cogs sank into its chest. Ropey muscle moved under the shining black skin. Where the metal and stone showed in its form, they were corroded, brass and bronze becoming green, fused lumps, the rock pitting, though it glowed brighter and brighter. Forearms grew, the fingers becoming long, backward-facing spikes like wings of a bat. A short, powerful pair of legs burst from the back of the mass. Huge shoulders swelled in seconds, unnatural bones cracking as they grew at pace.
And this is where Matthew gets eviscerated, am I right?
Nurgle emerged. Fear me, for I am the rot drake, the foul catcher, the master of last moments. I am the death of time, it said.
Wow.
The draconic rotten beast lurched forward. Munitions began to ram into its flesh as it smashed and gored marines, custodies and sisters.
Wow.
Guilliman bellowed everyone to fall back. Only he alone could face it. Quaramar swung its finger.
And he's taking that 1v1 again. Seriously?
Slashing down hard at the Primarch. Guilliman
I swear to
parried
God.
one hand.
I swear to God, if Guilliman gets fucking taken down again, if he gets fucking beat again in this fight, I swear, man, he better fucking take this one home. That's all I'm saying. He better fucking take this one home. Like, he's on the record here this time. Like, I'm keeping track. Like
swords. Slashing down hard at the Primarch, Guilliman parried one hand, dodging the other. The sword of the Emperor blazed white hot as it connected with the demon's skin. But though the sword's touch alone was death to most demons, it was not enough to harm the last Watcher. Guilliman was forced back by the dragon thing's onslaught. The surviving custodians advanced on it. Their weapons swinging perfectly matched with each other, they cut it many times but the wounds closed, as Quaramar aged and grew young in a constant cycle, putting all his strength into his legs. Rabute Guilliman waited for Quaramar to come screaming at him. Then he leapt. He cleared 20 feet from a standing start, arms and legs wheeling as he fell towards the demon's back.
20 feet from a standing start's pretty impressive, goddamn.
His flayed skull around to snap at the Imperial Regent, but he clung on as they both flew towards the portal. Only at the last second did Rabute Guilliman reverse the sword of the Emperor, and with both hands drive it down through the beast's back, piercing his mechanical heart. Quaramar screamed, its wings thrashing. Guilliman leaned back on the sword, making the demon rear up higher in the air. Power built within the weapon, and it glowed incandescently until light burned in every rent and orifice of the demon's body. Guilliman cast his burning body back through the rift, as the librarians under Togurius rallied, closing the war portal for good. Silence
Thank God.
reigned again. Espandor was cleansed. Guilliman looked to Matthew, amazed that even now he still...
Lorgar sits there smiling, well, not anymore, because Korax is outside his window taunting him. G-Man still loses to Lord of Copper Wiring. If you know, you know. Gotta love an underdog. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I thank God he beat that one. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, G-Man really needs every win he can take, you know? And, you know, he's really got to take those ones where he can. And if he lost this fight in the presence of Custodes and Sisters, man, that's a bad look. Like, you know, don't even take the fight if you're going to lose it. That's my advice to you, because it just looks worse for everyone involved. Even though you, like, did the honorable thing, at least that's what you want to tell yourself. Bro, you still lost. You still fucking lost. You still lost. And everybody saw it. You still lost. Like, that is not a win for the Imperium. Your honor doesn't matter. Just saying. You know, like, the demons don't give a shit. Like, Corvus technically created Super Primaris during the Heresy. His grew to adulthood and max ability in months. Then Alfarius spoiled it. Well, after stealing the uncorrupted data on how to do it, god damn it. You just pulled a minor prank. Alfarius seems to be doing a bunch of, like, fuck shit behind the scenes, but I guess that's his whole point of the Alpha Legion, right? Is he just you know, they infiltrate, they fuck around, and they do espionage. They're espionage based.
Guilliman looked to Matthew, amazed that even now he still looked untouched by any disease or plague, even in the demon's presence. For those that could hear it, Guilliman said, "The Emperor protects. The Emperor loves us all." He lied, but it was one they needed to hear.
Wow.
Espandor was secure, and now the more important target in the sector was next. A world he was sure to find his brother upon. The crusade set course for Parmenio.
Parmenio. Part 3, The Plague Wars.
I will tell you something. This armor...
His hand spread across his chest. Tongues of pale flame shone on his fingers, where the scrollwork caught the ship's lumens.
I was told it kept me alive. I was warned by the Eldari who aided Archmage's call in awakening me never to take it off.
"I've seen you without it," she said. She shrugged. "I don't see the Eldari as naturally deceitful like most do, but a lie for them is not the same as a lie for us. It pays to be careful with the Eldari."
It does. I am. Yvraine was not lying. She believed what she said to be true. The Eldari never do anything that does not aid their race directly.
True.
They did not resurrect me for the sake of humanity, but for their own kind. They see me as another piece in their game against extinction.
Which makes sense, because if anyone's going to keep, chaos off of their back, existential threats off of their back, the Imperium is obviously going to do that. The Imperium is kind of the shield for the Eldar, in a sense, not being able to have mass numbers. They don't have mass numbers. They don't have mass ability to fight, such as the Imperium. Their industrial capabilities aren't nearly the same. That being said, obviously, they're technically higher tech by a lot. But their limited numbers are so fucking limiting for their race. So, yeah, the Imperium is much like a shield, I think, for them. And having Guilliman back awake strengthens the Imperium, which technically strengthens their borders. Their enemies are very much the same. Even though they fight each other a lot, their enemies are very similar in nature. And there's bigger enemies out there than fighting each other. I think that's true.
They see me as another piece in their game against extinction. I do not wish them ill, but I cannot be their pawn, just as I cannot become the weapon of the Imperial cult. She told me what she did because she wants me alive.
You took it off anyway, Sulemania said. She thought a moment. You took it off to defy them.
I never have only one reason for doing anything. Defying Yvraine was part of it. I do not like to be told what is and is not possible. But the driving reason was that I cannot be enthralled to the Eldari. If I allowed myself to be dependent on the armor, what happens if it malfunctioned, or they turned it off? Call built it, but I doubt he understands the fullness of its workings. So much was dictated to him. To avoid alerting them, I conducted the research on the Armor of Fate myself. Do not think there are none of the Eldari's agents abroad in Fleet Primus. One of Eldrad Ulthran's own flies with us, after all. And there will be more, human and Eldari.
Interesting.
I do not have the technical skills of some of my dead brothers. The armor is complex. But I was able to determine the majority of its processes, and what exactly it was doing to keep me alive. It is esoteric. Warp tech. The Eldari make no difference between the material universe and the warp. Not in the same way we do. I also determined that if I took it off, I might survive. Theoretically. I spoke with Eldrad Ulthran.
He likes saying theoretically a lot, is what I will say.
Any trust for. I heard what he had to say, and I made my choice. I waited for a moment of peace, that being relative.
Except in the bedroom, he loves playing sub there for Yavrin.
Removing the armor was painful and difficult, especially as I did not wish to damage it, for it is an exemplary piece of war gear. Furthermore, although my convictions were firm, I wished to leave the option to myself of replacing it should I begin to perish. When the Armor of Fate was removed,
someone needs to explain it. I think
and when the pain,
judging from the last comment, I think I understand it pretty well.
Did not leave me. Not when the strength left my body, and the wound my brother inflicted upon me at Thessalar opened itself and wept blood scented with immortal poison. I fell, my body aflame with agony. My mind was ablaze, but I held one thought. I cannot die. Not that it is impossible, but that I would not allow it. When Fulgrim beat me in combat, I had the same thought.
The meme is easy. G-Man been laying G-Man been laying Imperial pipe in that Xenos. Easy clap. So true. I mean, hell, man. Listen. You know, sometimes you just gotta take what you can get, and I mean, listen. Hey, I'm not gonna judge. You know, G-Man. You know, he's a very stressed out man. You know, I'm sure he's got a lot on his plate. You know, if he's if he's got that opportunity, I don't see, we might as well take that. I mean, hell, fuck that.
I had the same thought. I feared no one would be able to hold the Imperium together were I to die. That fear has been borne out 1,000,000 times. The stakes are so much higher now than they were in the past. Maybe this gives me strength.
He touched his hands to the breastplate.
Into realms of thought and terror I passed, and I experienced many things there that I can barely recall. But I awoke. I earned my scar.
He ran an armored finger across his neck, but the ropey mark of Fulgrim's wound peeped out from his soft seal collar.
I was weak, but the worst had passed. I put the armor back on and went about my duties. That week I had it removed every night, and each time it became more bearable, until I could go abroad without it in tolerable condition.
You are in pain when you do not wear it.
Some. Not as much as there was. It is important I am seen without it. The Imperial Regent should show no weakness, nor any reliance on a Xenos race.
True.
Humanity fled.
That's a
him
good point,
as he said
actually.
those words, spoken with an intensity a mortal man could not match.
It could be that my body had recovered enough that it could finish the job of healing.
Also used to be a Dark Elder slave,
and
so
that the
she can
venom in
take
my
it. Oh my
veins was
god.
but a residue I could
Oh,
overcome.
god damn it.
Whether or not these things are true, I will tell you one that is. I will not let myself die. The Imperium needs me, whole and free of the influence of others.
Then you have nothing to fear from Matthew.
Maybe that is true, for now. I do, however, fear the Church.
In these times, Lord, I will take whatever help I could get. He shook his head and began to walk again.
I think back to Nicaea, so long ago. There was dissension among my brother Primarchs about the wisdom of using warp-born powers within our legions.
Oh god, there it
The
is
Emperor
again.
decreed that we
Great
abandon
subtitles.
the practice. We broke that ban when warpcraft proved to be one of the most effective weapons against the forces of
Warcraft?
chaos. Perhaps admitting faith into my armory is no more extreme than entertaining witchcraft as a weapon of war. Sometimes I do not know what to think. I can see the strategic value, in fact the necessity, of the Imperial cult, but I do not understand it. I do not think I ever will. Of all my brothers, only Lorgar had a genuine sense of the spiritual. He had faith in my father once, much like Matthew does. He was censured for that belief, and now a version of his religion is an indispensable part of the apparatus of state.
And again, that's so ironic, because it's just like, fuck, like, he really is just like spitting these facts out to everybody. Like, yeah, like, Lorgar made it, and now, you know, we censored him, we burned his planet, we kind of fucked him up a lot for creating a faith, and now that exact same faith is now just mainstream in the Imperium, and everybody kind of believes it, and it's just like, fuck, man, it's just such irony, like, fuck, you hate to see it happen, you know? Shit, man. Oh my god, what is this? Primarch pipe? What is this, chat? Holy fuck. Call has given him some upgrades.
The irony of that is so black.
So
I can
true.
Laugh at it. It was Lorgar who fell first, not Horus. Did you know that?
The Horus heresy was a long time ago, my lord. It is a time of legends to most. Even I, privileged enough to read the materials I collect for your histories, know next to nothing about it.
It is not accurately remembered. You know that Lorgar was the root of the Imperial cult.
Yes, she said. A threat of misgiving wound itself around her guts and pulled tight. I didn't. Before Talisman. Did he know what she had in her possession?
You know also that should this information become widespread, it would cause untold upheaval.
Her hands
Yeah.
tightened on the stasis box. How peculiar he should bring this up now. She did feel a little afraid of him right then.
I shall tell you something none now know. The Emperor ordered that Lorgar, who was called Aurelian, desist in his worship of him. He did not. So my father had me teach him a lesson.
Oh,
Lorgar had raised a city in praise of the Emperor, They called it Monarchia, the perfect city.
Yeah, and then I
My
came.
legion destroyed it.
Made it not so
I
perfect.
took no pleasure in the act. Though I suspect the roots of corruption were planted long before the Emperor took Lorgar to his side, it was my legion's humbling of Aurelian that helped push him into the embrace of chaos.
Suleimania's eyes widened in shock.
I wouldn't say, like, helped push him. I would say, like, you basically just, like, fucking overhand threw him into Chaos's arms when you did that. Like, yeah, you burned his planet down and publicly humiliated him in front of his legion and everybody who was a believer of what he was saying. And the Emperor, again, let this go on for so fucking long. For so fucking long, he let this go on. When they met, I'm pretty sure he straight up had like a feast in his honor and like proclaimed him a god to everyone right then and there. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, but he let it go on, you know, he allowed it to happen. So it's just like, what the fuck, man? Like, why would you allow that?
To push him into the embrace of chaos.
This
Suleimania's
marble
eyes
pillar of
widened in
Macragge.
shock.
You blame yourself for the
The sacred orbs of
You
Ultramar.
don't know what would happen.
So
It
true.
was my job to know. I was made to plan. Each of my brothers...
Let's destroy everything he loves. He will grow from this. Exactly. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to do? Like, straight up.
Individually, our talents overlapped. Redundancy, I suppose. I should be incorporated into any system. Lord Rogel Dorn and I, for example, both inherited his capacity for strategy and contingency planning. But in combination, our talents were unique. Dorn was a greater builder than I ever was, and I a far better administrator. Neither of us saw this coming. Nor did Sanguinius, who had powers of foresight second only to the Emperor himself. Of us all, I think perhaps...
And
only
Kurz.
Conrad,
Don't forget about Kurz.
for
Yeah.
he too had the power to see the future.
Yeah.
The Night Haunter. Suleimania whispered. Guilliman nodded.
Was he as gifted as they say the great angel was?
He was.
Even
He
more
was
so,
also
perhaps.
insane.
Yeah.
Perhaps if he had not been, this all could have been avoided. Assuming, of course, the Emperor hadn't intended this to happen all along.
Whoa, there it
Guilliman
is.
sighed. He seemed tired.
Fucking
Yasili, do you think you can truly comprehend the workings of my mind?
like, again, that was in Luton's one video there. His part 4 of the Emperor of Mankind, I believe it was. Yeah, he alluded to that. Like, yeah, was it the Emperor's plan that the heresy actually does happen, that the things are ending up the way that they are? Does this increase the Emperor's power, them believing in him as a god? You know, it makes you think, like, yeah, was this truly, you know, planned out, I guess, you know, like, was this part of his grand scheme? Lorgar did nothing wrong. Honestly, Lorgar got fucked with pretty hard, I would say. Like, he tried his best. I think if, you know, he was given proper instruction from the Emperor when they met, I think things would have gone a lot differently if simply they had just communicated it a little bit more. I think that would have solved a lot of problems, I'm not gonna lie. Let's burn his favorite to the ground, then make Lorgar burn the rest. So true. Yeah.
Yasili, do you think you can truly comprehend the workings of my mind?
Lorgar used to got beaten as a
course
child.
not.
That's sad to hear. Yikes.
I've got a pretty high opinion of myself, but you are far more than human.
Then you can understand by extrapolation.
Lorgar was told a number of times
I merely suppose,
by the Emperor that he
for I
wasn't
am
a
as
god.
able to
Didn't
understand
listen.
the Emperor's mind as you are able to
That's
understand
fair.
mine.
She pulled her face.
Has something I said given you cause to worry?
It's funny, and I don't mean in an amusing way, that you bring up your brother Lorgar with me today.
Guilliman raised an eyebrow.
How so?
Can you read minds?
She asked frankly.
I don't think you can, but you are, well, you are what you are.
Guilliman might have laughed again, were it not for her deadly serious air.
The Emperor did not invest me with any appreciable psychic ability.
Now she was nervous. Quickly, she unhooked the stasis box from her belt and held it up to him, before she changed her mind.
I've brought you this. Once I knew what it was, I was pretty anxious to keep it hidden away from the others. Only I and Skorpani have seen it. Danton did too, but he's dead.
You do not trust your colleagues.
I don't trust anyone, apart from myself and you. She held up the stasis box.
Interesting.
It's in here.
And even she was like, you know, very hesitant to trust him there, which it makes sense. I mean, again, when you're dealing with the type of shit, like, you know, given the stakes that are currently on right now. Yeah, totally makes sense. And she's also an Eldari too, is that correct? Like, she's straight up just an Eldari. Unless I'm wrong here, but I'm assuming, like, what you guys were saying, also, like, the ears kind of thing. It's giving me Eldari vibes, but, yeah, man, like, who knows, like, what the fuck that could be. I don't know what's going to be in this stasis box. I guess we'll have to find out here, for sure, for sure.
Self and you. She held up the stasis box. It's in here.
I'm definitely not a god, as a psychic might send shockwaves across the planet.
I
So
thought
true.
It better be me that gave it to you. I'd be very careful with it. It's very fragile. I suppose it would be, being 10,000 years old. Or
Oh,
so.
she's a rogue
You looked
trader.
at the
Okay.
box.
But she is an
Do you
Eldar
believe
still,
in
right?
coincidences?
Rogue traders are...
She asked.
Oh, wait, no, rogue traders are humans, correct? But can't they be other races? Aren't they just people that are, like, technically allowed to do trade/war profiteering within Imperium space? I don't think they have to be a human. Okay, so they do have to be human. Is that correct? Okay.
The box. Do you believe in coincidences? She asked, reaching up to key the cipher into the lockpad on the side.
Once I did not. But given sufficient evidence now, I will entertain any.
She's a human, no
The box lid
Xenos.
folded into itself. Soft blue stasis light lit Guilliman's face.
Super late after rewatch from the beginning, lol. Well, we're 4 hours in now, so...
With a silent center. The eerie hush of changeless
Excuse me.
rose from the middle of the containment field. There can be no noise where time does not flow.
She can
Guilliman
work with or
looked
hire
into the
Xenos
box.
sometimes, okay.
His eyes went hard.
Where did you?
They can have Xenos allies, Xenos crew, okay.
Guilliman recognized the book instantly. Something he had never read, but knew of its existence over 10,000 years before. It made him shiver to think of the ramifications, how this small thing had shaped the universe. He kept it in his own quarters, a problem to deal with later. A confrontation with Mortarion awaited. Parmenio was dark, clotted with rot and stink. Imperial lines bucked as the constant artillery rained munitions upon the advancing Death Guard. Slowly, the corrupted forces of Nurgle were building a mound, crossing over the waterfront. In a matter of weeks, their full force would overrun them. Across the broken and rotten ground, the Imperium line was falling back. But they and their accompanying sororitas stood still,
Nice.
watching a miracle. A girl, no more than a teenager, walked barefoot. She should have been writhing in pain from the sore-laden air. Plague drones were making a run at Guard Captain Devers, a simple veteran who sprinted to the girl's side. The girl held up her hand. Her eyes glowed yellow and bright, and in a voice not her own, she bellowed, "Be gone." The drones melted from existence. "Keep faith, Devers," she said. Light streamed from her mouth, as it did from her eyes.
Jesus.
So brightly the man could not bear to look into it. Her voice possessed an ancient power that pushed inside him, rearranging the clockwork of his soul.
What the fuck?
Through faith you shall be saved. Belief is the path to victory. Believe and live. The Primarch is coming. Then
Wow.
she collapsed. Guilliman and his fleet, after weeks of travel, arrived in the skies above Parmenio. Theoretical. Mortarion wishes to draw him to Parmenio. Practical.
So was that like kind of a like a premonition of sorts? Was that the Emperor imposing will in a sense? What was that exactly? Like what would cause a force like that to happen? Rogue Trader game is good. Should play it sometimes. Yeah, I still gotta buy it. I know it's on sale. Some of you guys were saying it's on sale for the spring sale right now. I might pick it up. Just hurting on the coin right now a little bit, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I might pick that up for sure. It looks like a really fun game. A lot of you guys have been recommending it to me, and it'd be really fun to play on stream sometime for sure. It's one of those longer format games that would be a great for a stream for sure, for sure. Rogue traders receive a document that gives them more freedom to act as they want. Think of them as legal pirates. Yeah, they're basically privateers to my understanding, like literally privateers, and in the 40k sense. They're allowed to use Xenos technology, employ Xenos and use their tech sometimes. Damn, that's pretty powerful. I can imagine that being a super huge asset for the Imperium as a whole, to be able to employ or to have some certain, what would you call them, assets being able to employ Xenos tech. I could see that coming in handy, for sure, for sure. Emperor possessing somebody, is that what it looks like? Straight up, the Emperor possessing somebody, and he's straight up saying, have faith? What a hypocrite, man. What a goddamn hypocrite, straight up. Yeah, basically anything, but you won't see just like a plague bearer chilling part of the crew, like the fuck, yeah, you won't, like, yeah, you won't see anything fucking crazy, yeah. That was a living saint, i.e. the power of the Emperor giving a person with some of his power. Okay, so that person was still in control of what they say, but they were imbued with the Emperor's power, in a sense. Okay, that makes more sense.
Mortarion wishes to draw him to Parmenio. Practical. This is a trap. But yet this was a trap he had to spring. Guilliman had lost battles, but he had never lost a war. He had Tetrarch Felix stand beside him at the command dais. As Parmenio grew in the distance, the Death Guard fleet was dwarfed by the Imperial war machine. They scanned Parmenio. No doubt another of those foul clocks was locked within the heart of the enemy's territory. Guilliman's fingers danced over the numerous gel pads and brass keyboards. He paused every so often, eyes flicking back and forth over multiple displays. Here is the likely source, he said. A power complex covered over in fleshy veins appeared as a flat pict in a hololithic orb. It is defended with a warp field. Prepare psych-out missiles. Breach the shields. The gap, though, will not last. Unfortunately, the power source must be destroyed underground. Tetrarch Felix, Captain Cynreius. Guilliman's voice was carried out to his warriors. Dropships hovering over a Vox Angel. Prepare for immediate deployment.
Wow.
Primarch finished. Psi missiles, formed from the dust of psychic blanks, raced ahead of Felix's splinter.
Holy shit.
Breaking the warp field. Felix and his men would break the clock.
So those missiles are made with broken down blanks, is that correct?
On the planet. Dozens of chapters, millions of men and women, and the god engines of Mars. The Titans would take to this field. The miasma of dread had been building for weeks on Espandor. The men and women who had made the trench line their home fixed their bayonets.
That's not what you want to do.
That did little to stop the Death Guard now swatting them like flies.
Yeah.
Bones broke and blood sprayed, mixing with the mud and pus.
Imagine having to affix bayonets and you're fighting fucking forces of Nurgle, dude. That would be like the worst fucking scenario. Like, fuck that. Straight up. I'd rather not even fight. I'd just give up at that point. There's no reason, you know? You're gonna fix bayonets and you're gonna go stab that fucking zombie fucking space marine. That's what you're gonna do. Like, no, that's like, it's not gonna work, man. I don't think you could, like, with a regular bayonet, like assuming they just got big ass K-bars on the end of their guns, what's that gonna do? Legitimately, like, I'm asking, what's that gonna do? What's 100 stab wounds from that gonna do? You know? Fuck. How depressing.
Bones broke and blood sprayed, mixing with the mud and pus that oozed from the ground. But then
bayonet charged the Blight Lord Terminator. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck?
The Angels of Death.
Just a Tuesday for a Krieg, I guess.
The ground forces saw their reinforcements.
But against Chaos? Fuck.
The Primarch was here. The son of the Emperor was here.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to make it because there'd just be so much shit everywhere.
Representatives from chapters, custodies, Sisters of Silence and Guard. He let his voice carry out. Our victory would be my assessment, but the theoretical here begs a simple practical, and that makes me suspicious. According to our information, Mortarion cannot win this battle, but though his plays in this theatre of open war remain the same as they ever were, he has become devious. He never had any subtlety before he fell, but his strategies in this war, the subversion of the populace, and this reliance on pandemic to circumventulate the cleanness of honest battle, are tricks learned from his new master. I expect surprises. We must be ready for them, and be able to counter. The casualties we will take from this unclean weaponry will be high, whether he folds at the first blow or fights on to the bitter end. Listen to Cynreius. This will not be an easy fight. Another wrench had been thrown in the mix. This girl, this miracle, one Guilliman had to deal with.
Fighting Nurgle's forces in any way sounds absolutely horrendous. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, man.
Over Espandor.
Like awful.
The
like
girl
I
who
would
cleansed a rotten
be the
well.
worst of the worst.
The girl who
simply put.
annihilated the enemy. The girl who spoke with the Emperor's voice. Apostolic Matthew, without permission, had met this girl, declaring her a messenger for the Emperor. His
Interesting.
sermons to the crowds were concerning, but Guilliman saw the use. In secret his rogue Traeger Sulemania had spied upon Matthew, ultimately telling Guilliman that he would be no threat. The priest liked to record the history of the Primarch as it happened, though rewriting it from the mindset of a true believer. Matthew's only designs on Guilliman was to make him a true believer, something Guilliman knew he would fail to do.
Like,
But
yeah,
he
exactly.
knew to underestimate a zealot. The girl was to be locked up. It could be a trap, a plot of his brother Magnus, or a saint, such as Celestine was. Time would show the truth, but it was an unknown factor in this theatre of war.
Yeah.
2 lines, miles in length.
What do you guys think on that? I think that's probably the smart choice. Like, again, given the situation, given the fact that you're dealing with chaos forces, could be a saint, but also could just be a fucking filthy trick. You don't really know until you know, unfortunately. So I think erring on the side of caution here. Don't fucking kill her, but lock her up, at least for now. Just make sure, you know, she's legit, you know, like she's, you know, for real. And then there's no harm done necessarily, you know, versus she's actually just fucking an agent and she's going to turn and fuck everybody up. Like, yeah, it doesn't sound like a good idea. Seriously here, Krieg soldiers have to be stopped from running into fights. Yeah, like CC fights with Death Guard. Like, fuck that. I guess that makes sense. Like, from what I've heard of the Death Corps Krieg, yeah, they just fucking, they don't care about their lives. Their lives are meaningless. And they don't even believe necessarily in, you know, a casualty. A casualty is a death also. If you take a wound, you're probably just going to die. And if you don't, shocker. You know what I mean? Everybody's disappointed in you for not dying, quite literally. So I could see them totally just like, as a laugh, fucking death charging, like, you know, Nurgle forces. Why wouldn't they, you know? You get anywhere near them and your skin will be melting off and demonic flies spilling out of every hole. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't even have to get close. It's just like the tox that they fucking, like, emit. And I guess that's the cool thing about Death Corps. I guess they have their masks and shit, but I don't know if it's airtight to Nurgle's fucking toxins, you know what I'm saying? I don't think so. Alfarius would definitely lock her up. Imperial Saint, straight to jail. So true.
Theatre of war. 2 lines, miles in length, populated by the god machines of humanity stared across at each other. The Imperial Titans, the god killers of a time long past. A golden age where now was only war. Near their treading feet that shook the very earth, Imperial knights clung like dogs to a kennel master. Munitions traded across the ragged wastes to their dark mirrored counterparts. What once had been the epitome of human industry now leaked flesh and pus.
Wow.
They bulged with flesh. Corrupted titans that moaned with sound that made a man's soul shiver. The Death Guard.
Corrupted titans would be crazy.
Fired back, trading as the tension was building onto a full-on assault. Guilliman knew something wasn't.
I would
yet
love
in
to,
place.
just saying, I'd love to fucking put a Titan together one day, but I feel like for me to do something like that, I definitely would have to invest in like a 3D printer or something of that like, just because it's so ungodly expensive to actually buy a legit model, unfortunately, and I just, you know, I can't justify spending that amount of money, but to 3D print them, actually pretty affordable from what I hear, so might have to invest in one of those at some point, guys. Of course, but we got to hit 1,000 subscribers, of course, you know, so we got to paint those first minis I bought.
On to a full-on assault. Guilliman knew something wasn't yet in place. Mortarion was a fine general, even when he is seeking to prove how indomitable he is. He is there, right in the middle of his army. This is a taunt. He wishes to draw Guilliman out.
Imperial Saints straight to jail, so true.
Missing. So for now, Guilliman would wait. Parmenio's sun finally hit its height through the smoke-thick clouds. The full might of the Death Guard and their allies finally made their approach. The thousands of tanks, transports and bloated titans rode across the muddy ground as the Imperial line came alive. A countercharge by Imperial Titans stopped.
The Corrupted Knights are very cool. Same with the Corrupted Titans are very cool. Same with the Corrupted Knights. Yeah, man.
Engine.
Again, I've looked up some paints of Titans, and let me tell you, some of the Chaos Titan paint schemes are fucking dope as shit. And it's just some of the like creativity elements that people have like attached to them just to make them like give them more of that chaos element. Be that physical changes or be that you know, through other means. Fucking I love the look of them, I have to say. Like the Chaos Titans look fucking sick. Like Titans in general look sick. I would not be displeased with any single one, do not get me wrong, but let me tell you, like the paint schemes of some of these Chaos machines, fuck, they look fucking sweet, man. And the Chaos Knights too look fucking sweet.
The towers were not worthy of the same.
Knights are also
name.
cool, just Titans essentially, smaller Titans. Yeah, oh, I know. They look fucking dope, man. I would totally get one of those too. I just like the size of Titans, you know, they're fucking gigantic. You gotta love them.
Orange that armored its foot to top. But the main material was unfinished wood. Wedge-bit planks layered to the sides. Whole trunks were incorporated into their bodies. No sensible being would wish to see the forests that grew that timber.
Yeah.
These trees were convoluted and repulsive to look upon.
Oh.
The towers were covered in gnarled protrusions. Branches raked at their surroundings with vicious claws.
We need to ship this
Slimy
man's
ropes
Chaos
held the
Knight.
towers
Get
together.
right on it. Get right
Nails
on it.
as large as men stuck
What
bent
the hell?
into the lumber. Enormous leering faces adorned these three forward faces. Their brass and bronze green. The nozzles of primitive guns protruding like tongues from their open mouths. Matter dribbled from every gap, coating the thing all over. Sheer-sided at the front, the towers sloped down at the back.
And again, just these descriptions of these chaos forces, of these Nurgle forces. Fuck, man. I love the way he describes them. I love Amberking's, like his narration's great, and also just his descriptive elements, the way he's able to describe these like what you're seeing. Fuck, like it's just such a brutal like scene. Everything from Nurgle just sounds so disgusting. It's like body modification on like crack, you know what I'm saying? Like if you, I don't know what the phobia is called, I forget the name of the phobia. Fuck, I forget it now, but yeah, like if you're not into that sort of thing, I can imagine Nurgle would be like literally your worst nightmare, you know, like straight up, like God, just like the physical changes that come with it. This artwork is amazing. Yeah, this artwork again, like, and give credence to like his illustration choices, the pictures he picks for these videos. They work fantastic, and they do such a great job of depicting what you're seeing and what he's explaining. I just really want to give credit to the Amberking on that, because like again, these videos are fantastic. 4 hours and 20 minutes long. We're 2.5 hours into it. God damn, if this isn't awesome. Wow.
Sheer-sided at the front, the towers sloped down at the back, to a base housing a huge engine.
Body horror to a
Bleached,
T.
noxious
Yeah.
smoke. The Blight Towers rolled relentlessly towards the Imperial Titan line. In their wake, demon...
The great unclean one, diarrhea.
They arrived by no mortal means, but drew themselves together from the mist.
Why have a Warhound flamethrower when you can have a Nurgle Sewage Spear? That's so true. That's so true.
Before had been none. At the fore
I know which one I'd pick.
Nurglings, though that did not stop the plague bearers following them from trying to squish them under their feet. Swarms of giant demonic flies ascended from the skies. Packs of giggling beasts ran with excitement. Great unclean ones towering over their servants. Their vast, bloated, hillock forms of flesh that wobbled as they made their way towards their enemy. Every form of horrific disease and disfiguration was on display, marked proudly upon their disgusting bodies. Wounds gaped, spilling entrails upon the ground. Streams of maggots tumbled from holes in their skin. The stink of petulance clung to every one of them. Set in pock-scarred faces with eyes full of intelligent malice. Decay and blight made Nurgle's children strong. Sharp minds dwelled in that soft flesh.
Wow.
Drums began to boom. Horns wheezed. The insane music of nightmares infected living minds. The mortal contingents of Mortarian's army dropped dead at the arrival of their demonic allies. They fell covered in sores, vomiting pus, clawing open their stomachs to pull out their own guts. The Death Guard saluted their demonic allies and joined the march. It became clear Mortarian intended to break his enemy, and at the center of this demonic host was Kugath Plaguefather, greater demon of Nurgle, and first in his favor. From the sky a dark shape grew, outstretched wings joining to what had once been a man, once a son of the Emperor. Mortarian's sword. This was the challenge, and Guilliman answered. The Primarch descended down the ramp, flanked by Custodes and Space Marines. They were a gem of colour and brightness amongst the filth. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword and bellowed in challenge. Mortarian, I am your brother, the last loyal son of the Emperor. If you have any shred of courage, you will face me. When he had emerged a decade ago into this grim, dark future,
he said the line, guys. He said the line.
Brother. In a twisted way, he got that wish. But it never should have been like this. The Primarch's calls went unanswered, only by the sound of battle.
And that makes sense. I mean, why would Mortarian... Why would he face him? You know, this is such a resounding victory. Besides, like, pride, besides wanting to get personal with it, otherwise seems like a victory. Why would he take this fight? I mean, again, there's no honor in chaos. Fucking let your forces do it. Let your boys do it. Fuck it. Let these demons do it. If they die, it literally doesn't matter, you know? So besides it being a dick swinging contest, yeah, I can't see why he would actually come and fight him personally. There's no reason for him to. Just let your boys mop it up, you know? If you want a great knight/assassin book, read/listen Assassinatorium Kingmaker by Robert Rath, the same guy who wrote The Infinite and the Divine. Ooh, yeah. That a lot of recommendations. Check that book out, too. I still got to read Gaunt's Ghost. I got to finish that one up, though, first. And then, I don't know, I might continue on with the series after that. We'll see. Scary thing about DG and Nurgle demons, they are typically very happy and joyous, droning and singing. Yeah, that's the fucked up part about them, too. It's not just like they're, like, decaying masses of flesh. They're happy. They're happy. It's sick. It's sadistic. You know what I mean? They have a smile on their face as their fucking guts are pouring out. Like, that's the horror element behind it, you know? The fact that they're doing all this with a smile on their face, you know, I think that's what makes it even more fucked up in a sense, you know? It happens a lot for some reason. The characters have a grand obsession with honor. Yeah, true. So true.
The Primarch's calls went unanswered, only by the sound of battle. The anger in his voice was apparent. Cynreius and the others had pleaded that this was a trap, but Guilliman knew it.
Probably.
Still, he would face his brother. Like a carnival of the dead, the demonic legions of the Plague Father approached, singing their dread chants. I am Rabute Guilliman, shouted the Primarch. I will not stand for your presence upon this world.
No.
Stoked by his anger, the flames of the Emperor's sword flared higher. Now the lines clashed. Guilliman plunged into a crowd of malodorous beings. Plague bearers was their common name. Though they had many, they poured at him with slippery hands, whose skin split over puffy flesh. They snapped black teeth and moaned his name. Swords of crystallized death, deep green and black, swung at him, and while they fought they counted on and on, a relentless murmur of meaningless numbers. "You are weak," Guilliman shouted into the face of rotting horrors. "Your souls have little purchase on my realm. You are not welcome. Begone, filth, back to where you came. Begone." The Emperor's sword blurred around him in fiery orange arcs.
Wow.
All the demons that touched it shrieked, pitilessly as their essence burned in the Emperor's wrath.
I imagine
The sword was a potent
having Guilliman on the field of battle like this with that sword in hand. If this sword is able to instantly vanquish most demons that it touches, what a fucking boon on the battlefield. Like, what an actual scary presence for these demons for the first time. Because normally they have nothing to be scared of, but this is actually something that can fucking, like, get rid of them permanently, potentially. So, yeah, I imagine this is, like, a complete game changer for them in a sense. Obviously, it's not going to stop their horde tactics by any means. They're still going to keep doing them. But definitely a game changer having him there versus not, for sure, for sure. Grandfather Nurgle loves you, so true. Meggetkin also don't play like Death Guard. They are actually quite deceptive in that they are faster than what you would think. For me, rules don't matter. I never play collecting. Collecting, painting, kit bashing is all I really partake in. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever play the tabletop. I've said that before. I don't know if I'll ever play the tabletop, but I do really, really love the collecting aspect of it, for sure, for sure. Again, I don't have anyone to play with. The tabletop, like IRL, right? And I think it's about 45 minute drive to the nearest like Games Workshop, like store proper. And the local hobby stores around me, I don't believe they hold events, unfortunately. So I think it'd be about a 45 minute drive to one of those places to actually play, unfortunately. So while it's possible and while I could do it, it's just kind of like, fuck, you know, I don't know if I want to drive 45 minutes one way just for an event. And, you know, it depends what you're doing too, right? So it's just one of those things. But I absolutely love, and I'm down for the collecting aspect of it. I find that part very, very interesting. The painting aspect, I've never really painted before, but again, it'd be really, really cool to learn, and, you know, be really cool to learn on minis for sure, especially if it's something, you know, I'm interested in. I don't know if I'd ever, like, you know, go and paint a picture. I'm not that kind of artist, and I never really have been, but I don't know, something about miniatures, you know, I would be down to, like, actually genuinely try to get good at it for you know, for something to do, you know.
Pitilessly as their essence burned in the Emperor's wrath. The sword was a potent
4 hours
tool
away in
of its
Halifax,
any foe,
fuck.
but there was no greater weapon against the Neverborn.
Be Kitchener or London
Suffused
for
with
me.
The power of the Emperor, it burned them to nothing, cleaving their unnatural souls to tatty streaks of psychic energy. Slowly, realization dawned upon the tallymen of Nurgle that Guilliman was a threat to their immortal existence. They wavered and fell back in terror. Their count interrupted. The Imperials and Guilliman pushed forward hard, exploiting their fear of him to drive deep into their ranks. I bring you the end, the true death, the destruction of your wicked souls. In my right hand
Live
is
above
the
model
glory
shop?
of the
That's fucking
master of
sick, Andrew.
mankind.
Wow.
You have no place here.
You must get some pretty good goddamn deals on
The
that
sword
one, eh?
roared
Holy.
fire. Its touch was death to any demon, and they fell in staggering number before Guilliman. Septicus 7, Herald of Kugath, drew its own sword to meet the Primarch. The skills of the Emperor's son was terrible to behold. The demon paled in comparison as the Primarch cleaved it in two, cutting his forearm as the Emperor's sword granted its true death. Diving to the side, Kugath Plaguefather. Amongst the roar of the battle, he was collecting something.
Closest
Hiding away a vial as it screamed.
Closest Game
wild.
Workshop, 6 miles away.
Guilliman
Yeah, oh
turned
yeah,
to
that's
confront
Andrew's
it,
comment. I
and
read
the
yours
shadow
already, sorry.
Finally descended. Writhing beams of energy
Got 3 good
swerved
game
their
shops
way
in my
out of the
city.
muck.
That's awesome.
One cast from each of the
See, for me, I only have in my town where I live, I have, I think, one it's not even really a hobby shop, to be honest. It's more of like a cafe. It's more like a games cafe. They do a lot of card-based games there. Not really much wargaming, but they do a lot of like Pokemon tournaments, Magic tournaments. I believe they have Yu-Gi-Oh! Certain nights too, which I'd actually be down to play some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not gonna lie. That's the one in my town, but I don't think it's actually like a hobby store. Like, I don't believe they actually like sell anything there, at least not much. But then where I got my kit from, that hobby store is about 15-20 minutes away in another town. Small hobby store, not very big at all, but good selection and, 15% discount on everything in store. So you really can't complain that way, Live close to Houston, so I have a lot of shops around. Yeah, I imagine in the US there'd be a lot more options for sure. In Canada, we're pretty limited on our selection in a sense, Kind of just get what you get over here, sadly. I know this is extremely heretical, but I just sold part of my Skaven army, and I'm now saving up for a different army. Can't decide on Daughters of Corn, Ursus-born Reapers, or Iron Jaws. I'm guessing that's all fantasy. I don't know any of those fantasy factions. I'd have to check those out more for sure. We have sorted out a few details before. Call it more of a trading of products, so goddamn. EB Games.
Writhing beams of energy squirmed their way out of the muck, one cast from each of the unseen towers. The first caught Guilliman above the wrist as he raised his blade. The second wrapped itself around his neck, the third around his waist. Each snare caught him, held him, until he was immobile. Guilliman looked up at the sight that made his blood boil. He looked upon Mortarion.
Damn. So Mortarion is coming out to face him.
Brother.
Wow.
Mortarion chuckled.
You make it sound as if you have brought me to heel, and will beat me in combat. After 10,000 years, you remain pompous.
True.
Look about you. I have you. I have won.
You have not won yet.
If this is not a victory, then I should probably consult one of your tedious manuals to better acquaint myself with the meaning of the term.
Wow.
It's not over.
Guilliman continued his efforts to free his arm while he spoke. Mortarion glanced down at the Emperor's sword.
Father gave you his blade, I see. Or did you take it off his dead knee?
Wow.
I suppose it matters not. You will not wield it against me.
Fight me, you coward!
Growled Guilliman. The
No.
flames of the Emperor's sword
I would
flared.
never. That's silly.
Mortarion laughed.
Do you think I would stoop so low as to fight you, my brother?
Literally.
Look at me.
He spread the shrouds of his wings wide, fanning Guilliman with plague winds.
You are so far beneath me. I am mightier than you could ever be. Why would I waste my strength on crushing an insect like you?
See, okay, that's the wrong mentality to have. See, now he's underestimating him. You don't underestimate. You just don't take the fight because it's not necessary for you to take the fight. You could probably win just with your forces alone. You don't have to fight him, okay? You're fighting him just to, like, again, it's a dick swinging contest. That's all this is right now for Mortarion. You have the opportunity to finish him. Why would I do that? You're so beneath me. Well, just fucking pop him then. Do it and be done with it. You know what I mean? Or just let your boys do it. That's my opinion on it. God damn. This duel was all an act to ensure Alfarius gains the loyalty of the Imperium. How else would Guilliman survive this trap? So true. Guilliman really loves picking stupid fights. So true.
Crushing an insect like you.
Instead, you
Like, this is a
saved
dumb
your
fight to
wickedness
take.
for my people, who cannot fight back at all.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
Wickedness.
Noble?
Is that what you see?
Brother, he doesn't give a shit about being noble. He hasn't given a shit about that in 10,000 years. Why are you talking about nobleness to a fucking chaos demon? He's already proven he doesn't care. Like, what? I get he's trying to, like, he's trying to, like, goad him. You know what I mean? He's trying to goad him into, like, maybe a misstep or maybe, to underestimate him or some such. But, like, shit, dog, that's not the way to do it, I don't think.
How noble of you.
Wickedness. Is that what you see? I bring them salvation from the hell our father created. I bring them the joy of endless rebirth. I bring them life.
You cast yourself as a warlord prophet, but you are a slave. I pity you, brother. You have deceived yourself.
That is true. You who is the slave of our uncaring father.
See, that's not even true anymore. That's not even true anymore. You can't use that anymore. Listen, back during the Horus Heresy, sure, you could absolutely use that insult as like, yeah, you're a slave for our father. You're being a little bitch. You're a slave, you know? But right now, you know, the Emperor hasn't been around. The Emperor is not around. Guilliman is the one around. If anything, fucking nobody's really beneath Guilliman right now, or nobody's really above Guilliman at this point. Technically, I guess the High Lords still technically would be, and I guess technically the Inquisitorium still technically would be as well. That being said, though, he's got a lot of fucking sway. He's not really a slave to anybody. G-Man could go out and do whatever the fuck he wants right now, and probably nobody would go against him if I had to be, like, if I had to guess, you know. I don't see it happening, like, that's for sure. G-Man says noble because Morty thinks himself noble in this form. Oh, that's fair. Okay. He sees himself as actually a noble form the way he is. That's interesting. Even as like a rotted Nurgle worshipper. That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Wow.
The slave of our uncaring father, who made us to do his bidding. You who trod the path he laid out for you without question. Sure that the lies he told were the truth. Too stupid and trusting to question them for yourself. You never saw what he did to me. The first time I met him, he stole from me my life struggle. It was nothing to him, a bump in his smooth road to godhood. He took what I had worked and suffered for, and he did not care. He called himself the Emperor. What kind of being has the presumption to claim such a title? Who takes
a lot of people
and takes the affections of his son and gives so little in return.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair.
Did not even deign to tell us his name.
That's also fair.
Swallowed it all. Poison milk
pause.
From our machine.
Wait a second.
Machines he created.
G-Man swallowed what now?
Things like we are. I tried his way. I should never have compromised my own principles, but I did. I was a champion of common people. I abandoned them for a galactic despot. Now I'll serve the people again.
Mortarion glared at Guilliman with milky eyes, defying him to challenge his pronouncements.
If I am a puppet of an uncaring master, then what are you? A being who wallows in warp power while crying hatred for the witch?
Wow.
A plaything for corruption and disease? You blustered long and hard against psychic
G-Man
power.
swallows. Yeah, exactly.
Claimed total fearlessness and indomitability.
It's not what I was expecting when we started this video, was hearing that line.
The ultimate challenge. You failed.
Mortarion flinched and rose up in the air.
You do not know what you speak of.
Not.
You do not know
Yikes.
what it was like. I was shown the depths of suffering of a kind you could never understand. And as death beckoned, I was given the power to withstand it.
I know no suffering.
Yeah, that's
I
kind of
saw
silly
my
to say.
brothers, many of whom I loved, all of whom I respected, turn their backs upon our Creator and plunge the galaxy into war. I saw humanity reach for one golden moment of peace, brush it with its fingers, and then I saw you and the others spit upon it and tear it away. I died at the hands of my kin. I awoke to a galaxy so far from the glorious enlightenment of the Emperor, it resembles the Catheric hell. You turned your back on all you claimed to stand for, cravenly, without a second thought.
That's facts.
Where was my brother? who could weather any storm, whose body shrugged off poison, who would never, ever give in. What happened to him? The Mortarion of old would never have allowed this. He would have died with honor. You must have seen, as your warriors were transformed into these hulking monsters, what awaited you should you say yes to salvation. You, who called yourself the strongest of us, the redoubtable, the master of any pain or sorrow.
Wow.
How hollow those words seem to me now.
True.
I, at least, know what I am. I look at myself, and though I perceive many failures, I know with unshakable certainty that I perform the duty I was created for.
Wow.
That I fight for the preservation of mankind.
Then you do not fight for the Emperor.
That was a great speech. And the preservation of mankind, he's firing back with, but you do not fight for the Emperor. The Emperor's ultimate goal was the future and the fucking preservation of mankind. I think that's like the disconnect here, right? Like, whereas a lot of the heretic forces and the heretic Primarchs, they see it, oh, you're doing it for the Emperor. Well, what's the Emperor doing it for? The Emperor's doing it for humanity in a sense. Now, they don't view it as such. They view it as the Emperor doing it for the Emperor, doing it for himself. He wants this power for himself. But again, if you're, taking him as base value, he's doing all this for the greater good of humanity in a sense. So it's interesting to me that he's saying that. Hypocrite Mortarion, I hate psychers and the tyrants, is also a tyrant sorcerer. Like, yeah, literally. Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Jagatai Khan's endurance is superior. Pause. He's definitely still salty about Khan. Pause. Wait. No, I'm joking, guys. The Virgin Mortarion versus the Chad Khan. See, he admits he's still a slave. He does what he was created for. I mean, yeah, but at least... See, there's an acknowledgement there. See, because the Emperor told him straight up that he's a tool. He acknowledges now, I think, that he is a tool. He had a purpose and he's trying to fulfill it. And as it stands right now in 40K, his purpose is still alive and well. Like, the Imperium is in ruins. Like, there's still plenty of use for Primarchs as they stand, and plenty of use for Guilliman as he stands. So, yeah, I mean... maybe he is a slave, but he's doing what he was created for, but there's still plenty of use for him. And, I don't think anybody is discounting him for fulfilling that role, in a sense. Careful with the greater good. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the Tau here. Listen. I'll recant that statement. Blur that word out. There's no such thing as the greater good. The greater good doesn't exist. That's heresy, and I should not have said that. That was a misspeak on my behalf, and I apologize profusely.
Preservation of mankind.
Then you do not...
Emperor, you are a tool, Guilliman, yes.
His voice an insinuating rattle.
I fight for what he believed in.
An advocate's quibbling. You fight for yourself.
I remain a champion.
No, I'm not talking about the Tau. No. Listen. Cut that off. Cut the stream.
Then tell me, Rabute, if our father was so good, look me in the eye and tell me that he loved us all.
You learn the Imperial law as well.
Father should love his sons.
Guilliman stared at him, his jaw clenched in anger. Mortarion laughed. It began as a wheezing in his lungs, thick with phlegm, rattled up his dry throat, and clacked his teeth together behind his breathing mask, before hissing out in puffs of yellow gas.
How many Primarchs are there then? Well, technically, and this is the right answer. There's 18 Primarchs, okay? 18 total Primarchs, okay? That's the correct answer, okay? We're not talking no heresy here. The correct answer is 18.
Out in puffs of yellow gas.
You know, don't you, Rabute? You've seen it.
He wagged one long, skeletal finger at his kin.
I knew something was different about you. You spoke with him on Terra. Tell me, What did he say?
He called me useless.
To be released? Did he beg you to be set free from his golden throne?
Guilliman said nothing.
Oh, my brother. It cannot
The answer is 9. Technically, there's 9, you traitor. Okay, listen, I'm talking the full count. I'm not talking about just the loyalists, because listen here. Even G-Man himself, he's out there spilling these secrets to people. He's out there spilling the secrets to people that there were actually, and he even said 20. He even went above and beyond, and he said 20. So you can say it there, and you can say heresy. I'm just saying, canonically, he's letting slip that there's 18, and even let slip that there was 20, 2 forgotten ones. That's some heresy right there, okay? Don't blame me. Blame the guy who's saying it all, okay? Listen, if any of that knowledge that he's saying went public, fucking nukes are going off. Like you can believe that. Technically, there's 21 or 19. Listen, 21 or 19, see, that's a heresy answer right there. That's a heretical answer. Be mad at that. Don't be mad at the 18 answer I gave. Listen. Alfarius and Omega, make it 19. Listen. Alfar and Omega make 1 Primarch. So multiple. Listen, it's not just me. This is a mixed opinion answer. There's no right answer to this one, clearly. I'm not taking the heat on this one. Hell no.
Oh, my brother. It cannot be.
Mortarion said in mock horror.
Did he say nothing? Is our father dead?
He stood back and shook his cadaver's head.
Of course he isn't, is he? Not in any real sense. Beings like him are beyond mortality. You are so misguided. He sought godhood, and in a way he has what he wanted. He is a corpse.
Send the whole chat to the Inquisition. Literally, guys. Like, you guys are coming on me here. I'm gonna come down on all of you. You guys all need to be sent for re-education, clearly. Look how many mixed opinions there are in this chat. There's no such thing as a right answer here. If I need to go, you all need to go too. That's all I'm saying here. Let's just keep it fair. Let's just keep it completely fair here. There's got to be some general re-education here going on. For sure.
What he wanted. He is a corpse god. A lord of death, more terrible and vile than my adopted grandfather, who offers those who follow him the gift of endless renewal.
Mortarion gestured with silence.
You look at this land and see only ruination. It is a shame for you that Nurgle's potential is invisible. Where you see destruction, I see but one phase in a cycle of death, rebirth, fecundity, and decay. It is glorious, colorful, vital. So much more than our father's pale lies. All secrets might be known within the warp. It is timeless.
Exterminatus the whole stream. Yeah, basically.
Everything that happens here.
That is what I'm suggesting, yes. Completely.
Every moment can be assessed. Every lie heard. Every broken promise relived. I have been deep within, far from Nurgle's garden, into realms where secrets flock like corpse flies. I found many interesting things there. Do you know why he made us?
He drew back the scythe.
Do you think it was for affection? I think once I've crippled you, and you lie blind and useless in an iron cage, begging to die, I might tell you, and then your fine words here will burn in your mouth.
Mortarion made a wet, clotted sound behind his mask. His
Ew.
white-eyed gaze moved over Guilliman's limbs.
But that is yet to come. Legs first, I think.
Oh,
You will
God.
not be needing those.
Pause.
Do not worry, my brother. My scythe is sharp. It will hurt only a little.
Mortarion's going down on G-Man here, guys.
It was
it's looking
like
rough.
the sun itself. Golden light shone from the eyes of a girl, the one people had been calling a saint. The custodies locked in the battle froze, feeling a sensation they'd only felt upon terror. The
Fuck you, are you 21? 21? Come on, you Americans. 21 is your drinking age. Yeah, I make fun of you guys in your drinking age. 21 in America. It's a lot younger. Here, well, not a lot younger. 18, 19 in most provinces. I believe you can be 18 in Quebec, 19 in the other provinces. That being said, though, it's you know, if you're a rural Canadian man, you're probably had your first beer at 12, if you want me to be completely honest with you. So, like, you know, whatever. But in Europe, yeah, it's also, the drinking age is way fucking lower. I know it's much more culturally acceptable to drink there, for sure. But I think I straight up had my first beer, to be completely honest. I think I had my first beer when I was probably like 11 or 12, yeah. To be real.
A burst of energy came from the floating girl, hovering in the battlefield.
18 in New Brunswick, yeah.
Close caught
Hell
fire,
yeah.
as Mortarian's scythe silence was flung back. As the maiming stroke descended, Guilliman rose, not questioning his salvation. The Emperor's sword blazed as he chased Mortarian, only for the demonic Primarch to run. The traitor sliced a hole into reality, looking back at Guilliman, declaring, "I will face you, Rabute Guilliman.
Just not today."
Ajax, follow me there, where we shall do battle for the final time.
Wow.
We shall finish this, you and I. Your life will be forfeit, and I will take your kingdom for my own. On Ajax. Mortarian shook his head and flung himself through the rift. It closed behind him. Mortarian, Guilliman shouted. Mortarian, you treacherous bastard! Come back! The Primarch let out a wordless roar.
Fucking Mortarian just yeeted himself back through the portal. He just fucking dipped on out. He's like, ah, fuck that. Not worth my time. You know, G-Men, if you want to fight me, you know where to find me, bitch. And he just fucking left his addy. He posted his addy and he left. Like, what the hell? Mortarian's such a fucking troll, man. Like, what the hell? 16 in the UK if you have beer, wine, or cider with a meal. Yeah, like, that's pretty much how it is here, too. Like, I mean, God, I know plenty of people, like, you know, the drinking age is obviously legally 18, but fuck, if it's not so easy just to go out and get stuff, even if you're not 18, you know what I mean? It's bad to say, but it's totally so true. If people want to go do it, it's the easiest thing in the world to go do. So it's like, fuck. I'd rather it be like in the UK where it's like, you know, because then again, your culture is kind of accepting of it. It's teaching people not to go fucking way too overboard into it. Maybe this is just my opinion on it, but if it's in a family setting, if it's in a controlled environment, if kids and teenagers especially are taught to be safe with it, taught to be respectful about it, taught not to go overboard with it, I think that's a lot better, in my personal opinion, than waiting till you're 21 and then basically going and fucking killing yourself from alcohol poisoning. You know what I mean? Which is a lot of the times from what I hear what happens, you know? That's maybe just my opinion. Maybe that's a hot take, but I think just learning, what's the word? Respect for it, I guess, or even just to be careful with it at an earlier age. I think that's a safer route for sure. Turn 21 on June 26th. Turn 27 June 22nd. God damn it. Ireland, fuck it, we ball. It's so true. Ireland, it's just like there's no legal drinking age. You just come out of the womb with a glass in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn.
Come back. The Primarch let out a wordless roar. Frustration and rage boiled up through his body. He tore off the helm of the armor of fate and cried out up into the brightening skies.
60, yeah. Hold on, sorry, not to, I'm trying to pay attention to this, but also this conversation's interesting. 16 in Germany, but can't drive till 21. I like that better. Get some irresponsible drinking out of the way. You learn your limits before ever operating a vehicle. I think that's fair, but I do think 21 before you're able to legally operate a vehicle is a bit insane, in my personal opinion, again, in Canada. And it's just like the cultural differences, the geographic differences. Obviously in Europe, you know, public transit, it's a lot more accessible. In Canada, unless you live in a city, there's really, you can't rely on public transit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you live out in one of the rural towns, you basically need a car. You need to drive. So you get your G1 here at 16. I believe you need to have that for a year or 9 months with driver's ed. So I got my G2. I was driving alone with a G2 when I was 16 years old. I had my own car. And that's legal in Canada. You can fully do that. You get your G license, I believe, after 2 years, and then that allows you to like drive after like, I think 2 a.m. in the morning and on certain highways, but nobody gives a shit about that, honestly. You can have a G2. If you get pulled over, just say like, hey man, I'm just trying to fucking pass through. I don't think any cop is going to give you a ticket for it, especially if you're driving responsibly. That's just, I think that's just a thing here. At 13, I was 6 foot tall, so got served in every pub I ever went into. Never got ID'd until I was 28 on holiday in the US. Yeah, dude, that was literally me. I think I went into my first bar when I was 16. To be honest, I'm 6'3" now. I was able to grow. You guys have seen me with facial hair. I can grow that shit basically in a week. At 16, 17, I was basically able to do the same. When I was doing some training X's in the military there, when I was a reservist, there's plenty of times I forgot my ID and I went into a Kelsey's and got served. You know what I'm saying? I was definitely not legal. So, it just happens. Like, but it's also a stupid thing too. Like, how can you legally serve your country? Legally, like, you can serve your country. You can be sent off to go die in a war, but you can't enjoy a beer with your comrades. You know what I'm saying? It's such a fucking silly like thing. It's just one of those things that makes no fucking sense to me. You also can't vote until you're 18, but you can go die for your country. It makes no fucking sense. It's one of those things,
And rage boiled
maybe a
up
hot
through
take,
his
but
body. He tore off the helm of the armor of fate and cried out up into the brightening skies. His face was
see, when you
red.
join the military in
Claws of his
Canada,
neck
they'll fuck
stood
you
out.
if you're underage
No
and you're
one
caught
in his
drinking.
aid
They will
ever
fuck
thought to
you
see
so
Rabute
hard.
Guilliman
I've seen
wear
it. I've literally
such
seen
an
it so many
expression.
times.
It was his fault.
It's bad.
All
It's
of
bad
them,
here.
His treacherous brothers, Horus, Mortarion and the rest. It was their fault for the state of the Imperium, for all the pain he had gone through, how he had seen everyone he cared for die, how they had corrupted and ruined nearly everything he had built. It was their fault that he knew the Emperor, his father, never loved him.
Damn.
Never loved any of them really.
Oof.
And that he sat upon a golden throne as a Acarian lord. Guilliman unleashed his rage onto the fading enemy hordes, the demons dissipating as the Death Guard retreated. The Custodes formed a protective ring as Guilliman felt his rage melt away from him. "The girl," said Guilliman. "It was the girl who freed me," he said to his guard, making his way to where she had been. He looked to battle sister Irelanth.
Yeah, see, I don't know about that, Francois, because I know some guys in the American military for sure, and from what I've heard from them, personally, there's been drinking charges laid in the U.S. too. It happens all the time. It's I don't think any different, but I know in Canada, from my personal experience, man, I think we had somebody on our what was it? Our DP1 mod 2. We had our end of course party. We all indulged. A lot of us were not 18. We were straight off co-op at that point, so we were right out of high school. Or still in high school, a lot of us, but we definitely had some older members on our course too, 20, 30-year-olds. We had kind of the group dad, the course dad, I guess. He was actually a private just like us, but he was a police officer, civvy side, older guy in his 40s, really, really good guy. But no, I witnessed somebody, he got caught doing a shot and there was a charge parade for him the next day. Yeah, he got charged like $1,000. They were deducting $1,000 off of his pay. So it was basically the last 2 weeks of course he got deducted money wise. Like, it was bad. They couldn't demote him because he was still just a private, right? But yeah, they fuck you pretty hard if you get caught with it.
To where she had been, he looked to battle sister Irelanth, cradling the girl in her arms. The girl's body was burned and broken. The sister had been there the day the saint had been discovered, acting as a guard until Guilliman had taken over custody. The fact the girl and Irelanth were here meant his own guard were dead. Irelanth and her sisters had murdered Imperials to bring her here. Guilliman knelt by the girl and took her tiny hand in his massive gauntlet. All I see is a dying girl, Guilliman said. Whatever she is, or was, she was in the first instance a child of terror. He hated it, Guilliman thought. How zealots could justify anything. How this girl was just a symbol to them. Humans aren't symbols. Symbols can't die. But people do. And now her life was cut short.
What does that make Malkador the hero then?
She wasn't asked to make. Tell me, sister, he said. Do you think this is the best mankind can hope for?
So off duty you can basically do whatever you want, to my knowledge. Even in the Canadian military, you know, us guys over here in Canada, we legalized marijuana years ago at this point. You can smoke it in the Canadian military. It's actually very, very fucking weird how it works, because it's like you can smoke weed up to 2 days before you handle a firearm in the military. That's the law on it. So literally on a Friday night, theoretically, let's say, and this is only dependent on if you're handling a firearm. In the Canadian military, we don't handle firearms a ton, especially if you're a reservist. You're doing it maybe once or twice a month if you're lucky. You know what I'm saying? We don't have money going to ammo for our military. It's very fucking sad and depressing. I'm not going to lie. But assuming you're not handling the firearm, yeah, you can just smoke weed as long as it's not 2 days before. But even if they test you, man, weed stays in your system for 30 fucking days. They ain't gonna know. There's literally no way to know. As a cop in Canada, 30 days is the limit. So if they drug test you, it's in your system at all, you're fucked, because you're always handling a firearm as a cop, right? That's the idea, the mentality behind it. It's really, really weird. It's really, really weird. But that's how it works here. Our regiment was bilingual as fuck. North Shore Regiment, baby. Oh, God. See, my regiment was Arctic Response Unit. We were ARC-G, so it was what it was. We were the rural regiment where I was from. One of my buddies, he left that regiment. He then went to go serve with the with a Scottish regiment. So he had to wear the fucking kilts and shit. He was not a fan. He was not a fucking fan, man. Having to play dress up with the Balmoras and shit, he was not a fan. But is what it is. It's still good. It's good tradition. But yeah, he, you know, going from not having to do it to having to do that type of shit, especially if you're not Scottish, it's like, fuck.
He said, do you think this is the best man?
What is my favorite Primarch?
Do you believe we can ever survive?
Probably Johnson so far. Probably Lionel Johnson so far, from what I've seen so far.
He looked at her earnestly. I have faith, my lord, she replied. Faith, said Guilliman. Yes, my lord. Faith in your father. Guilliman nodded. Sometimes I wish I had faith. The girl groaned and turned her eyeless face towards him. Are you the Emperor made flesh again? The girl asked in a quiet voice.
That's fucked up.
Her wound seemed worse now that she was conscious. The words were mangled, barely comprehensible.
Of course you would think he's the Emperor.
He made me. I am his creation. I am his son. The 13th and only Primarch, Rabute Guilliman of Ultramar. You look like him, she said, though she was blind. She sighed. A smile spread over her face. I have seen such wondrous things. She barely whispered out. Who are you? Guilliman asked. Magnus? He hesitated, before voicing the hated word. Father. Her head lolled. A last breath sighed from her mouth. Who are you? He demanded. The girl could no longer answer. Ireland shuffled closer to him, her hand pressed against her injured side. Take heart, she said. Those who die in the Emperor's grace are not lost, but shelter within his light in the everlasting...
God damn it, there's the party line again.
My lord, it is beautiful.
So we know that's unfortunately not true. We know when you die, you go to the warp. Malkador let that truth slip, and that was very sad to hear when he did. But yeah, is that actually the reincarnation of the Emperor himself? She's blind, she can't see, but she
knows that this is a Primarch. Maybe just his aura, maybe, you know, some other factor, maybe just his immense size. It's so hard to tell, but is this actually the embodiment of the Emperor? Is this like a way for them to communicate with each other, for him to communicate with Rabute? Interesting idea, but I don't know if it is, or if this is merely just like, you know, this girl that has been imbued with power and she's, you know, she's in her final death throes, unfortunately. As an infantry jungler, I never served a day without a rifle. We had J2F guys around here. He was nuts. Yeah, J2F is fucking insane. JTF2, sorry, I fucking don't know what I'm saying. JTF2 is fucking insane. We also, we got a lot of Seesaw guys around here too, with Borden in close proximity. So Seesaw does a lot of training down here as well. And man, let me tell you, they're fucking insane too. Yeah, another one of my buddies, he had the fortunate opportunity to go do some taskings with them. Great guys. You would never know. And that's the thing about most special forces. I believe this to be true. You would never know that they're special forces talking to them. Even on base, dudes are always dressed in civvies. You know what I'm saying? They're never in uniform. They're never in any sort of uniform. They're always in their civvies. They always go by their first names. You know what I'm saying? Like, chillest fucking guys, but like, especially like the Seesaw sniper unit, man, like you can tell they got bodies behind them. It's fucked, you know, like, but the great guys, like honestly, straight individuals, really, really chill, you know, oh, don't call me by rank, call me this, you know, call me by my name, you know, they really, really nice guys, pleasure to work with from what I hear. And if you are in the military and you can ever get a tasking alongside them, do so. Not only is it a great experience, you get to work with some great individuals, but you also get a load of free shit, load of free kit, for sure. And in the Canadian military, fuck man, you'll kill for some kit, let me tell you, because our kit's dog shit for the most part.
She moved a strand of hair from the dead corpse. The girl's face was a bloody smile. The Emperor protects, Ireland said. Never forget that the Emperor protects. Guilliman looked at the girl's mutilated body. Why didn't he protect her? Guilliman stood up. I can never believe that, he said, walking away. Parmenio was liberated. A silent vigil filled the streets of the entire world. A martyrdom to the fallen saint, and praises to the Emperor and the Primarch. Above the world, upon the Macrag's honour, Guilliman held court. Ireland held up her head proudly, and looked Guilliman unflinchingly in the eye. She accepted her judgment, death for her crimes of murder, and breaking her oath to the Imperium.
So what I'm seeing here, Frank Coy, so the reason why a lot of people don't want to join the military, to jump from planes, helicopters, ride around tanks, sleep in trenches, that sort of thing. Let me tell you right now, man, it affects your body severely. And also, the unfortunate side effect of it is too, you know, for me, talking personal experience here, being an infantier, let me tell you, once you get out of the infantry, man, you're fucking, you know, what does that convert to? Civvy side, you know what I'm saying? It converts to nothing. It maybe converts to security, maybe it converts to police work. Both are things I've looked into. Both are things that no longer interest me, just given the current state of things going on in Canada. But it doesn't convert to anything. Versus if you were to, let's say, get a role as a mechanic, aircraft technician, radio ops, anything like that, man, you got potential after the military. All these more civilian side jobs in the military, doctors, nurses, all those types of things, you can take that and you can go anywhere you want with it, civvy side. That's the boon about it, right? With infantry, with combat engineers, with tankers, that type of thing, combat roles, you unfortunately don't have that opportunity once you get out. It's also the case of too, those things affect your body in very, very severe ways. You know, I can tell you right now, just doing infantry shit for 4 or 5 years, man, being 6'3", putting 100 pounds of fucking weight, 120 pounds of weight on your back, plus your kit, man, my spine is fucked. Like, my spine is fucked. I'll never fucking see a cent for it, but my spine is always in pain. I always have fucking back problems now. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. So I can understand it. And you do get to see some really, really cool shit, but there's plenty of reason why people wouldn't want to go into a combat role in the military. Personally, the way I see it, if you're willing to help out in any way, in any shape, in any form, that's what matters. That's what you want to see, you know, patriotism comes in many forms. You don't have to shoot a gun to be a patriot for your country. I think that's true, you know?
Death for her crimes of murder and breaking her oath to the Imperium. She swore she acted on her own, driven by her own choice, but by the will of the Emperor. Guilliman stared at Matthew, who sat.
I have an uncle who hid an IED in Iraq and blew his right arm off a little above the elbow.
Under his calm exterior.
Man, that's fucked.
It was a volcano.
Yeah, Iraq was a fucking tough time. I know a lot of people that were in Iraq.
Displayed was a curl to his
it was a fucking mess, man.
Ireland was taken away, as Guilliman ordered everyone to clear the room. All except Matthew. Theoretical.
What form of tyranny will come to your door, infantrymen? Knowing how that's done isn't a non-transferable skill. That's how you defend your family from real danger. I think that's true depending on what country you live in. Again, in Canada, you know, most of the time, 90% of the time, man, self-defense is not a legal claim. It just simply isn't. You know, your use of force that you use in any given situation, that's really what comes down to it, unfortunately. You know, there's plenty of times in Canada where people will shoot individuals trespassing on their property, breaking into their property, threatening their family, and they're tried with second-degree murder charges, and they're pushed through. You know, it's an unfortunate reality, depending on the country you live in. In America, I absolutely believe that's true. I think it's great training because you do have that right to self-defense. In Canada, you unfortunately do not have that right to self-defense. It's just not a thing you have. Even in terms of firearm ownership here, it's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, even if you do own a firearm, the chances that you can legally get to it in time to defend yourself in your own home, it's unlikely. That's just the plain and simple fact of it. It's unfortunate, but it's true here, you know?
All except Matthew. Theoretical. The Sisters of Battle were instructed to break their vows and free the girl. Practical. Only a militant apostolic had the authority to order it. Guilliman stood towering above Matthew. Matthew tried to lie, but he and Guilliman both knew the unspoken.
Full-scale war requires so many different jobs. Exactly. That's true. That's true. You can't have combative roles without logistical roles.
You even convinced Sister Ireland to lie
and the accompanying
under
support
oath
roles that come
by
with
the
that.
Throne man. What deviousness is present in you? Matthew tried to object, but Guilliman roared him down. Guilliman growled deep in his throat, an inhuman sound that never should have emanated from so perfect a being. It struck fear into Matthew that he could not hide, but the zealotry, even buried under the humble man Guilliman thought he was, sprung forth. Did you not see? Your father was on the field, working through the child, said Matthew.
Damn,
she was a
he's gonna go this
route.
route.
Father's power, chosen by him. His will worked through her. Matthew retreated further as Guilliman advanced on him. She threw back the demons, he continued. No child should have done that. A golden light issued from her. The Emperor was there. He was with you, all around you. He helped you win. The Emperor is with you, garbled Matthew. You were not there, replied Guilliman.
That's true, he wasn't.
Unbound psychic ability let loose. It could have come from any source, not least the gods who are rival to my brother's patron. You speak, you priests, as if you know my so-called father, as if you are privy to his will and his word, as if he would speak through the likes of you. You have never spoken with him. Not one of your damnable fanatics has ever exchanged so much a word with the Emperor.
True.
Not one.
That's facts.
I lived with him. I fought at his side for a
Spoke
century.
with him, yeah.
I studied with him. I learned of his dreams for mankind from his own lips. I raised my sword and spilled my blood to make them a reality.
Wow.
I am the only living being to have spoken with the Emperor for 10,000 years.
Wow.
10,000 years, Matthew. Yet you dare to suppose you know his mind. You priests burn, maim and condemn on the basis of superstition. You practice your barbaric religion in the name of a man who despised and wanted to overthrow all of these things.
Yeah.
The Emperor's purpose was to
Wow.
lead us out of the darkness. You, Frater Matthew, you and your kind are the darkness.
Wow.
He turned his head aside in disgust. Before continuing, these feats of faith can be explained by the workings of the Imperium. No god need be invoked. And if one is, it is rarely the thing that is called upon. There are beings in the warp that hearken to such entreaties. I assure you they are not gods. And the Emperor is not one of them. None of what you believe in can be trusted.
Wow.
None of it. But even as Guilliman raged at Matthew, the fear in the priest's eyes turned to reverence, like he was exalted by a god's anger. It disgusted Guilliman.
It's not ignorance if you know you'll be surrounded in the snow by Nazis for 45 days or left on the beach fighting the Japanese after the Navy is chased off. It's the reality of the infantrymen. Well, that's true, but at the end of the day, you know, we have come a long way since the 40s, unfortunately. You know, and in those days, too, support roles were massively important. Munitions, at the end of the day, are what won the war, especially against the Soviets. And when the Germans ran out of munitions, guess what happened? The Soviets fucking overran them completely. Same with the Finns. You know, you don't have enough bullets to kill the amount of people charging you is this plain and simple, you know, problem that you have. And maybe that's down to a production fault on the home front, but that could also be down to the fact that your logistical supplies fucking suck. Maybe it's as simple as a road got blocked off, you know? That's why, like, I'm going to use like Russia, Ukraine, for example, here. In modern wars such as those, when you get convoys getting blown out left, right, and center like that, you now have roadblocks. Man, you cannot support the front line in any capacity. You know how impossible that makes a front line push? Like, it makes it next to impossible. The second your one road is blocked off, your two roads are blocked off, guess what? Now you have to go through an open field in a BMP, and all you need to stop that is 5 dudes in a trench with an RPG. That's literally all you need nowadays, you know? Weapons and technology, aircraft especially. Aircraft now rules everything, right? You can be an infantryman on the ground, sure, that's fine, but that's not going to protect you against 2,000 pounds of napalm dropping on your head, you know? So again, with the advent of jet fighters, new technologies, it's a completely different type of warfare nowadays, you know? Logistics really do kind of own the game in that regard. We landed at Juno Beach with this stream. So true. I don't dispute that, but you're understanding my original point, which is fine. Religion I declare cringe. So true. Literally, like, Guilliman's just sitting here talking about how cringe religion is. Like, he's straight up saying, you guys are the darkness. You guys are the reason why we fucking pushed away, you know? And it's so weird, like, watching The Last Church, and then watching this, you know, because it's, again, like, everything Guilliman has said here is not wrong. It's so fucking true, but these fanatics will grasp at any straw, you know what I'm saying? It's so crazy.
Like he was exalted by a god's anger. It disgusted Guilliman. Last he had seen that look, the word bearers knelt in the sands of Monarchia. Matthew fell to the ground, half begging, half reverent. Guilliman walked away. He would allow Matthew to live. His talents were valuable, but in truth Matthew was still far better than any other priest drawn from the ecclesiarchy. Guilliman heard the shouts. One day, Matthew said, one day you will see, my lord. You will see the truth. That day will be a glorious day, a thankful day. I shall not relent in my attempts to save you. I cannot. It is your father's purpose for me. Guilliman returned to his quarters. Again, the
Matthew's gonna get fucking one punched here very soon, I feel like.
First learned the truth of the Imperium upon Macragge. It threatened to take hold, but he squashed it down. Thoughts of Matthew made him angry, but there was something he had to deal with. Who was that girl? What are saints? Did his father really possess her, or did she draw upon another power? He turned to the box Roadtrager Yasili Suleimania had given to him before. For once, Guilliman gave his sole focus to one thing. Guilliman had never read the book in the box. He had refused at the time it was published, having never made the same decision about any other book. He had made a public point of ignoring this one. Back in the Age of Enlightenment, Guilliman had always thought of himself as one of the more reasoned of the Primarchs. He had been a man of learning.
Eat the berries and manufacture your own ammo, so true.
Resort, and yet
So
he had
true.
ostentatiously condemned this work. Why? He had done so to please the Emperor, as he did everything back then, but this was not the only reason. He should have made his own mind up. He should have read the arguments and addressed them, not dismissed them. The creed of the Imperial Truth he stuck to so hard was just that. A creed.
Thing is, Matthew isn't
was
fully wrong.
flawed,
G-Man is kind of having
and
an
in large
existential
part
crisis at
based
this
on
point.
a lie. Guilliman picked up the Levitio Divinitatis, an original, the writings of Lorgar Aurelian, the justification of the Emperor's divinity, written during the Great Crusade.
Wow.
Guilliman knew he had not read the book because he had feared that a part of it may be right.
Wow.
Is that why Matthew angered him so much? Because he saw Lorgar's touch within it, or because he saw it within himself? And the thought of sharing something with the arch-traitor was horrifying. He read the first words, transcribed in a Gothic so ancient, most could never properly translate it. Did they know that? The priests of this age? They read scripture that was a copy of a translation.
Wow.
Theoretical. The Emperor is a god. Practical. I must read this book.
Interesting. Very interesting. So that's an original copy, an original first text from Logar there. So he's actually going to read that, see what it involves. Interesting to me that he's never actually read the scripture. He just like took the Emperor's word for it. Like, this is heresy, burn it, don't ever fucking read it, don't ever look about it, don't ever look at it, don't ever talk about it, that kind of thing, you know? And now he's actually 10,000 years later going to finally read it. I wonder if he's going to have a realization when he does read this, if he's actually going to be like, holy shit, have I been getting duped the whole time? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, guys, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I need to stand up. I need to go use the bathroom fucking real quick here. We're probably going to have a little 10-minute break here. I need to stretch my legs, do some stuff. We've been streaming for 5.5 hours so far. We are going to finish this off, obviously. But in about 10 minutes or so, we will continue this, okay? I'm just going to look at chat for a little bit here for a couple minutes because I want to see what you guys are saying. I'm going to pause right here. We're going to finish this off when I come back, for sure. Frank Hoyts thinks he's a Kriegsmarine. Lorgar was spitting facts. Lorgar, again, from what I've heard, Lorgar isn't necessarily wrong. He does say a lot of shit that makes sense, is the problem with Lorgar. Like, out of all the heretic forces, out of all the traitor forces, Lorgar is probably the one that makes the most sense to me, because he does just genuinely have a reason to fucking be upset, you know what I mean? Like, he did get done extremely fucking dirty, to be fair. Lorgar has spent the last 10,000 years sat in his tower laughing his ass off at how things played out in his visions. So true. Crossing no man's land under enemy fire to engage the enemy in close combat is literally the job of the infantryman. That's not entirely wrong. Close with and engage the enemy. That is true. But, you know, ideally not dying is a good point, a good indicator of that, you know. If your military force dies on the way to the enemy or doesn't come back at all, that doesn't do you any favors. You know, infantrymen, especially with how low numbers are for recruitment nowadays, you certainly can't be throwing your infantrymen into a meat grinder and expect them to just do it. Also, nobody wants to go and just run into a wave of bullets for no reason if they don't see a gain in it. That just doesn't happen realistically on the battlefield. The times it does happen, you can see the results, and it doesn't play out very well, usually. Get some snacks and some water, boys. Make sure you like the stream. Yes, of course, guys. If you are enjoying and you are in the stream and you haven't pressed that like button yet, press the fucking like button and do it now. Like, seriously, you guys have been watching for a long time. I know we're not up to the amount of people that are watching this stream, and I know we're not up to the amount of likes. So make sure, if you are enjoying this video, if you guys have been watching for a while now, hit that like button, guys. Come on, do it. Doesn't take any time. It's free. Hit that like button, guys. Of course. And if you're not in the Discord, come on down, join the Discord, guys. For sure. It's awesome to see you guys there. Love discussing with you guys. Come on down, join the Discord, guys. Awesome to see you guys there. For sure, for sure. Taking you a while to answer the rest. Fort Benning, Georgia. If you want a Warhammer book, take a look at 15 hours. So true. 6 years and I don't want to dox myself. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, listen, guys. Listen. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Everyone is entitled to think what they want to think. You know, we don't have to all agree with it necessarily, but everyone is entitled to their opinions, of course. Also, yes, Battle Chicken demands you go like the last fantasy video or else. So I recommend anybody here, of course, go like that last fantasy video. Go do Battle Chicken a service. Come on, you wouldn't want to make him sad, would you? Come on, guys. Of course not. Of course not. But yes, guys, I'm gonna go have a bathroom break here. I'm gonna go grab myself a beverage. Maybe go have a little quick smoke while I'm out there. And yeah, guys, we'll pick this up in about 10 minutes. What time is it now? It is about 11:36. So we'll say about 10 minutes. 11:45, 11:50. I will be back. We will pick this up. Set your timers, guys. Let's not miss anything, okay, guys? But yes, I'll be back very shortly here. Good to see you guys. And make sure to tune back in for the next 10 minutes if you guys tune on out, okay? We're going to finish this off. See you guys soon. All right. Sorry to keep you guys all indisposed there. I apologize for the wait. I just had to take a bathroom break there and popped outside for a quick little puff there. You know what I'm saying? Grab myself a nice beverage. Pretty good shit. Hopefully you guys got all your snacks, got all your drinks. We're gonna pump out. Okay, let me rephrase. Pause. We're gonna finish off this last hour and 20-minute video here. 20-minute video, 4 hours and 20-minute video. We're gonna finish off the last hour and 20 minutes of it. And yeah, part 4 here. What is a god? Man, this has been a really good video so far. I've been really fucking enjoying the content so far. Never forgive me, my bad. Hopefully we can overcome this struggle. We can overcome this, this gap in our relationship. Suddenly, I know I took an extra 5 minutes longer than anticipated. I know. It's backbreaking out here, isn't it? Simply, but yes, guys. No, we're gonna get right back into it. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you guys. Also, a nice chat we had for that intermission. I guess for anybody watching the VOD later on, you know kind of thing. I guess you'll have to check out the full stream, both of them. But that's how it's gonna have to be, because that's gonna get cut out in the full video. But either way, guys, let's get right into this. We're gonna keep going here, part 4. We got a pump, so true.
Tetrarch Felix stormed into the command dais of the Macragge's honor. There was fury in his step. The Macragge's honor, one of the last Gloriana-class battleships left in the galaxy. It was immense.
What?
Most could never properly translate it. Did they know that? The priests of this age. They read scripture that was a copy of a translation.
What just happened there?
Theoretical.
That was some bullshit.
Emperor.
It just took us back there. What the fuck, YouTube? You guys saw that, right? That happened in real time. That wasn't just me. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna continue on as if that never happened.
Of the Macragge's honor. There was fury in his step. The Macragge's honor. One of the last Gloriana-class battleships left in the galaxy. It was immense, of a scale that defied description. It was surrounded by many more massive craft. Chief spearhead of the Indomitus Crusade fleet, Primus. But these others...
Beautiful ship design, as always. These look awesome.
Slivers of metal against the Macragge's honor.
Fuck.
There were no women or men who could build it like.
And I will say, guys, we are going to be streaming more on this channel, for sure. I do plan on streaming more. Probably going to make it 2-3 times a week, for sure.
From higher times.
Going to be games throughout the week, and then we're going to continue our video stream on the weekends.
Would come. He disapproved of what Guilliman was going to attempt to do. Guilliman softened Felix's anger by asking him about his new domain. The quarter of Ultramar he was Tetrarch to. Felix spoke a familiar tale, a sorry state of affairs upon every world he visited. Human corruption at every level, falsified records and tithes, defense forces in dire need of proper leadership, strains between the new regimes and the old families of every world.
Of course.
It was a sickness, not of Mortarion and his dregs, but one Guilliman had come to expect in this age. The Primarch shook his head.
Bureaucracy and fuckery of politics.
Another to lay at his feet.
Yeah.
The Codex Astartes was always meant as a guide, yet in many it had become akin to a religious text. Ultramar, like other realms, had been divided and broken, its waning power filled by the elite and selfish, who took advantage of both peace and war. He looked out of the window. This war will never end, he said. We can only fight for brief moments of peace. Once Mortarion is driven off, there'll be other.
We move into Roswell.
The
Dick. Dedicated infantry combat killer. Yikes.
I must leave you and the others to deal with them here.
That's what I like to
A
hear.
galaxy to save. The Primarch was unusually troubled. He stared off into space.
We move into Santa Fe.
then
George R. R.
seemed to
Martin
come
lives there.
back into himself.
Fuck, man.
Ultramar is
Santa Fe
nearly
would be a nice
ours,
place to live.
Guilliman said briskly. Not before time. This war has been a dangerous distraction from the Indomitus Crusade, although I have tried to spare most of its assets from duties here, relying instead upon forces gathering from the surrounding sectors. Several battle groups of fleet primers are still occupied in Ultramar, where they could be liberating other worlds. Ultramar is important for all sorts of reasons, but we must take politics into account, and politics do not speak the same language as logic. There
That's
are those
fair.
who use my desire to save Ultramar as a weapon against me, naming it a sign of favoritism for my own people. Terror seethes with discontent still. The agents of the enemy are everywhere. The greed of humanity is found wherever mankind goes.
That's a fair point, and to that point, like, yeah, you'd absolutely still find greedy individuals, people in politics looking to make what they can out of a situation, out of a problem. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, they're going to see that as favoritism. They're going to nitpick on that fact. But really, Ultramar, like at current level, it's basically, it's not the new capital, but it's a de facto new capital in a sense. You know, you definitely don't want that under siege. That's not a good look. Like, man, I think for the, again, I'm not going to say the word, but I think for the better, Ultramar should be probably liberated and definitely defended at the most, you know, as best as it can be. Yeah, it's really a bad look when your capital planet's kind of under siege, isn't it? Hope there's somehow worse. Get me some UFO jerky. Goddamn. Santa Fe is a POS that's super expensive with next to nothing to do. Is that true? Is there nothing to do in Santa Fe? I think the weather's nice there, isn't it? Isn't it always like nice weather? Maybe I'm wrong.
The greed of humanity is found wherever mankind goes. There was always so much work to do. If Guilliman thought about it too long.
Yeah, I caught myself. I didn't say it.
But for
I'm
now,
not gonna say
war
it.
with Mortarion had to be concluded.
I'm not gonna say those words anymore. I'm not gonna get called a heretic. Not here, not now.
The prisoner he and his men
I made that mistake. It's not happening
Good
again.
men had died to
Fuck
this
that.
creature, and Guilliman didn't want to destroy it. He wanted to talk to it. In a hold deep within the ship, Guilliman and Felix entered. The thick door squealed aside. Guilliman put on his helm, telling Felix to do the same. Then he bent to go through. He did
Hey
not
Felix,
pause
we gotta
once
look scary
inside,
right now.
but crossed the floor and took a place by the far wall. Felix, on the other hand, hesitated. He smelled blood. He sensed suffering. There was a wide iris hatch in the floor, and from it emanated a foreboding of dread so intense it made the hair on his neck prickle.
Yikes.
The librarian's hold was filled with the librarians of dozens of chapters, arrayed around a creature. Reluctantly, Felix joined the Primarch and turned to face the door. A Space Marine epistolary and 2 Codicias came in. One Felix knew as Donas Maxim of the Aurora chapter, and the others he did not. They were helmed, their eye lenses already glowing with gathering psychic power. To the side stood Hastatis in polished silver, members of that mysterious Grey Knights of Titan. One said to have driven out
Awesome.
Typhus on the star fortress of Galatan
Typhus?
as Parmenio was sieged. And
He drove off all of Typhus, guys. The
made
disease?
many uncomfortable in
Gone.
the room. Iliane Natase, a Farseer of the Eldari,
Oh,
an aide
shit.
to Guilliman sent by Eldrad Ulthran.
Got some big
A secret
people here,
Guilliman
man.
kept from most of his own troops, though he and the Primaris Marines were born in a time of greater tolerance. This was the 42nd millennium, and an asset like Natase could be a hindrance if widely known. The Xenos' movements and speech bled
The more
forth
progressive
superiority.
Astartes.
It was evident that it
What the
thought
fuck?
it was surrounded by primitives. Natase surprisingly voiced the same concerns as Felix and Maxim, but Guilliman had made his choice.
All Primarch
Throughout the
Marines are
whole
just super
heresy,
Hydra Marines.
Guilliman had learned that chaos could be used against itself. Though the warp was boundless,
Chaos
and
can be
defied
used
all
against
laws,
itself.
It placed chains and logic upon itself
Oh.
when interacting with the material world. He thought of himself and the lion, destroying the gates upon Davin. He thought of how perhaps he, of all his brothers would understand the risks he had to take.
Interesting.
At the center of the room sat a demon host, one corrupted minion of the Changer of Ways, arch enemy to the grandfather Nurgle. Just being near it grated at the mind, the temperature of the room dropping, as if the heat itself was afraid.
Interesting.
Arraying in a ring, combining with wards and psychic power, the Librarius, Grey Knight, and Atase placed the bonds of interrogation. Captain Remo, the man whose body...
I think this is awesome. They're like performing like a fucking exorcism on this demon, but instead of an exorcism, it's basically just a fucking straight up interrogation. Like, what the fuck? Like, the Grey Knights are involved in this too. That's fucking sweet, man. Like, they're just fucking like straight up like, yo, break his kneecaps. Where's the electrocution? Get the car battery over here? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? They're just gonna go like full 9 yards on this fucking demon. Tell me what you know. But no, this is actually, like, on a serious note, this is an extremely good and valuable asset. The fact that they were able to capture one, as they say, there are laws on chaos within the material realm. And if they're bound by those laws, being able to actually test out what they are, what those boundaries are, would definitely teach you how to combat them better in the future, I think, for sure, for sure. And as they say, this is the 42nd millennium. I think that's fucking awesome. That's just like, you know, there's like more progressive, like Astartes willing to work with like Eldari and shit like that. And then there's just like, you know, the old guard, which just like fucking are like, hell no. The Xenos, fucking burn them, kill them all.
The bonds of interrogation.
Bring in the Exorcist chapter, pretty much.
The man whose body housed the corruption.
Typhus is that one kid in the corner of the classroom that kept smelling his fingers. Oh.
Commanded it to speak. Servant of the Changer of Ways, to tell him Mortarian's plan. No, said the demon host. This body is mine. His soul is mine. I will not let him speak. It said through a gargled mouth that made his listener's skin crawl. I have your true name, demon, Guilliman said. Do you think I would petition you like some footling sorcerer, ready to sell my soul for scraps of knowledge? I am the last son of the Emperor of Terror. You will heed me and you will obey.
God
He
damn.
writhed more in pain.
Holy
it's like
shit.
a blue fire spit from the Grey Knight's chains.
G-Man kind of stepped up a little bit there. You will hear me and you will obey. God damn. See, this is what I like to see. I like to see Guilliman actually stand on business in a way that he actually is able to and willing to. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not trying to rib on him, but man, when he takes fights and he loses repeatedly, he gets comatose for 10,000 years. Like, that's big L's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's some massive loss right then and there. So it's good to see him actually, like, you know, command respect and authority in the ways that he should be, you know? Like, he's doing it in the back lines, he's doing it in the ship's hull, you know? He's fucking getting in there with this demon. I think that's awesome to see. Check out all the exorcists, Centurion. They all been possessed by a demon and exorcised of it. God damn, is that a thing? Is that actually a thing in lore? What the fuck?
Speak, Guilliman shouted, and Felix was buffeted by his force of will.
The Avenging Sun, when he actually goes off, it's really cool.
But beneath the skin of reality,
I have to check that out.
rival currents moved, great tides of psychic energy that tore the Tetrarch. All of them.
Exorcists are the cooler
Farsi,
Grey
the
Knights,
Grey
okay.
Knights, the Space Marine Librarians, all were affected by it. But not Rabute Guilliman.
Oh.
The Primarch continued. You are a weaver of schemes. Your master is my brother's sworn enemy. Tell me of his plans, and you shall at least die in the service to your twisted liege, who might enjoy a little victory when I destroy my sibling.
Interesting.
Speaking the creature's true name, it became compliant. The demon host raised its head. Twin voices spoke. Black tears ran down its face. Ask thy questions, O son of the anathema. 9 shalt thou have, as is Tzeentch's boon. Guilliman thought about it, then asked his questions. The answers didn't surprise him. Mortarian sought to kill him on Ajax.
Yeah.
Kugath Plague Father brews a deadly
adds up.
poison.
Bro,
with
I don't think you
Nurgle's
needed to
own
ask that
Cauldron,
question.
a poison formed from a drop of Guilliman's own blood. Mortarion seeks to drag Ultramar into the Garden of Nurgle.
Hasn't seen Centurion armor yet. No, I haven't.
But the last answer.
You guys have been telling me to check that out for a while. I haven't seen that yet. Is there a video on it? If so, maybe you guys have shared it in the Discord. But if you haven't, go share it in the Discord. I live in New Mexico and lived in Santa Fe for 2 years in my teens. It's very boring. Albuquerque is just awful. It's been #1 in car theft for years, as well as having a very bad heroin problem. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel that, though. That's a lot of places in Canada, too. I'm not gonna lie. I feel that. Only firstborn, true Primaris, and Primaris made from firstborn gene seeds by a chapter of gene flaws. The Hydra Marines have no flaws. The original batch sent out by Call. Holy shit. So these guys are like best of the best. Like these are the fucking like you can't really go wrong with these motherfuckers. Like there's nothing wrong with them. Nothing even potentially wrong with them. I wonder what Call like had to do exactly to fucking like, you know, to figure that one out, to like get that done, you know? I wonder exactly just to the lengths he had to do. You guys said he tortured a bunch of children. Was that all? Because I feel like there was definitely more involved, to be honest. Exorcists are cool. I'd like to do a spin-off chapter on them. You should, honestly. I mean, why not, right? There are models also? Oh, they got actual models? I didn't know that. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to check them out then. That sounds cool as fuck. Is there like a combat patrol for them? Or is it like... Are they just like individuals, you know?
Nurgle, adding it to his own holds. But the last answer frustrated Guilliman. Where is the cauldron? On Ajax? The demon was convulsing more, but yet it replied, yes, no, everywhere. A place of life made one of sickness, where neither earth nor water hold sway, but both are lords. Death's garden, where the plague lords play. The king of poxes wreaks his deadly design upon thy mundanity.
Damn.
The questions were asked. The demon host power had become too unstable. The wars began to burn hot as Captain Remo's body burst and twisted into the demon's true form.
They are very chunky.
Blood streamed from its eyes as it lunged towards the son of the Emperor.
Here, let me see real
Guilliman
quick.
drew the Emperor's sword, raising it and granting the demon a true death. The words of a demon could never fully be trusted, but Guilliman had information.
Holy shit, those are
vital for the
chunky.
coming back
Jesus.
of Ajax. The Grey Knights
My god,
approached him,
those are big boys.
declaring that they had given him, son of the Emperor, this one favor, but they made it clear they were disgusted, and they would not fight by his side for over a decade. Guilliman's mind was forming a plan, but one last piece needed to be answered, needed to be debated. In his personal library, unarmored, he invited librarian Donis Maxim and Farseer Natase.
Girth Marines, yeah.
Frustrating him now.
Those are chunky. Chunky is the word I would
Since he
use, man.
first
Like, what the fuck?
awakened to the Golden Throne and Parmenio. Theoretical. The Emperor is a god.
This is a copy of the very first scripture.
Oh
He looked
no.
at Maxim gravely. The information he was about to impart.
Still
was
badass, yeah.
doubtless
No, they look fucking sweet. I mean, fuck, like, let me just see here real quick again. Let's just see there. Get your moment of fame there, Fear. You see that? Yeah, that's fucking pretty sweet looking, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I think I might actually have to. I guess you guys probably can't even see it. Hold on. Oops. There you go. Get your moment of fame there. Look at that. That's fucking sweet, man. That looks really fucking good. The very, very chunky. Like, very, very, very chunky. For sure. Like, look at the fucking legs on those motherfuckers. So are those just normal Astartes in there? Is that what those are? I love my thick Marines. Dreadnoughts are some of my favorites. The Dreadnoughts look fucking sweet also. I would totally get a Dreadnought for sure, for sure. I just fucking, man, again, I wish I like, again, I'm gonna have to go down the 3D printer like route sometime. I'm thinking like, you know, I get too involved in it because like, holy shit, because like it's just too expensive otherwise to buy the models. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's just true. It's so expensive, especially for the ones I want to get. You know, if I like a fuck, you know, gotta do it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go all the way with it. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, fucking no.
Maxim gravely. The information he was about to impart.
Normal
was
Astartes, but very
known to
elite.
Natase, but would be news to any human.
It was written by my brother, Lorgar.
What? The traitor Primarch?
The originator of the Imperial cult was one of my brothers.
Some people make
Indeed,
the legs a
it
bit
was the
longer.
Emperor's
I would too, I
spurn
think.
of Lorgar's worship.
They do look a
Sent
little
him
too
looking
short for them,
other,
for sure.
More amenable gods. Terrible, yes.
He poured himself more wine.
You do not react. You knew this.
Maxim said to Natase. The Eldari gave a subtle nod that managed to express a variation of self-satisfaction.
The identity of the author is known to my people.
For want of a better word, this is a Lectitio Divinitatis in its purest form, or as near as is possible. I have had the material dated and psi-read. This particular book is around 8,000 years old.
Uh-oh.
And so was printed less than a millennium after the heresy.
Guilliman paused. He drank more wine. Maxim thought he seemed disturbed.
I've recently read it.
I would be
I never
disturbed.
did so in my prior life.
So wait, that was 1,000 years after the heresy? Is that what he said there? I just want to make sure that's what he said. Let me just go back there. Less than a millennium after the heresy. Isn't that fucking crazy? So after the heresy started, this was printed rather than before. I figured it would have came before the heresy, right? It's an original copy, but this came after. So this is one of the very first like imperial or Imperium scriptures. Not one of Lorgar's, but one of the very first Imperium scriptures. Is that correct? Is that what this is? God damn.
Paused. He drank more wine. Maxim thought he seemed disturbed.
I've recently read it. I never did so in my prior life. In fact, I made a point of not reading it to show my scorn.
No,
And I
okay,
tried
it
my
is
best to have
Lorgar's, I
every
think.
copy burned. I was too naive to see that it was too late. The cult was growing. Faith had taken root, and in such barren soil, I thought.
He refilled Maxim's goblet. Natase placed a graceful hand over the cup when offered more.
The Emperor smashed every idol he came across. He threw down churches and temples. Even the meanest shaman's hut was burned to the ground. We were commanded to destroy every sign of religion we found. Iterators stood in the ashes of belief and spread the imperial truth. The Emperor would brook no cult but that of reason.
Right.
To think I believed it all.
My lord.
Asked Maxim, cautious now of Guilliman's rancor.
Do not worry yourself, Donis. I merely mean that reason is a faith of its own, with its own traps and heresies. I have not
Most of
fallen
that scripture is
into
actually based off of Lorgar's shitty
Lorgar's
script, so
arguments are persuasive,
not all of
but
it,
built on
but some of
several
it.
fallacies for
Fair
all.
enough.
The Emperor said himself that he was no god, over and over again.
2
You should
Exorcist
have
vids
seen
on
it
Discord.
when he commanded me to punish Lorgar.
Not send one
His
with
anger
warning.
was no sham.
Okay.
I cannot see any situation in which he would be happy with the way the Imperium turned out.
Then why show me? Why have you burdened me with this secret? Why not Lord Tigurius, or another higher mind?
You are here. I wish to discuss it now. You are most appropriate. Do you need another reason for my confidence?
Maxim bowed his head in wonder and put the book down.
There have been many events that have occurred since I returned that make me question my assumptions. I wish to speak with you both on the nature of godhood.
Should you not ask a priest?
Said Maxim, half joking to cover his discomfort.
I've had
Yikes.
more than my fill of priests.
Yeah, that was a bad
I
joke,
have
man.
no psychic ability. This world around us, it is the only one I can perceive. I am aware of the warp. I respect its power, and understand it better than I ever did, but it is not in my nature to comprehend it completely.
No. It's not.
You have many abilities, Maxim. Natasi, your people are far older than ours, and you know much, should you choose to share.
Ask, and we shall see what I will tell.
Guilliman paused.
What is a god? What is the definition of divinity?
Everything I have ever met that called itself a god has been my enemy. That is good enough for me.
Does that make your master your enemy also?
The Emperor denied always that he is a god.
Denied, but does he still? I believe that is the heart of the matter under discussion here.
Does he still?
Is that not so, Lord Regent?
Guilliman ignored his insinuation.
Interesting.
Clarify further, Caduceus.
Power defines gods, but they are all false. Falsehood is the essence of godhood. They are lies. They may seem to be divine to primitive minds in their ability to grant favor, but they are inimical to all mortal life. The gods of chaos bring only horror. They see us as playthings and would destroy us all in the end. They are evil. Everyone. Man needs no gods. The Emperor was right.
Natasi.
Not all gods are evil. You are wrong, Donus Maxim. And you speak only of the gods born out of the Immaterium.
True.
You neglect the Catan, the Ingir we called them. They too were gods.
He sighed, collected himself, as if he were a schoolmaster, about to deliver a much simplified lesson to children that would still not understand.
You are right when you say that power defines a god.
So I wonder too, what is the Imperium's knowledge, Guilliman's knowledge, of the Catan at this point? Like, do they know a lot about them? Is it still mostly mysterious? Is it still mostly like the Eldar have that kind of knowledge? And the Imperium at large just fucking knows nothing about them because of how ancient their race is? Is that true? Or do they know a fair amount about them to the point where like they can still make reference about it? Does that make sense? I mean, the Emperor has a demon. Arguably. It's really hard to argue the Emperor isn't a god now. It's highly mysterious. I'd say very little, if any. Okay. No, their knowledge is very limited. Okay. So, like, when he mentions the Catan to them, they're just, like, blank staring back kind of thing? Like, is that true? Like, they're just kind of like, Ugh? Like, you know, like, well, what? Good gods? Like, they don't know anything about gods existing outside of the Immaterium.
Not understand.
You
Or
are
inside
right
of the
when you say that
Immaterium.
power defines a god. Temporal, spiritual, physical. It matters not.
At this point, not a
He
lot
fell silent.
is known to most of
My
humanity
people
about the
define
events of the
godhood
war in heaven.
several
That makes
ways,
sense.
But there are two broad categories. The gods of the Other Sea, who are reflections of what you call the Materium, and the gods of the Materium itself, who you know as the Catan, though there are other, more ancient and even more terrible things than they. The gods of the Materium are an essential part of its fabric. They are able to influence its structure, such is their intimate connection.
That was millions of years ago, yeah.
But they are
That's why I
bound,
assumed they
nevertheless,
would
by
know
the
basically
laws of
nothing
this
about it,
reality.
right? Like, that makes
The
complete
gods
sense.
of the warp are more ephemeral and more diverse in type.
The only person
Many
who would
are
know a
mere
fair amount is currently too
concentrations
busy
of
being a
feeling.
battery, true.
Some were once mortals themselves.
Well, actually, I guess wouldn't
Before
Tizen or Tizen, fucking the Collector. Wouldn't he know? He would have some fucking probably some good info on that. But would he give it up? I mean, he's worked with Call before. He's worked with the Mechanicus before. And I'm assuming if like ever, you know, he's got something they need or, you know, or they have something he wants, I guess I should say, then I'm sure like that information might actually be available. Yeah, he would know. But the Catan aren't gods either. They are just aspects of the material universe originating from another reality altogether. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because they're like dimensional in a sense, but not like the warp. That's different.
Or the belief of others changed them. The gods of my ancestors were of both sorts, I believe, though this is not the only philosophy propounded by my kind, and I have heard many heated debates on the subject. It is impossible to say for now, for our gods were slain when we fell, and even if they could be asked, they would not know the truth of it, for the truth would change anyway, as it must, according to the beliefs of those who had faith in them. Yet another kind are agglomerations of souls of those who were once living, or so say the Acari, whose supposed deity Iniad was unleashed by the breaking of Biel-Tan. But who, in truth, can say? 1, 2, all or more of these things can be true at one moment, and may change at another.
That's true.
There are gods that eat gods, gods that are eternal, gods that were, but now never were, and gods that come into being only to have existed for all time. The origins of gods are therefore impossible to
Holy shit.
They have no histories, but the histories people impose upon them.
True.
I would agree with your sorcerer here, to an extent. Puissance is the defining aspect of them.
A grave expression crossed his face.
Faith is another, though this does not apply to all. Some beings do not require faith, but falsehood is not intrinsic to them all.
Explain.
The Catan, as far as our legends attest, were essential components of creation. Hungry, evil to mortalize, but part of it. They require no belief to live, in the same way the suns they devoured require no observer to be. Nor do the great four gods of chaos, who have become so all-powerful, they are, in essence, self-sustaining, though the faith of their followers makes them stronger. Nor does the great devourer, the mind of the Tyranids, a being that is generated by the unthinking actions of its physical component parts, and that is perhaps greater than all the rest. Is that a god? Some of our philosophers argue so.
Interesting.
Others vehemently disagree. But for other gods, lesser gods, faith is vital. Without faith, they collapse into formlessness.
Interesting, like, having that insight onto, like, Eldari culture in a way. The Eldari are literally sitting there talking about how they, like, you know, they're philosophers. They're allowed to have philosophers. And they're talking about, like, are the Tyranids a god in a sense? Some would say yes, some would say no. But they're allowed to have those conversations at the end of the day. And I think that's super, super interesting because, like, you know, in the Imperium, a conversation like that would never fly. They would never allow for that open sort of dialogue, discord, you know. You'd be branded a heretic instantly if you brought something like that up. So I imagine, like, the Eldari, for all their flaws, are at least, like, open to the idea of discussion in a sense, open to the idea of conceptualization at a minimum. Especially given what their race has gone through. Their race literally birthed the Chaos God in a sense. So I'm assuming that would probably fuck you up quite a bit as a race, you know?
Without faith,
the custodians have these same conversations, to be fair. The custodians do.
Of emotion. Unstable,
but not anyone else. No one else is allowed
to. If the Imperium ceased to believe in the Emperor, he would not vanish. He has a physical presence.
Eldar are very interesting to listen to while they debate. It's such a shame they get shafted in lore. I agree.
How can you be so sure? Simply because he existed?
Listening to this, it's very interesting.
You base your supposition on the idea that he was actually a man to begin with, and that he did not lie. You also suppose that what sits upon the golden throne still has a mortal life, and would persist should his worship cease. Did I not say there are gods who were once mortals? These beings become focal points for belief.
Interesting.
And belief begets faith, as the pure gods of the warp do, those that are consciousness which emerge from the other sea. The difference is, for gods who were something before they were gods,
Guilliman raised an eyebrow.
hypothetically speaking, not assuming that is what happened to your father. In cases like that, there is an existing being to mold.
Interesting.
Faith hangs from them, changes them, elevates them.
So it's the idea that, like, basically the Emperor, assuming he didn't lie, assuming he was immortal, or assuming that he was a human, in a sense, a human, right? And he wasn't a god to begin with. He was staying truthful about that. After he ascended the throne, due to his worship, that kind of granted him godhood in a sense. So now without the worship of the Emperor, he just kind of would cease to be. So that's the assumption, that's the philosophy that this Eldari is kind of tossing out there. It's a pretty good interpretation, actually. I'm really liking this explanation a lot, I'm not going to lie. Wow. Pretty much just them getting shafted, yeah. Tyrannid lore, you're bugs. If only people bought Eldar, then we'd get more lore. Well, maybe. I mean, if they made more lore, alternatively, maybe people would buy more Eldar, you know? That's also a thing, I feel like, to an extent. I mean, why would people just go out there and buy them if there's not much on them, in a sense, you know? Like, this is why I prefer fantasy conversations. Like, this one happens a lot more, and between different races just as often. That's fair, that's fair. More about, like, the philosophy side of things and less about, like, the dramatic side of things, I guess, in a sense. Eldar armies are actually popular around here. That's fair. They've been meta a long time. I mean, I'm sure they're good on the tabletop. On the tabletop, they probably fucking slap. It's just like, from the collector side of things, it's like, if there's not like a large amount of varied items for them, I'm probably, as a collector, less likely to start collecting them, if that makes sense. Just from my, like, personal point of view.
If that is a correct word,
said Natase smoothly. Natase smiled his thin, cruel smile.
We come to an unpalatable truth. To many of your people, Primarch, son of the Emperor, you are a god. Because they believe in their billions, does that not make it true?
A status I deny. I am no god.
Deny it all you will. Where you go, victory follows. Your presence inspires your people. In this age of storms, the very warp calms at your approach. How long is it until the first miracle is proclaimed in your name? And when that occurs, how will you be able to say that you were not responsible for it? The incident on Parmenio with the girl, the way her power freed you from the grip of the enemy, drove back demons, actions already being ascribed to your maker. But if divine, was it truly him?
Are you saying that was me?
I am asking you to consider it.
I have no psychic gift.
It does not matter. We are talking here not of sorcery, or what you refer to as psychic power.
Right.
But of faith.
But a belief.
Faith.
That's the key difference there. Belief.
Force in this galaxy.
Wow.
It requires no proof to convince.
Interesting.
It grants conviction to those who believe it.
Wow.
It brings hope to the hopeless. And where it flourishes, reality changes.
So that's almost like the idea of adding to his Primarch aura, in a sense. Almost extending it in a way, making it even stronger. Just by people believing that he might be divine or associated with the divine in a way. That's enough for just shit to start happening around him. That's a very interesting concept, for sure, for sure. Faith is not of the warp. Eldar are one of the best armies, most of the time usually being in the top 5 or top 1 for competitive play. I believe that. I believe the Eldar could be potentially very good, like especially given what we know about them, their high-level psyker abilities. I assume they could be fucking madly like good on the tabletop, for sure, for sure. Again, I don't know stats, like I don't, you know, I've not really looked into the rules or anything for the tabletop personally. But just learning, having a basic idea sometime, that might be worth checking out at some point, for sure, for sure. Cool models, all I want. Exactly. Like you summed it up, Fear. Basically summed it up. Faith is part of the warp. Got some conflicting opinions there.
Strongly to the warp can bend the laws of our
Sisters of
universe.
Battle are doing well too. I saw that, yeah. Sisters of Battle are doing well.
Minds, all believing the same thing. It matters little if they are psychers or not. The influence of so many souls has a profound effect. My kind birthed a god. Perhaps now it is your turn.
And again, I will say this reminds me too of Wrath of the Titans, that movie. Again, the whole concept being like believing in godhood, you know, essentially gives them power. Believing in these gods gives them power. So in Wrath of the Titans, for example, that series, it's the Greek gods, for example, right? So you're talking like Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, gods like that, right? Gods of Greek mythology. And basically, people believing in them gives them power. That's what actually makes them powerful in a sense. The second people started tearing down their statues, started denouncing their name, burning their fucking their ritual sites, they lost their power. They started punishing mortals. That's basically the whole plot line of the movie. But in this case, again, it's kind of a similar concept. People just believing that Guilliman is part of the divine. That's enough to just, again, give him that aura, that the divine aura in a sense, kind of adding to his Primarch aura almost. I think that's fucking really, really interesting. It's almost the same kind of concept in a way.
Birth the god.
The casting for those two remake films was so bad. Yeah, you didn't like it?
Faith is your race's greatest power. It is also the greatest peril to us all.
I thought they were passable. I thought they were okay movies. I wouldn't call them like amazing, but they're okay. As far as like Hollywood movies go.
Heightening everything. It is their despair that threatens us. You have said to me before, Rabute Guilliman, that you will save my people. Yet it is your people who are damning us all. They damn you, too. For all your will, how can your single soul stand against the collected belief of your species? You brought us here to ask if the Emperor is a god, for that is where this conversation is going. But the questions you should be asking yourself are, am I a god? And
interesting.
If I am a god, am I free?
That is not what I wish to know.
That's where the conversation ended.
Guilliman
They spoke no more after that.
Of his armor of fate. Still that scar ached. The
faith is war power channeled through a safer medium. That's fair. It's a good way to put it.
Had made was an unimaginable risk. He was the Imperium's last hope. He was not something that could be risked.
Suffering is our prayer, faith is our shield.
Made up his mind. The dread, the melancholy that had gripped him upon his resurrection had simmered down to a...
While both warp powers and faith-based miracles may draw upon similar metaphysics, physical principles, belief-shaping reality, saints' powers are portrayed as transcending traditional warp mechanics. Interesting. Making them unique and often immune to disruptions that affect standard psychic abilities. Okay. So, wow. So it's kind of like a... for lack of a better word, almost like a MacGuffin to the bad effects that psychers could endure. Faith is kind of the opposite of that. It doesn't really have a bad effect. It's almost kind of like what's the word? I guess like, you know how the Eldari have like the webway? This is almost like faith is kind of like what humanity has going for it. It's kind of like their secret weapon in a way. But just for so long, humanity has always denounced it because of the Emperor, but now that the Emperor ascends the throne, people believe he is a god. Maybe he is a god, but his sons are also divine in a sense. People believe that. Billions, trillions of people believe that. So does that make it true? Interesting.
The melancholy that had gripped him upon his resurrection had simmered down to a calm acceptance. He had no plans on dying. Fleet Primax approached as Ajax grew from a speck, the corroded hulk of the Death Guard blockade arrayed before the approaching Imperial horde. Guilliman had come with the might of all Imperial sects. Sisters, Custodes, Hastatis, Mechanicus and Imperial Guard, but yet this void warfare was something he wanted to do personally.
Damn.
Boarding torpedoes, filled with Victress Guard and Custodes, slammed into the traitor's command ship. Guilliman strode the halls where no loyal man had trodden for millennia, wondering if he had walked this way before. The ship was ancient, the design dating back to before the Great Crusade.
Wow.
Although naturally that did not mean the ship was that old. Time flowed differently in the warp, so it was possible that the craft had served under the Emperor's banner, long, long ago. Had it, perhaps, been in the flotilla that arrived at Barbarous with the Emperor, bearing the first of the 14th Legion, then known as the Dusk Raiders, to meet their father? Had it taken the message of imperial truth to forgotten worlds? Had it been joyously received by scattered scions of humanity? Or had it forced compliance on those who had rejected the Emperor's dream of brotherhood?
Interesting.
Guilliman knew those times were brutal, and believed the methods used extreme. He had privately disapproved of some of what his so-called father had done, though in truth even the worst atrocity was but what Guilliman himself had performed in Ultramar.
That's true.
The intent of an act of violence, he thought, was the same, whether a single murder or the destruction of a city resulted. During the Great Crusade, he had wholeheartedly accepted the Emperor's cruelties as a means to an end.
Yeah.
And yet, the worlds burned. The civilizations wiped from existence. The alien species driven to extinction. So much death to achieve peace. And then came the heresy, and the truth of what the Emperor had withheld. It was thrown in his face. Even during the Crusade, Guilliman had wrestled with his conscience. He had argued with his brothers as to the morality of their actions. He had disagreed with some of their methods. Some of them, like the monster curs, he had openly despised.
Yeah. And lots of people fucking hated Conrad Kurz, and it's easy to see why. The Night Haunter, man. Dude's just a fucking rat. He's just a rat doing rat things, and that's all he is. Like, you know, no disrespect to the rats we got in the channel, of course. But I mean, you know, no disrespect, of course. But like, yeah, you know, the fucking Conrad Kurz, he's just a rat. He's sitting in the fucking dark. He's haunting on Ultramar. He's just sitting there. He's hiding in plain fucking sight. And these guys go on a fucking goose chase for him. It's nuts what Kurz has managed to get away with. But it also just begs the question too. Did the Emperor know that this was going to happen? Did he know that he was going to have to ascend the throne? And did he know Guilliman is going to return? 10,000 years are going to pass. People are going to revere me as a god because I denounced it as much as I did. Was this part of his grand plan? It begs that question. Did he do it? You know, I don't know, but it's hard to say. Spoiler. Okay, thank you for putting spoiler at the front there. I won't read those respectfully. Duty makes all things simple. Faith makes all things real. Peace is a vain wish. In the far future, there is only war. Sigismund, nice. Faith truly is the idea that everything that is true can be undone and made into a different truth without anything actually changing, but changing everything. Interesting. What did you say? Are you seriously slandering the Skaven name? 13 curses upon ye for your opponents. Listen, I'm sorry. I, of course, meant no disrespect to the Great Horned Rat, of course. I meant no disrespect. Only good thoughts in my mind about him, surely, of course.
Some of them, like the monster curs, he'd openly despised. But when he walked these corridors, dripping with ooze and unnatural decay, these spaces that held an atmosphere against the laws of all.
Yeah, was this all? Yeah, I do remember that. Was this all a plan for what happened next?
What had been done to his own kingdom?
Exactly.
Of he then thought all those methods just theoretical. The Emperor had been right, after all, about everything. Theoretical. The Emperor had intended the Great Crusade to be temporary. Instead, it had persisted since his internment upon the Golden Throne.
True.
Practical. It was up to him to set that right. A normal man can accomplish a dozen things at once.
That's crazy to think about, actually. Yeah, like in the grand scheme of things, the Great Crusade never fucking ended. It never fucking ended. They just failed, technically. It failed, and then they've been fighting chaos ever since. The worlds never got unified fully because fucking there was a rebellion and half of them fucking split apart, and now you always have chaos incursions. So yeah, it's never actually fucking ended. It's been like, I never even thought about that. Longest running crusade, yeah, true. That's so fucking true, isn't it? Like, they failed, yeah. Like it's going still, right? 100%.
Up to him to set that right. A normal man can accomplish a dozen things at once. A great man can accomplish 1,000.
I never conceived of it like that before.
Recalling the words of his foster father, Conal. But no man, no matter his ability or will, can accomplish more than one grand scheme at a time.
The Great Horn Rat will devour your soul.
Through the blockade, Ajax would soon be relieved. Shouts came over the Vox. A new...
We know this was not what the Emperor intended. It wasn't the future he wanted, but it was the best he could make out of a bad situation. I suppose so, but it just begs the question, like, I guess, like, was it just bad decision after bad decision that led to the point of no return? Because, like, he can see the possible outcomes. He can see possible futures. Which means that, like, he might have potentially saw the outcome of telling his sons about the forces of chaos versus not, right? So does that just mean that he just on accident made a bad decision each way? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, every decision he could make, he kind of just made the wrong one in a sense, and it kind of just led where it led eventually. Is that kind of more correct? Black Templars are on Internal Crusade. Flagship the Eternal Crusader. Yeah, I remember that actually. That's a badass name. Fucking, I get the Black Templars are just mega racists, but like, goddamn, if their armor scheme isn't fucking cool, and they are just like grimdark as fuck. You know what I mean, for lack of a better word. Like, I do love the aesthetic of the Black Templars.
Ajax would soon be relieved.
Grey Seers will be informed of your treachery. Don't tell them, please.
Had entered the
just don't do it.
Militant apostolic Matthew had arrived, followed by what looked to be a ragtag force.
Matthew's
a pilgrim's crusade. To the port, the speakers cried, as Matthew led on to Ajax. Let him take it, Guilliman thought. Matthew was now completely out of his control. Ajax had once been a gem amongst Ultramar, an ardent world filled with vibrant forests, often used as a destination for wealthy Imperials. The entire world was no natural beauty, but one carefully forged from human hands. One that could have been a marvel of human achievement.
Wow.
Now 2/3 flowed with rivers of fecal matter.
Oh,
pus.
Great.
The forests themselves grew with twisted demonic creatures, as a miasma smog oozed sickness, even amongst the last bastions of Imperial defense.
So sad to think of like all these beautiful, lush, fertile, fucking like, you know, Terran worlds just getting absolutely fucking annihilated by Nurgle. Like, absolutely fucking just like, look at this place. Like, this is awful, you know? All these beautiful, lush landscaped worlds, and if it's not the Tyranids suckling everything out of the fucking planet, it's Nurgle coming in and fucking doing this. God damn it, like, fuck, like, this looks awful. This looks genuinely awful, dude. Like, imagine you set foot on your planet and your skin just melts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you get every disease at once, and your skin just fucking, you turn to pus on the ground. Fucked. Like, absolutely fucked.
Sickness, even amongst the last bastions of Imperial defense.
Hold on. The way I think of that sort of settlement is that you need the answer 100. How do you know the answer is positive or negative? You could try and perfectly hit 100 at the same. You could try and perfectly hit 100 at the answer you need is negative 100. Doing everything right, you end up with the worst possible outcome by making every decision incorrectly correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those, isn't it? COVID 9000. Fucking yeah, basically. So which Chaos God is your favorite? Fuck. If I had to pick one so far, man, Probably Tzeentch at a minimum, you know? Because at least he's honest sometimes. Not really. Not really. But he looks cool, to be fair. He looks fucking sick. So, and he's not Nurgle. Nurgle is probably my least favorite. Not because he's not like, I don't think he's like sick in lore. He's fucking really cool. I vibe with it hard. It's just like, holy shit, like if I had to fucking like, you know, oh, it's just so awful. You know what I mean? It's just such an awful fucking way to go out, dude. Tzeentch and Khorne are great, yeah. The Great Horn Rat isn't in 40k, unless he is. Is the Great Horn Rat in 40k? If he is, then maybe him. But I don't think he is. Tzeentch honest? Yeah, well, listen. Tzeentch can bend the truth a little bit. He can bend the truth a little bit. But, I mean, that doesn't take away. I mean, listen. Everybody tells white lies, okay?
Ooze sickness, even amongst the last bastions of Imperial defense that had endured the Nurglite siege for months. Guilliman's forces...
Everyone tells white lies, am I right?
Imperial lines, as his own delegation made its way to the heart of the capital. The delegation of Ajax limped forward to meet the Primarch, Governor Costalis, trying to mask his horrific cough.
He can make whatever he wants the truth.
Welcoming the Lord Regent to Ajax. Governor Costalis, please rise, said Guilliman, when the man struggled to get to
Andrew, that might be completely true.
Himself
Be King of the World Scrolls. What's stopping you?
Looked into the man's
What's stopping you?
eyes.
I don't think that title exists right now. So go ahead. Go ahead and do it. What's stopping you? That's all I'm saying. Just like the positive or negative 100 Tzeentch always lies or is always honest. That everything is a lie. Nurgle, Death Guard, love it, by far my favorite. That's fair. Again, I can see why people like them. Like, don't get me wrong. They're fucking really, really cool. It's just like, holy shit, you know? Like, they're bad, man, you know? They're fucking bad. Khorne's also really fucking cool, though, because, again, it's just like the simple badassery of just like, you know, cut shit down and kill it. I think that's fucking really cool.
Eyes, said Guilliman, when the man struggled to get to his feet. Guilliman himself bent to help him up. He looked into the man's watery eyes. By terror, man. You should be with the Medicae. Is that your chair? You, come forward. Costalis gave a weary smile. By that measure, we all should, he said. Ajax.
Nurgle bone broth? Ugh.
Then I insist you at least rest before we take counsel, said Guilliman. There is a battle to be finished in the heavens, and landings to be undertaken. Guilliman put him firmly in the wheelchair. Costalis nodded. Then please follow me. I shall show you to the command suite for the auxiliary here. It is yours. Everything here is yours. I hope you will find my stewardship satisfactory. It is a long time since I came to Ajax, said Guilliman. Even steeped in misery, it holds its beauty. Fear not, Costalis. This shall pass, as all sicknesses do. Of all his brothers, Guilliman felt the most for the common man. He was raised by Conor of Macragge, who was and always would be a true father to him.
Wow.
Perhaps that was why his bond to the people was so strong.
But not his own father.
Guilliman knew
Yeah.
that Governor Costalis was a dead man walking, as many others were on Ajax. Even more the reason to fight harder for the survivors. But before the talk could begin, Guilliman saw from the windows the enormous crowds gathering in the square. But these were not for him. Militant Apostolic Matthew was leading his sermon.
God damn it,
Fresh from
Matthew.
the battle of the Void Port. Guilliman listened intently to Matthew's words. For is it not true that the Emperor came to the human race, the Apostolic said, and saved us from the tyranny of the Xenos and the Warlord? Did he not set out upon his great crusade and drive back the persecutors of mankind? And when challenged by the heresy of the Archdevil Horus, did he not cast him down and send him along with his 8 fiends into the fiery pits of damnation? Did he not take upon himself the burdens of humanity's suffering? And as
So wait a second. Is it actually just not common knowledge that you know, the Emperor, like that the traitor Primarchs, is it just not common knowledge to most people in 40k now that like he made them, right? Like they're just like the other Primarchs, like just like the Loyalists. Is it told like they're like heretics and always were? Like he didn't have anything to do with their creation? Is that true? Because if so, like, what the fuck? Is like, I just want to make sure like I'm not fucked up on that, right? Like, I played a Death Guard player recently, so unfun. Yikes. You don't like trying to pass the DPS test as they hold the objectives and just don't die. Feels like I'm shooting a BB gun at a tank. Even melee barely saves me. Wow. Demons. Yeah, so like it's actually not known. Warhammer has made me realize in real life that truth is ultimately what everyone agrees it is and nothing more. That's basically true, yeah. That's basically 100% true.
Did he not take upon himself the burdens of humanity's suffering and ascends to the golden throne, where he bears the ills of the universe for us and watches us, and keeps alight the beacon that binds together his domains? Do his armies not strive tirelessly?
It's not known that they were Primarchs. There was a new
can live and die.
There was a new canonization done by the ecclesiarchy a few centuries after the heresy. Wow. That's fucked up. From what I know, they are just passed off as demons. That is fucked up. So straight up, they just covered that shit up. They just put some plywood over it and said, yeah, these are actually... What the fuck? That is built on such a massive lie. Realistically, all like any demon Primarch would have to do is show up and be like, yo, I'm also a Primarch. You see these guys wearing power armor that like look like you? Let's put 2 and 2 together real quick. Like all they would have to do is not kill anybody for just a little bit. Just not even kill anybody. Just show up outside of Terra and just land and just peacefully walk through the streets and just like show themselves. Like not the fucked up ones. Not the fucked up ones. But the ones that are mostly physically unchanged, bro, largely they would still look a lot like your Astartes. You know what I mean? No one would believe them? No, you don't think anyone would just like put 2 and 2 together? Just you fully think like they would just be oblivious? They'd be like, don't see it, fucking, it's not there. If what I can't see can't hurt me, fucking all that, you know. The Emperor protects, fucking 7 signs and all that. Like they would just fully fucking ignore that. That's why so many people get executed if they see a demon Primarch. Really? I didn't know that. So if anybody lays eyes on a demon Primarch, they just execute them because like it's a more of an obvious choice and they're also usually just talking shit. Warp lies, la 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 la. Yeah, pretty much. Wow. That's fucking nuts, man. What the fuck?
Armies not strive tirelessly to ensure all the children of Terra can live and die in his light? Does he not protect us from the triple horror of the Xenos, the mutant?
Oh, the triple horror?
Yes,
Oh.
said a voice in the crowd. He does, said another.
Yes.
He is our master. The tone of the crowd was exalted. These protestations of faith were mingled with sounds of weeping and coughing and other signs of sickness, but neither hunger nor disease could dampen the crowds further. Guilliman stood in the shadows alongside his guard. The priest's words were clearly making the custodies and ultramarines uncomfortable, especially after the Primarch's warnings to Matthew. But Matthew had changed, or perhaps Guilliman thought. He never truly had. The priest still wore his simple tattered robes, but now he was flanked by sisters and crusader hosts. Guilliman even saw the armaments and battle trains of Matthew's previously lavish and corrupt predecessor. Finally a moment came where Matthew indicated to Guilliman. The crowd's murmurs grew, for the son of the Emperor walked amongst them. Expected, thought Guilliman. The Primarch gently dismissed the crowd, striding up to Matthew and towering above him once again. The look of adoration upon Matthew's face was unnerving. Guilliman stared at him. Matthew held his gaze.
Is he about to just execute him on stage right in front of him? Holy shit.
You have never seen or spoken.
No, he would never.
Emperor,
He would never.
Guilliman. Only I have. You told me this before, said Matthew. But you were wrong, my lord. I converse with him every day.
Interesting.
I've seen his manifestation with my own eyes. Who do you think sent me to you? Who guarded me when the McCragg's honor was captured?
This is totally some fucking Last Church vibes right now that he's given off. I converse with him every day, me lord. But in the Last Church, at least he had a good reason. It actually was the Emperor. That's actually, at the end of the day, who he did have faith in, even though, you know, he ultimately chose to have faith in what he believed in at the end. But what inspired him to have faith was ultimately the Emperor. I'm close, Guilliman, finish me. Oh my god. Holy shit. Pause. Depends who's around. Grey Knights will scorch all. Trogars and Sons of Beemont and Demons of Nurgle are like Death Guard maggots. Honestly, much better to play against than DG. Goddamn. Yeah, I'm close. Guilliman finish me. It's fucking crazy.
To you.
That's crazy.
Who guarded me when the McCragg's
That's
honor
nuts
was
to
captured? Who guided you to choose me as your militant apostolic? It was him. It was your father. He told me
literally answering prayers. I'm not a god. Like, yeah, is he or is he not?
I know.
Motherfucker, like...
Enough, said Guilliman.
This guy.
You speak of
this fucking
things
guy.
you know nothing
like...
Do I? Said Matthew. Am I deluded? Or are you? Clinging to your worldview when all evidence points to the contrary. Something has changed. They say that the Emperor speaks to you again in dreams and in visions. After so long, how does it feel when he touches your mind?
He doesn't do that!
We should kill him, voiced Colquhoun of the Custodes. For a moment, Guilliman was inclined to agree. He had done the same to thousands, upon the Emperor's own orders during the Great Crusade. But Guilliman turned away, because for the first time he had doubt.
We should kill him.
And it shamed him more than his anger at Matthew's words.
Wow.
The great hall of the Palace of Flowers was giant. A circular auditorium arranged.
I just say what everyone is thinking. Literally.
The center was hollow. And
literally. It's like he literally just showed up and he's like, well, you know, they say. And it's like, who the fuck is they? First off, who's they? Because there is no they, okay? It's you, Matthew. You motherfucker. You're saying this right now in front of everybody, okay? Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that, Matthew. You came up with that just now. Just now, motherfucker. Like, you know that. Don't you play fucking coy with me, Matthew. Like, you know, what the fuck? I just say what everyone's thinking. Don't worry, that's just Alfarius doing some trolling. So true. I gotta say, it's insane that a company trying to sell figurines led to a discussion on the concept of religion so deep and casual at the same time. It's true. Like, honestly, Warhammer is fucking great for these conversations. It's pretty fucking deep for that. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of different concepts mashed together again. That's why I find Warhammer so interesting. One of the reasons I find Warhammer so interesting. Just because you find so many different concepts just overall in it. That in any other universe, it's like the main focus is this or the main focus is that. In Warhammer, the main focus can be anything necessarily that you want it to be. And I think that's what is so fucking cool about it in a sense. With the Great Rift open, the portion of the Emperor that was cut off and hid in the warp is now able to coalesce and act in the galaxy again. Oh. So that's the portion of the Emperor that was cut off in the warp. And he's acting... So the Emperor has a physical body and the Emperor has an entity in the warp. Is that correct? Like, he exists. Like, there is two. Is that not wrong? Am I misunderstanding that?
Circular auditorium arranged around a stage. The center was hollow and vast. Multiple, thin circular galleries looked down upon it. The seats were arranged to match the building's curve and set steeply above each other so that everyone within had an unobstructed view. The place was full of military officers and administrators. The hall was used for performances, but is suited as well for oratory. As Guilliman's voice carried clearly throughout the building,
Most likely,
all
yes.
hailed the Primarch,
Okay.
the savior of Ajax. Guilliman delivered his proclamation, a speech of unity, brotherhood, and
Don't even get me
purpose.
started on the Tau
Military
stumbling
band
across the
was
Star
shown
Child
the
asking for
general
directions to
force of
Terra. What the
thousands of
fuck?
Officers and guard captains. Gilliman spoke of a nexus point of infection, of the devices he had learned of from Call. Gilliman made sure to flatter guests of importance, a master stroke of charisma. Mortarion would come to them. They would fortify this city and crush the enemy, and he would personally slay his fallen brother. Guilliman looked into the eyes of the men and women who feared and worshipped him. He knew this meeting would be seen not just by Imperial eyes, and was counting on it. Within the war, in Nurgle's realm, a triumphant roar spilled from the rotten mouth of Kugath Plaguefather. A drop of a demigod's blood had completed his greatest work as he stirred the cauldron of Nurgle itself.
The cauldron of Nurgle.
The
Aw.
poison that could kill a god was ready. On Ajax, the gates
God
of the
damn it.
capital were being reinforced.
What a vile
The
bastard,
news
honestly.
came to Guilliman. Matthew was leaving, followed by a host of sisters, crusaders, Cadians.
That's why the
and
Great
other
Rift was
far-flung
such a big event. It
veterans,
empowered both
all
Chaos
formed
and
into
the
a
Emperor in
horde of
equal
common
measure.
people.
God damn.
A people's crusade. The Ultramarines did not hide their surprise when Guilliman did not stop them. He did not even ask where they
It's
had
either
set
physically
forth.
his spirit or the belief
Could it
in
be?
him.
Felix thought.
Interesting.
Theoretical. Rabute Guilliman is beginning to believe his father is a god. Or, theoretical, was he washing his hands of a nuisance? Theoretical, was he showing faith? The procession
Interesting.
left as the skies darkened further, an obscuring fog that hampered the orbital assistance from Fleet Primus. The enemy's attack was coming. The tiers of the city's walls were lined with guards in their thousands, Space Marines drawn from dozens of chapters, reinforcing vital strongholds as Guilliman himself sat at the command center. Then, after days, the first shells began to soar down. The Death Guard deployed weapons so dangerous that they fought as a legion only, without their hordes of deluded mortal followers.
Wow.
Only their demons accompanied them, and for the time being, those were few in number. Felix wondered if this was how it was upon the walls of the Imperial Palace, when chaos had almost reached the center of humanity, when its tide stretched for miles and the Imperium had nearly died.
God damn.
It was just like Parmenio. The siege line filled.
Interesting that they're only sending in mostly Death Guard units first, and like it's pretty much just Chaos on Space Marine for the most part here. You obviously have some minor demons accompanying them, but very interesting choice, because I again, once one of these guys die, I imagine you don't just get that Chaos Marine back. So is there in a sense a limited number of Chaos Marines? If when they die and their souls are gone, is there then in theory only a limited number of them? Is that correct, or is that wrong? Somebody let me know on that one. Tau, very little presence. Same with Votan. Aldari burn bright in the warp. The Emperor is like a blaring beacon. Goddamn. The Emperor severed his soul after giving up the power to ascend to godhood during the Siege of Terra, and hid that portion of his soul in the warp. The version of the Emperor is what you are about to see. Oh, shit. Okay. So shit's about to get real here.
It was just like Parmenio.
Because it's building up to this idea that the Emperor is a god. Like, it's real.
Engines in their thousands. The storm above raged, unnatural colors filling the sky, burning in sickly blooms. Still, no contact could be made with the fleets. It was as if the stage had been set for a game between rival deities, where the champion Primarchs of the Emperor and the Plague
Chaos
God
Marines have Gene
face
Seed.
each other to decide the fates of worlds. The Death Guard smashed against the walls as demonic beasts trailing fumes and poisons barreled through any opening. Maximum seal protocols would not be enough, as the noxious tide fell upon the Imperials. Time Guilliman thought. They needed time. Time for the true mission to complete. Time for the secondary splinter force, aiming for the cauldron of Nurgle.
God damn.
The wars became overrun as the bodies piled on both sides. The munitions would have threatened to clog the sky if it were not already. Tetrarch Felix, alongside Ultramarines and Silver Templars, pulled back until a grinding, blubbery form loomed over him. A soul grinder. A horrific melding of machine and demon. Eviscerated Astartes with its sweeps. It sent the Tetrarch flying, vulnerable to a killing blow. But
There's
from
technically a
behind
limited
rose
amount of
a
them,
light,
and they have
a
to
light
replenish.
of fire like a rising sun, shining.
But because of
brighter
time
to
being
fill
different in the warp, it's
sky.
effectively endless.
A wall
I
of
see.
flame descended, and the demon screamed. Not a roar of anger, but a cry of genuine fear.
So the same way they make
Guilliman
normal
had entered
Astartes,
the
they in
field.
theory can make
The Emperor's
Chaos
sword
Marines.
roaring.
In theory.
Guilliman blasted out all of the creature's eyes with the hand of Dominion, as it blindly tried to drag itself away. Guilliman stepped in and beheaded it with a single blow. Beads of fat ignited under the heat of the sword, and the beast fell down, truly dead. Now, the counterattack. All his army is committed, said Guilliman. It is time to sally from the city and bring Mortarion into battle. He will meet me this time, because as far as he is concerned, everything is set to his plan. I'm going to
Interesting.
enjoy surprising him, and when his god's favor is taken from him, I shall destroy him. Colquan, his custodies, watched from orbit. The clogged skies, likely formed from some tainted demonic ritual, obscured nearly everything. But the Vox chatter came alive with Guilliman's sally charge. They came in repulsors, gladiators and Astartes grav tanks. Many dozens of them, in a score of chapter colors, pouring through the gate.
Awesome.
Already firing their main weapon before
And I
they
love,
cleared
like,
the arch.
I love to, like, with the Ultramarines, but even in general here, like, you're seeing such a vast amount of chapters fighting alongside each other here. Like, this isn't just like, you know, one or two chapters. This is a bunch of different elements of the Imperial forces all coming together to combat this Nurgle force here. And I think that's awesome to see, because it's just such a diverse time, you know. You just see the potential for so many different units on the same battlefield at the same time. And it just allows you too for, like, on the tabletop, and I'm sure too, like, it would just allow for some fun, like, game scenarios, I'm sure, as well.
Through the gate, already firing their main weapons before they had cleared the arch. They powered forward and spread, blasting apart everything that came against them. Interceptors and suppressor squads roared ahead.
Let me just
clearing
challenge
enemy
one of the
from
best
side
duelists
to
again,
advance,
literally.
whilst the war guns continued to fire, grinding the
Literally, he's trying to fucking fight more. Like, if he takes this L, like, he very nearly took an L the last time. He only got saved by the grace of some little girl with some powers, you know? And we'll say that's the Emperor working on his behalf. But at the end of the day, and I hate to say this, hate to put it on G-Man here, but at the end of the day, he didn't perform. He got pinned. He needed help. And now he's going back at him again. So Guilliman, I swear to God, if you fuck this up again and you need more help, Guilliman, it's not going to be looking good for you. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to fucking do better this time. You know, you know, you got to perform here. You got to be that guy. That's all I'm saying.
eyes of the advance, whilst the war guns continued to fire, grinding the battlefield further out and annihilating the foe square by square. The sally was fiercely opposed, and after only a few moments of disarray, the Death Guard reorganized themselves and turned their medium-range guns.
Mortarion was a beast as a loyalist, and he's stronger now.
Shells
Yeah,
hammered into the
like
vehicles,
Mortarion's fucking pretty up
blasting
there.
many to pieces. Yet still they went on, driving straight into the enemy. The lines clashed in a brutal clang. Guilliman's charge drove into a foe that outnumbered them. It was a bait that the Death Guard took as they turned their sole focus onto them. A single warhead descended.
Odds of a
from the
cultist
sky.
becoming an Astartes is
From the
basically
crags
zero,
below.
more likely to become a snack for a
Theoretical.
beast of
The
Nurgle. Oh
enemy
shit.
perceives an easy kill. Practical. Spring the trap. The shockwave hit the ground. reflecting back into itself, intensifying the effect. A compact firestorm roared in the heart of Mortarian's army, obliterating traitors who had plagued the Imperium for centuries and millennia.
Wow.
The battle had turned in an instant. Corpses were strung about as demon essence fizzled back into the warp. The precious munition, formed by science lost to mankind, had turned the field. Guilliman began marching, the Emperor's sword drawn. He strode far away from his own lines. This provocation he knew could not go unanswered.
Yeah.
Smoke and fumes blew away from the Primarch, clearing the air a little. He stood with his arms raised in an open challenge, and considered the probability he had made an error. He would never do this against one of his more calculating brothers. Perturabo would have seized the opportunity to blast him to pieces from afar.
Literally.
Alfarius would have done some convoluted trick to undo him. Lorgar would have tried to convert him. But Mortarion needed to prove himself.
Wow.
Guilliman was relying on his brother's insecurities. He smiled beneath his helm. If he was wrong, it was going to be a very short duel. But Guilliman was rarely wrong. Smoke stirred beneath the beat of mighty wings.
Wow.
Mortarion descended from above.
And I think that's interesting too, because he's totally like getting into the mind of Mortarion there. He needs to prove himself. That's the whole thing. He needs Daddy's love. He needs somebody's approval. He needs to do this, you know? He needs to beat Guilliman, finally. He needs to kill his ass. But he's had that opportunity before and he's let it slip each time, but now it's not funny anymore, you know? It's not funny. You keep challenging me, guy, like you're, you know, fucking, I imagine it's probably starting to wane on him just a little bit. He's probably starting to get a little bit fucking furious about it, you know? Goddamn.
Beat of mighty wings. Mortarion descended from above. Fulgrim's already killed you once. It's my turn now. I intend to do a better job, said Mortarion. In the distance, Donis Maxim and dozens of librarians began to glow, channeling the raw power of the warp, funneling it into Farsi and Natasse's Eldari runes, forming a dome of psychic power that enveloped the two brothers. Neither reacted, for both had no intention of going anywhere.
Wow.
Guilliman leapt. There was a split moment when they locked eyes. A pressure joined them, heavy enough to encompass time. When they attacked, they did so without thinking. Abilities woven into their gene code at the dawn of the Imperium saw to that. Mortarion had the greater reach and struck first. Silence swept around in a reaping cut. Guilliman halted its seemingly unstoppable swing upon the quillions of the Emperor's sword. Thunder crackled from the blow. More soul-rending sweeps came from Mortarion's silence. Guilliman staggered back. The armor of fate's machinery whined into a higher activity, purging his body of Mortarion's miasmic stench.
Wow.
Guilliman swung the Emperor's sword about in a figure of 8, fire roaring. You rely too much on unclean gifts, Mortarion, he said. You were never much of a swordsman. You were always bad at boasting, Mortarion said. Such a tedious little paragon. Where is the warrior who stood before the assembly at Nicaea? And
isn't that kind of funny how Guilliman just called Mortarion bad at swordsmanship? Isn't that kind of like a fucking mega roast? Like I wouldn't take that from Guilliman, bro. As Mortarion, you gonna just fucking sit there and let him say that about you? God damn. Like that's bad. Like you can't get your swordsmanship getting insulted by G-Man. And this man just lost to you like 5 times. Fuck, that would trigger him so badly, I bet. Like, like instantly trigger him.
Tedious little paragon. Where is the warrior who stood before
That's
the
delusion. Like, yeah.
And denounced all use of the warp,
Simple put.
Guilliman. You are everything you purported to despise.
That's crazy talk.
I opened my eyes, brother, said Mortarion, circling Guilliman in the air. I saw the lies our father sprouted.
Never claimed to be a swordsman, he always wielded a scythe.
I found a better master, and I became stronger than you. You are a slave, Guilliman retorted. So are you, his demon brother hissed. Fool, Mortarion gloated. Look at me. Look at how much power I have.
He's provoking him. Oh, I know.
Ever be.
I know he's provoking him. And that's what I mean. Like, it's probably an effective provoke. Because as Mortarion, how are you going to fucking sit there? This guy who you literally beat like the last 3 fucking times you guys engaged. He only won because fucking, you know, he didn't even win. It was more just like a stalemate, like a white piece in a sense. You know, he only won because of like the Emperor's grace, if you want to call it that. Otherwise, fucking Mortarion had him like pretty much every single fucking time. So to sit there and like actually take that, you know, to be like, oh yeah, you're shit at swordsmanship from a guy you beat, like that would totally trigger him 100%. It's an effective provoke is what I'm saying.
Look at how much power I have. I am far more than you could ever be. I am...
He's delusional. I want whatever he's huffing. So true.
He didn't care for his brother's excuses. The Emperor had his faults, ones that Guilliman deeply struggled with, but the alternative was unacceptable.
True.
The alternative was weak, and a betrayal of the species. The blows clanged, ringing a sound that perfectly mixed with the horror of the dark gods and the calls to arms of humanity. Guilliman moved at the height of his martial prowess, but even he could tell he was outmatched by Mortarion. You are nothing, my brother, Mortarion hissed. The last shreds of our father's dream, clung onto against the face of reality as they break into nothing.
Oh.
You are not even a memory, but a relic falsehood. You betrayed us, said Guilliman. You and the others. I did not, said Mortarion, coming to stand over his sibling. For how can one betray a lie? Mortarion ended it, smashing Guilliman to the ground and pressing his foot upon his chestplate.
Oh.
Márton reached up and took hold of one of his many pendants, a small, dirty file, and yanked it free. Márton knew Guilliman would never turn, so he would give him death. Writhing around in the filthy file, swam the poison that could kill even Márton, one made from a drop of Guilliman's own blood. The God Blight. Márton pressed the dirty tube into a greening brass syringe, careful to keep it well clear of himself.
What the fuck?
He bent low and jabbed.
There is no fucking way Guilliman is pinned to the fucking ground right now. Pinned to the fucking ground. And this motherfucker is carefully undoing this fucking, like, this vial. He's putting it into the syringe. He's fucking being very careful with it, keeping it away from him. And just fucking pinned there. This fucking guy, man. Like, Guilliman's starting to trigger me a little bit here. He's starting to fucking irk me. You gotta be better than this, my guy. You cannot be taking these 1v1s and then getting pinned to the ground like this every time. Every time he's getting pinned to the fucking ground and he's getting beat. He's getting fucking, like, who's gonna come in and save him now? You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna save him? Who's gonna save him? He's got that main character syndrome. Who's coming in? Who is it? Who is it? Like, you know? Like, that's what I'm thinking right now. This guy, Guilliman is pro-tag privileges. Like, he does. Plot armor, exactly. What the fuck? Like, that's total plot armor.
Careful to keep it well clear of himself, he bent low and jabbed the needle into his brother's neck with a deep sigh of satisfaction, just above the scar Fulgrim had given Guilliman. Immediately, Guilliman gasped. He spluttered. Veins turned black and his eyes went red.
Oh, maybe he's actually gonna die. Is Guilliman gonna die here?
Guilliman's skin turned black. In places it melted, running from his skull, exposing bone that gleamed before going a rotten brown. Ajax disappeared around Guilliman.
Yikes.
As blackness washed over him, his life flashed before his eyes. Macragge, Conor, his father, the Great Crusade, the heresy. Awakening to this rotting Imperium, the race to terror, the Indomitus Crusade. His mind retreated, delving into something much deeper within. The Emperor. Márton stood next to him as they relived the memory that equally inspired and broke him. Upon the golden throne of terror sat a corpse, or a man, or a thing. It was half living, half dead. A shining beacon of power. It was like standing in a room.
He's a Mary Sue, which is okay.
Guilliman.
He kind of is a Mary
The
Sue.
voices
Like,
overlaid,
G-Man here is
overlapped,
totally a Mary Sue.
became almost one, and Guilliman had a fleeting memory of a sad face that had seen too much, and a burden it could barely countenance. Guilliman, hear me, my last loyal son, my pride, my greatest triumph. How those words burned him, worse than the poisons of Mortarion, worse than the sting of failure. They were not a lie, not entirely. It was worse than that. They were conditional. My last tool, my last hope. A father who never loved him, welcoming the weapon that had to please him. It hurt. It broke a piece of him he thought filled by the place of another, Conor. And yet it was freeing. There were no more lies. Do you see, Guilliman? You follow the wrong master, said Mortarion, standing over Guilliman's writhing body. He is a cyst, a pus-filled canker surrounding a dead thing, lodged in the fabric of reality, like a thorn or a piece of shrapnel. It must be drawn out for things to heal. Do you understand now that this is what you follow? Mortarion grunted in amusement. Of course, you can't answer. I doubt you would understand anyway. We will soon be in the Garden of Nurgle, my brother. The veils are parting. I can see it already. Once you are dead, this world will fall within it and become a jewel of decay. You have damaged my network, but not by enough. And at the coming of your death, one by one each of your worlds will pass from this place of cold void and uncaring stars into the grandfather's embrace.
Wow.
I wish you could see it. It is beautiful, full of life and potential. There are trees here, and plants of amazing variety.
I remember this speech. I remember this speech from Chris Tester. This dialogue is really cool. I remember this speech. This is a fucking great speech. I remember this one. Wow. This is fucking good. It's cool to see Amberking's take on this one. But I caught on to it pretty quickly there. I was like, oh, fuck. Like, yeah, I've totally heard this. But yeah, I remember the first time I saw this speech was in that Chris Tester video there. Yeah. Wow. That's fucking good, man. Wow.
Potential. There are trees here, and plants of amazing variety. It is not barren.
I didn't realize he was saying
like
it
that cold
to Guilliman
house
as
you
he
showed
was
me.
fucking dying on the
Not
ground,
like
his
him.
skull melting. Jesus.
Not like the Materium at all, with its pointless struggle against inevitability. Here nothing ever truly ends, but is reborn and dies and is reborn and dies. Over and over again. Everything here is given many gifts. Nothing, no matter how small, is overlooked, and all share in grandfather's bounties. There is no pain, and because there is no pain, no suffering is borne gladly. Now tell me, brother, compared to the hell our fathers inflicted upon the galaxy, does that sound so terrible? He took a deep breath, a man sampling country air on a fine day. I wish you could see it, he said again. The embers of life faded from Guilliman. He was almost a corpse. Again dying for his father's Imperium. The warp began to swell and open around them. Piercing reality, the Garden of Nurgle itself spilled over Ajax. Ultramar's doom had been struck. A bell tolled. One that Mortarion recognized, to his horror. The Cauldron of Nurgle had been banished. The corpse of his brother twitched. The armor of fate was a corroded shell, but something in his power pack restarted,
What?
and lights blinked on systems all over it. Guilliman's blackened face turned to look up at him. Mortarion felt something huge and dangerous moving through the warp. Something he had not felt for a long time.
Interesting.
Guilliman's back arched. The armor was humming now, giving off a psychic signature as an arcane mechanism within it powered on throughout. Guilliman opened his eyes.
Wow.
Guilliman's eyes were glowing with pure, white power.
So even Mortarion there could feel a presence moving through the warp towards them. A presence he hadn't felt in a while. So that's the God Emperor. He's back. Dad's back. He's coming back. Yeah. That's so interesting. So he is actually like an entity in the warp now. So he is actually, in theory, a god. He has actually ascended godhood in this sense. And this is kind of proof of that directly then. Because I was going to say, Guilliman's not dead. But it sounded a lot like he was going to fucking die there, but I knew he couldn't die. So I was like, who's going to fucking save his ass?
Guilliman's eyes were glowing with pure, white power. The last slimes of his decayed flesh burned away, and a network of feathery capillaries spread in their place, bearing new blood unsullied by the godblight. The metal of the armor of fate shimmered, impossibly remaking itself. Bright decorations appeared as tarnished, cracked and fell away. Wires grew and reconnected, as surely as Guilliman's skin was growing back.
What the fuck?
The nether ground of the garden shook hard. Demons, large and small, were screaming, emerging from their hiding places and fleeing in riotous stampede. Away in the distance, ever visible wherever you went in the garden, Nurgle's black manse shivered, and Mortarion felt another presence, as powerful as the first, looking at him from beyond its ever-shuttered windows. The ground cracked and broke. Glaring whiteness blazed from the crevices. Guilliman's corpse rose up and hung in the air, supported by a pillar of radiance, and slowly turned so he was upright. He reached out, and the Emperor's sword appeared in his hand, and burned with the fire of 1,000 suns.
He speaks to me, brother. Does he not speak to you?
Wow.
Said Rabute Guilliman. The unbearable radiance enfolded Guilliman, so glaring Mortarion threw up his hands.
Father,
Mortarion said, and his voice quailed like a little boy, discovered in the course of some small but unforgivable crime.
I am his right hand, brother. I am his general, his champion. I am the avenging sun. By his might am I preserved.
The landscape flickered between blasted battlefield of Ajax and the garden of Nurgle. The ground of the garden was rolling.
this is impossible. You should be dead.
There was a creak of a door, faint but portentous,
God damn.
coming from the manse. The doors never opened to Nurgle's house. Mortarion turned very, very slowly and looked to the great house. A single, tiny shutter on an insignificant gable was open, a square of deep blackness in the black wood.
Forgive me, grandfather.
He quailed. Guilliman looked past him, and something looked through him, seeing all worlds at once. Eyes as bright as the centers of galaxies stared at the black, forbidding house.
God damn.
You are a traitor.
Guilliman said in a voice that was not quite his own.
Wow.
You have brought low all that could have been, but you are as much a victim as a monster, Mortarion.
Wow.
Perhaps one day you might be saved. Until then, you must go back to the master you chose.
No!
Mortarion cried, but it was too late. Some force reached for him and yanked hard. He flew back, over and over through the garden, toward the black house of the plague god. He felt a moment of perfect terror before he flew in through the open portal, and it slammed shut behind him, trapping him with an altogether more awful god. Nurgle was displeased. Guilliman looked over the garden of Nurgle. He was between two worlds. The warp was a shifting thing, never.
So this visualization here is fucking crazy, because it's literally like the Garden of Nurgle is, it's there. It's appearing as an entity around them almost. It's fucking like nuts to hear about. And I guess Nurgle's house Nurgle's got a fucking shack, I suppose, in his garden. And I suppose Mortarion just got fucking dragged in there, banished in there by the Emperor, I'm supposing. And the Emperor is acting through Guilliman. He's resurrected him here, it looks like. He's imbued him with the power. He's psychically fucking... Is possession the right word? Is he possessing Guilliman in a sense? Or is he just simply imbuing him? Because he's saying he's speaking with a voice that isn't quite his own. Sounds a lot like possession. Nurgle's own realm within the realms of chaos and the warp. Well, a giant mansion. Well, I think it'd be a lot funnier if it was just like just a shitty like shack in the woods. You know what I mean? Just like some like unsuspecting little shit hut. I think that'd be funny. But no, it's probably a gigantic mansion. Nurgle's fucking mansion. It's like Luigi's mansion, you know what I'm saying? Shaq's mansion, straight up. Possession is accurate? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
He was between two worlds. The
Feel like
world
he's guiding
was a
him?
shifting thing, never constant. The
Trying
garden was
to.
a collection of ideas. It had no true form, and through it he could see a million other worlds that underpinned it. The dream of souls living and dead, and past
It is a
out,
shack.
as if glimpsed through blanks of glittering sea mist.
Nurgle's mansion
that
that's larger
evaporated
than
before the
worlds.
morning
Holy
sun.
shit.
The battlefield.
Baba
of
Yaga's
empires.
hut. So
Hear
true.
me.
Guilliman's voice boomed through eternities. The sword blazed higher, until the fire of it threatened to burn out time.
I am Rabute Guilliman, last loyal son of the Emperor of Terror. It is not your destiny to end today, God of Plague. But know that I am coming for you, and I will find you, and you will burn.
He gripped the sword of the Emperor two-handed.
God damn it, you should have just
raised it
burned him
high.
here.
Rising waves
Fuck
of
banishing
fire
him.
ripped into the garden. From the great manse a cry of rage sounded,
Oh.
as a wall of flame hotter than a million suns devoured everything in its path. Finally breaking and receding within yards of the black walls of Nurgle's house. Its infinite halls shook. Mossy tiles fell from the roof. Sodden timbers steamed.
I speak for the Emperor of mankind.
Then he was falling, forever until his knee hit the ground, and he woke into reality once more.
Guilliman immediately looking for a new fight he can lose. Exactly. Literally my thoughts,
The
dude.
sword of the
What
Emperor
the
was
fuck?
buried, point down in the cracked earth. His fires had turned everything around him to glass. Burnt out suits of armor lay around him. Only he was untouched. Guilliman stood inside the medic bay, staring at the patient within. The militant apostolic had led his pilgrim crusade to the heart of Ajax's noxious gardens, reinforcing the Hastati strike force by sheer coincidence, or direction from the Emperor. The pilgrim's crusade had fought with a zeal unseen, allowing Matthew to reach the cauldron of Nurgle itself, as an Astartes held off Kugath Plaguefather. The report said a golden light had shone from his eyes as he touched the cauldron, his body rotting as he banished the source of the noxious storm. That very act had allowed the power of the Emperor to flood Guilliman and led to victory.
Wow.
Matthew occupied the single bed in the center of the room. Medical equipment crowded the space around him. He was wrapped in a white shift that was stained by the seepage from many sores. He had no wounds. All the lesions that covered his skin were the result of disease. He more resembled a bundle of sticks than a man, crudely assembled into human form and draped with skin. One of the few things Matthew had taken pride in was his hair, and that was falling out, covering his pillow.
So that sucks to hear. So Matthew, I guess, ultimately sacrificed himself, unfortunately. But by doing so, he actually managed to make it to Nurgle's fucking cauldron, laid a hand on it. The Emperor shone through him, I guess, fucked up that cauldron, and then in doing so actually allowed the Emperor to flood Guilliman, I suppose, and get in there and help him out. I like Morty, but you gotta kill him. Like, literally, I don't know why you're just like, you don't banish him, just kill that motherfucker. Like, if you get a chance to, just put him out of their misery. Holy, you know, it's not that hard. They're sick dogs, you gotta put them down, you know? It's simple as that. You need to see Master of Mankind, the Emperor takes the field by DQVO. Sorry, I gotta drop that suggestion. No, that's fine. I love the suggestions. That's perfect. The fire also burnt Nurgle himself. Burnt his garden in the warp really badly. Fuck.
Was his hair, and that was falling out, covering his pillow. His cheeks were sunken beneath an oxygen mask. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling and wept tears of pus. Medically, Guilliman thought, he should be dead. Practical, Matthew still lives. Theoretical, something is keeping him alive. Was it a plot of Mortarion? Or from his other demonic brothers? Theoretical, his faith in the Emperor is keeping him alive. It was a line of thinking Guilliman didn't want to keep giving oxygen. Unhelmeted, Guilliman walked into the room. The first thing that hit Guilliman was the smell.
Oh.
There was a sickening sweetness in the room, of failing organs and decaying flesh.
God damn.
It made Guilliman's eyes water. Sweat prickled his brow as his post-human biology marshaled itself to fight off the infection, and the devices of the armor of fate shifted into a higher state of activity. Militant apostolic, he said. Matthew didn't move. Matthew, Guilliman said softly. He examined his emotions. He expected anger, for Parmenio, for Matthew's disobedience, for the priest's personal crusade to make him one of the faithful. Guilliman knew some of this anger was for his own feelings of the ecclesiarchy, but the priest had done a great service after all.
He had.
Guilliman experienced confusion.
Might not have agreed with them, but
he was not fond of.
He did do well.
But seeing the priest like that, gripped by a dozen different diseases,
I don't think he deserved that
what he
fate.
felt most
That's for sure.
was pity. The crust at the corner of Matthew's eyes lifted.
Thank you, Anthony. I
His face
appreciate
moved
that. Check out
very slightly.
Check out Film Comics Explained if you want. Got some fun videos on 40K and other stuff. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, tonight I might not do that just because this is a very long stream and I do have to get to bed at some point tonight. But if you want to, if you're in the Discord, of course, drop your suggestion there in the Discord suggestions. And we can check that out for sure sometime. I'm not opposed to that at all. Absolutely. Check out Film Comics. Film Comics. I haven't heard of that before. I have not heard of that before. Do they make videos just on 40K or is it a bunch of stuff?
Of Matthew's
I appreciate that,
eyes,
Anthony, though. Big thank you.
His face moved, very slightly. He turned his head towards the Primarch. It took a moment for his expression to clear and his eyes to focus. I heard you wished to speak to me.
Not tonight. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You guys are cracking the whip if you're asking for it tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
Though, said Matthew. He smiled. The skin on his lips cracked.
No, I appreciate it, Anthony, though. That means a lot, man. I do appreciate that a lot.
Lord.
Thank you, sir.
We are moved by the Emperor, you and I. We have little choice over our actions. A little energy came into him, and he moved a hand encased by tubes. You have witnessed it, he continued. His power. You have seen the light. I must disappoint you, said Guilliman. I do not believe that my creator is a god. He is something. Guilliman paused. He is something else. If he is anything at all this faith and desire for salvation is a blind hope. He will not help us. He cannot.
He's saying he cannot help us. He won't help us. But guy, Guilliman, like he just fucking helped you. You know what I'm saying? He did just do a pretty divine like thing. Like, holy shit, man. That was kind of crazy. Like, and you're gonna sit there and still say no faith at all. Bad. Bad faith. I don't know, man. What just happened was pretty. It was a pretty big act of the divine. I'm not gonna lie. Like maybe I'm wrong here, but holy shit. Nurgle yanked Morty back to the mansion so he wouldn't be banished, causing Nurgle to expend even more power to restore God. So Nurgle kind of saved him, in quotation marks. At this point in lore, Nurgle was the most powerful of the gods and was winning the great game. Not so much after. At the moment, Khorne is #1. Yeah, I imagine once his garden got fully fucking torched, that probably didn't do much to help his power much. I imagine it probably decayed it. See what I did there? Quite a lot. Like, holy shit. More content, Mr. YouTube man. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Goddamn. Guilliman Cope. Cope harder, bro. So true. It is Guilliman Cope. I love the Emperor's Children. If I have to bring out the whip, I can. God damn it.
Is a blind hope. He will not help us. He cannot. We must save ourselves. A shame, Matthew said. Guilliman wasn't sure how truthful his words were, for he had counted on the Emperor's power to aid him against Mortarion. A gamble that paid off. For now. But just as he had seen thousands of times during the Great Crusade, just as he saw the Emperor force an entire legion to kneel on Monarchia, just because one is powerful, it doesn't make them a god. Guilliman turned to Matthew, aware that his next words would be his last. "This is my final gospel," whispered Matthew, "and it is the finest news of all. The Emperor is waking, my lord." Matthew smiled. He stirs from his slumber after long millennia. The armies of the faithful trail him. They bear him aloft. They empower him. "It is the warp, my lord," croaked Matthew. "The enemy has made his greatest mistake by opening the rift. It may damn the Imperium, but it also may save it. The rift has empowered the Emperor. The energies of the Imperium saturate the universe, raising up mankind, filling the LoneListCrab with power."
Interesting.
"Why does he not step down from his throne?" said Guilliman. "If he is capable of acting, why must I do his work for him? He is not ready, that is why," said Matthew. "Not yet. You must help him." How could the priest not see it? For if the Emperor was all-powerful and all-knowing, would he not rise from the throne and lead humanity? Guilliman had seen it. It was a half-dead corpse on that throne.
Wow.
"He spent millennia arranging the pieces so that you might return," said Matthew. "My lord, you are mankind's only hope." A look of pain played over Matthew's face. "We all have our part to play. Yours is to come. Mine is done." Matthew breathed his last breath. "My father is no god," Guilliman whispered. "It is men who do his work for him, as I must now. He uses people. He always has."
Wow.
Guilliman stood up, and with an armored hand reached down to close the dead priest's eyes. "Thank you, Matthew."
So what do you guys think about fucking Guilliman's words there? His final fucking words that he whispered there. That's kind of fucking rough. Like, oh yeah, he doesn't care about people. He never has. I mean, that's not wrong. Again, he's using them to a higher end, and we very clearly see that. But given the circumstances, given what was going on, are those, circumstances not warranted in a sense? Like, shit was going pretty rough for them there, and Matthew fucking straight up, like, yeah, Matthew was a real one. His words are true. His words are true, but like, are they warranted, let's say? After what just happened. Like, again, you guys got to think, like, the Emperor did just come in here and save his ass, And while maybe, maybe that's the best course of action regardless, like, you're not even just going to be a little bit thankful, not even just a little bit.
And reached down to close the dead priest's eyes. "Thank you, Matthew." for your service to the Imperium. I'm sure when I tell your successor of what you did, they will make you a saint, and I will not dissuade them. How his previous self would have been shocked, Guilliman thought, at the decisions he made now, and at the scar this grimdark future had inflicted upon him.
Wow.
Into the bowels of the McCragg's honor, Guilliman.
Matthew's words are warranted. I agree with Matthew. I'm talking about Guilliman. What Guilliman said there. Not Matthew. I agree with what Matthew is saying. But what Guilliman said there, like what he whispered under his breath. Oh wow, look at that, guys. What he whispered under his breath as Matthew was passing there. That's what I was more referring to there. I believe like Guilliman there is, you know, he's still showing no faith. He's still showing absolutely nothing towards the Emperor. And I think that's just a weird decision given everything that just literally occurred, you know? I think that's very odd.
Upon him. Into the bowels of the McCragg's honor, Guilliman descended, passing through the security checks that far surpassed paranoia. The heads of Corps Inferior awakened in their tanks and greeted the Primarch in their strange voices.
Big oof on the headset.
Device,
yeah, it's been like that. It's been like that.
In person.
If you know, you know. It's been like that.
Congratulated him on his victory in Ultramar, but Guilliman interrupted. Just report, said Guilliman. Testy. The heads
just broke again. God damn it.
Speaking in a way that
watch this. We're gonna throw this in mega quickly. I swear to God, I need to get some duct tape and fucking tape this motherfucker because it's starting to be taxing on me now.
Nerved Guilliman, making him wonder if he spoke to a device or foul artificial intelligence. I would have thought your victory would have pleased you. The heads continued. All right then, Archmagos Belisarius Call cannot return to Ultramar yet, but he will. There is an artifact upon the eastern fringes that interests him greatly. He will.
Holy shit, Anthony! Again, what the hell, man? I appreciate it. Thank you. Jeez. Oh my God. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. Holy. Rent money, I guess so. Like that's what it's looking like. Rent money or a new headset, one of the two. Fuck, hard choices, am I right? No, I appreciate that, man. Wow, big thank you, Anthony. Holy shit. Jesus, man, thank you. Wow.
Said Guilliman.
Towards a new headset, yeah, thank you. Wow, I appreciate that a lot, man. Wow, thank you, sir.
Greatly. He will soon be heading there. Which one? Said Guilliman. That which resides.
You said get a new headset, you brokey? Yeah, whoa.
Said Guilliman.
I might be broke,
memories
but
flooding his mind.
You don't have to say it like that, man. Oh.
Conrad Kurz.
No, it's true though. It's facts.
Over that world, and the shame he kept hidden from modern eyes. Imperium Secundus. Give the man an honor, said the Corps Inferior archly. The Pharos. Archmagos Belisarius Call is now certain that this device is of Necron origin, and that it will reveal much better.
That's money for new models, true.
He will be successful. He is Archmagos Belisarius Call, and he can do anything. Before long, he will have knowledge he needs. So he claims, said Guilliman. But another problem was on his mind.
Steel series, and you like
One
them?
He voiced to the pseudo
HyperX clouds?
I fear the Emperor may be moving. I fear that he worked through me. I refused to believe it at first, but the evidence I have been presented with offers only one viable practical. That is, the mechanical voice said. The Emperor is active again, said Guilliman. He is at work through the tarot, through visions, so-called saints and the acts of faith. I know I spoke with him, but I am still not sure what I heard, or what I saw in that throne room. My first solid indication that something real was occurring was the nature of the warning of the Pariah Nexus. I resisted the idea at that time, though the possibility was put to me early on, but evidence accrues. Now I can no longer dismiss this theoretical out of hand.
Goddamn.
Do you believe he can come back? Asked Guilliman. Can he be returned to full life, like I was? He wasn't sure if he was hopeful or concerned.
That's an interesting
The implications
question.
of that theoretical and practical was galaxy-shaping. If it were possible to restore the Emperor, Call Inferior said, and if he could regain true life, then what went into the throne room of the Imperial Palace may not be what emerges. There is great peril considered.
That's true also.
Even as an hypothesis, because thoughts lead to actions, whether we intend them to or not. Before you know it, we reach disaster, all from good intentions. There was a pause. They used to say that, about roads to bad places, paved with good intentions. Why would it be perilous? Expand, the Primarch said. Because all gods are blights on existence, Rebute Guilliman. Whether they call themselves gods or not, the Call Inferior said. I think you know that better than anyone. Do not forget it. There was silence. Guilliman.
And interesting idea there too. Like, if they assumingly could bring back the Emperor, there's absolutely no fucking guarantee at all what you're bringing back. You got no idea what you're bringing back, especially with how long he's been gone, with how long his entity has been in the warp. You got no idea the potential of what you're doing there. That's such a fucking, like, a true statement, you know. And again, like, the, you know, what was it? The path to whatever is paved with good intentions, you know, the path to ruin is paved with good intentions. That's such a true statement, you know. It's completely true in this instance. I feel like if they were to go down that route, yeah, absolutely nothing good would come of it, probably. Absolutely not. Just broke after almost 8 years of using it. Yeah, it's fucking such a pain in the ass when your headsets break. I mean, I think I've had this set for like 2 or 3 years. And that's about, like, it seems with Razer, man. I don't know. I've had 2 Razer headsets. And again, I only bought this one the second time because it was on sale. It was about $50. And I, you know, again, the surround sound app, I do like the Razer surround sound app. But again, second time, it's broken in the exact same spot. So it just seems like it's a thing that fucking happens with their headsets. So I don't think I'll be buying another one, that's for sure. You know, a headset is not something you should have to be buying every couple of years, like, for sure, for sure. The very question a huge portion of the Inquisition has debated for millennia. Complicated. What's one physical throne? What's one the physical throne is a monster? What's in the warp is the best parts of the Emperor. That's true. Thoughts lead to actions, facts. That is true also. Yeah, it's completely fucking true. Even thinking it, like, whether you mean to do something or not, you might indirectly do something which could lead to that, right?
Do not forget it. There was silence. Guilliman left the chamber and returned to his command throne. Ultramar was secure. What chaos could destroy in a day, the Imperium would take decades or centuries to rebuild. But rebuild they would. He thought back to his awakening upon Macragge. Alone in his chamber, after learning the truth of the 41st millennium. Why do I still live? He'd snarled. What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you. To them. Look what they've made of our dream. This bloated, rotting carcass of an empire is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hate, and ignorance.
Damn.
Better that we'd all burned in the fire of Horus's ambition than lived to see this. Even as he had said it, Guilliman heard the lie in his words.
Yeah, it's that same
Amongst his
line.
brothers, none had been more idealistic than Rebute Guilliman. None had envisioned a brighter future, not just for mankind, but also for the warriors of the Legiones Astartes. That flame of hope had been part of him for as long as he'd lived. Even now, as it was smothered by darkness and woe. At that time, Guilliman had realized his flame endured. There's hope still, he told himself, turning back to the window and placing one armored palm against it. He'd stared out at the work gangs, laboring to repair the damage of war, and the Ultramarines stood proud and determined upon the ramparts. All of them. They'd been born into this dark millennium,
Yeah.
and had known nothing but the hardship, suffering, and despair of unending conflict. Yet still they
This is a
struggled
great,
on,
like, line too,
unbowed,
I won't lie.
despite the countless enemies that raged against them. Guilliman had seen a better age.
Yeah.
One of hope and triumph. What right had he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, to show any less strength and courage than his followers born in darkness? Guilliman returned to his command throne. Fleet Primus set course to rejoin the greater whole of the Indomitus Crusade. The great fleets powered up, preparing once again to navigate the Nachman Gauntlet. Once more, Guilliman prepared to cross into Imperium Nihilus.
Wow. Well, that was an abrupt ending. Holy shit. Holy shit. What's going on? Take me back. That was an abrupt ending. Wow, guys, that was Guilliman, 40k lore by the Amberking. What a fantastic video. That was a long one. This stream, 8 hours and 6 minutes long. I think we had about 15 minutes at the start, about a 20-minute intermission, so about 7.5 hour total long stream. Not too shabby at all. Not too shabby at all. I thought that was fantastic. The only thing I was kind of looking for in that video, which we did not get, I was thinking we would get a little bit of an introduction, like proper to Guilliman, in the sense of like his childhood, kind of like we've seen from all the other Primarchs. We've gotten a glimpse at like their childhood to the modern 40k setting, but this kind of is also great because now I am up to date on where Guilliman stands. I'm up to date on the modern Imperium, I'd like to think, where he is currently at, what the thoughts on the Empire are, on the Emperor are, I should say. The fact that the Emperor has done these feats and it's been witnessed by Guilliman, it's been witnessed by everyone else around him as well. And we're seeing that resurgence, you know what I'm saying? I think that's fucking crazy to see. Yeah, everyone's saying how late it is here. 3 a.m. Yeah, it's actually 2:10 in the morning here right now, 2:10 in the morning. So very long stream, but this was a good one. 8 hours, 10 minutes long, pretty much. I thought that was fantastic, guys. Big shout out to everyone who came and checked out the stream. I appreciate that, guys, as always, of course. And big shout out to Anthony. I appreciate those donations, man. That means a lot to me, of course. Big shout out to all of our members, all of our Hastati out there, and our Principe Dagenhart. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. If you were enjoying the video, make sure you leave a like. Anthony, again, wow, thanks, Anthony. I appreciate it again. $5. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, man. Wow. Fucking big tipper tonight. Holy shit, man. Wow. Goddamn. But no, guys, I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, big shout out to all of our members, and big shout out to Anthony there. I appreciate that, guys, a lot. Wow. W Anthony, exactly. I really do appreciate that, man. Holy shit. Wow. But yeah, if you enjoyed the video, of course, make sure you leave a like on this stream. Make sure you, leave a nice comment down below. And of course, we will be doing a re-upload of this. I'll be re-uploading the VOD, be trimming that down, adding the credits, all that stuff. That should probably be coming tomorrow, if not tomorrow, possibly Monday, of course. At this point, Anthony is paying for your retirement fund. Fuck, I wish, you know. Goddamn, man, it's fucking $1,300, $1,400 a month in rent here, so fucking I don't think we're getting there quite yet, but maybe one day, we'll see. But no, I appreciate it regardless, man. No, that means a lot to me, and I appreciate it a lot. Anytime you guys are willing to support me in that way, like I really can't tell you how much it means to me. But yes, guys, you guys all have yourself a fantastic evening. Have yourselves a good night. I know it's late, so I'm not going to keep you guys' time too much anymore. But yeah, you guys have yourself a fantastic night. Yeah. Leave a like, subscribe for more content from me. Leave your recommendations down in the comments below. And without any further delay, this has been Centurion, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.